with the crime issue a top priority, and making sure that all stakeholders are constantly at the table and providing constant updates to the council and to the public is one of the ways that we can work toward getting solutions to the problems that we're facing today. So with that, I turn it over to you all with any updates that you want to provide to us, and we'll have probably some follow-up questions after that. And please introduce yourselves to the public.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all for allowing us to proceed. We greatly appreciate it. I hear a little echo. We greatly appreciate it. So I am Tracy Fleming-Stavalier. I'm the Deputy Chief of Criminal District Court and the Judge of Section B. And I'll let my colleague introduce herself.
I am Juana Marine Lombard. I am the Magistrate Judge of Criminal District Court.
Good morning. I'm Rob Kasich, Judicial Administrator for Criminal District Court. Thank you for having us this morning.
All right. So for a few updates that we have, and good morning, Councilmember Morrell. We appreciate you being here this morning so that we can provide our updates. For courthouse security, that was the very important issue that we've been talking about with you all and sharing as we visited you all individually in terms of security. We are still focused on and hope that you all remain focused on courthouse security. It's very important. There is a need for additional deputies assigned from OPSO in the courthouse as well as in the courtrooms. We're also asking as judges that we have courtroom deputies assigned to us all day, as opposed to only being signed during the day when we have in custody defendants. Typically, even when we're finished our dockets, we will have others who will come into the courtrooms to address additional business items or other issues, or even those that might have warrants out that we have to address. And so we think that it's very important that we have an adequate number of courtroom deputies there with our court staff, as well as us throughout the day while we're there, as well as walking through the building, doing sweeps in the morning, as well as in the evening. We just think that courthouse security is a really prominent issue around the nation. And so we're asking for additional consideration again for courthouse security to be ramped up. We have been working with the sheriff and OPSO on protocols and policies and procedures. And so we just wanted to update the council on that information.
So where are you though, when it comes to getting the additional security? You're still in conversations with OPSO?
Yes, we're still in conversations with OPSO about getting the additional officers. We are hopeful that in the next coming weeks, especially after the Mardi Gras holiday, especially that things will ramp up with respect to our additional officers being in the court. But right now, we are definitely working with OPSO on that particular issue.
Got it.
Yeah, thank you. We've had some assessments that have been done by some other OPSO officers. In terms of the jury lounge and the court jury rooms, we are updating the jury lounge. We've had some water leakage into one of our newer constructed jury lounges. So we're working on renovations to that particular lounge. And then for our jury rooms, we understand we were provided with some funding, some additional monies that we can utilize in order to do some renovations to our court jury rooms. And so we appreciate that. Those plans have not yet started, the renovations, but hopefully will be underway fairly soon. So thank you so much for that support.
And in the meantime, what is the logistically, where do you put jurors when you do go under renovation?
So I think what we'll do, and I'll let Mr. Kasich proceed, answer that a little bit more, but I think what will happen is we will utilize the juries, the judges conference room if we have trials, or we will switch courts, because it's rare that all 12 sections would be in a trial at any one time. So we can maneuver that. But Mr. Kasich, you want to add anything?
Yeah, we haven't not heard. I know the council promised us some bond money from the last hearing, and we haven't met with anyone yet. I've reached out to Capital Projects and they said that the paperwork hasn't made it to them yet. So I'm not sure where we stand with capital improvements. Supposedly there was $5 million dedicated for this project. I've reached out to Capital. We're looking at city planning. We tried to meet with city planning, but they were tied up with something else. So we're waiting to hear back to see what's the next step for us to proceed with this funding.
Got it. Well, we'll also, send some correspondence to try to push this along.
Once we get with Capital Projects, there's a project manager assigned to it, and they will assist us on scheduling and facilitating how we move judges from one section. It's obviously going to be a disruption to their court. So it'll be scheduled. We've worked with capital projects in the past on 2 other projects and it worked really well.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you. And so for the third update is technology. We are happy to say that there are technology updates that will be done to all of our court reporting systems. Our systems are probably 2 years older than what we need them to be. And so we have recently received funding as a result of our city council allocations to update all of our court reporting systems, our audio systems, so that we can have better transcription of trials and hearings and et cetera. So we're happy about that. We're also continuing to use the virtual platform with Zoom in conjunction with our partnership with DOC, Department of Public Safety and Corrections, as well as other in-state parishes, so that those defendants who are in custody who don't necessarily need to be transported can appear via Zoom. That helps us to get case processing faster. It also helps with security for those facilities as well as OJC, and that OJC does not have to house additional in custody defendants overnight or for an extended period of time if it's not necessary. And so there are a number of hearings that are not substantive and that don't require the defendants to be there in person. By law, they can appear via Zoom and consent to that virtual appearance. And so we're able to keep a lot of those defendants up to date on what's going on with their cases through discovery or pretrial hearings. That way they're engaged with their attorneys. We also still utilize the breakout rooms so that they can talk to their attorneys, especially when they're in another parish or when in DOC custody. So we're continuing to use the Zoom virtual platform for that purpose. Our in-custody defendants are coming over to court more often. A number of the judges at criminal court are now scheduling in-custody defendants on a daily basis, pretty much, to come over to court to handle various cases. So that's working out. And in recent discussions with the Sheriff Hudson, she's seen as a result a decrease in the population there, because we are able to process those cases, and those persons who are serving DOC time or those persons who need to go to another parish to address another issue, we're able to address those cases so that they can move out of OJC and they're just not sitting there. And then finally, I think magistrate court is running well. We have 4 very well qualified, experienced magistrate commissioners. And we think that, all is well in terms of the commissioners and what they are doing. We are having quarterly meetings with our commissioners, and they also have monthly access being supervised by Judge Lombard, and then, of course, by Chief Pittman and I. And so that's our updates, unless you all have any questions.
Any questions from the dais? Council President Morrell?
I'm sure you guys are aware of the resolution we sent over regarding the South White entrance. I know the council had previously committed to assist in providing the funding for the installation of the cameras. I just want to see what is the status on that. I know that y'all had conversations with the district attorney on that. And can we be of any assistance in facilitating and getting that done quicker?
Mr. Kasich.
We haven't received any notification from the council as to funding for the camera system. This is the first I'm hearing about it.
Okay, well, I know I've had conversations with the judges directly, and I've said the concern that I got from judges regarding the South White interest in the DA's office was that there were concerns that individuals would or could let people in that were not authorized to be in. So the conversations we had, which I had directly with, I believe Judge Pittman and also with Judge Davalier, was that the council would seek to relieve that issue by offering to install cameras at that entrance so that access could be restored to the DA's office to bring victims and witnesses through that door, and that judges could maintain oversight to make sure that the appropriate people were using the door. I've also met with Councilmember Geruso, who agreed, and we said that we would facilitate the funding of the installation of the cameras to resolve the issue.
And so I have had, along with Judge Pittman and our security chair, Judge Kimya Holmes, as well as our co-chairs, Judge Lamana Lombard, regarding having a OPSO deputy there along with the cameras, and then also establishing a protocol with the DA's office.
Well, I think the reason why we offered to do the camera is because we knew that due to the issues you have with OPSO, if having a sheriff present was going to be a requirement, then it left the access to the door at the mercy of whether a sheriff would be present.
That's
So the whole reason why we offered to front the funding for cameras was to not have the opening and closing of that door contingent upon a sheriff being present. If the judge's position is a sheriff has to be present, then at that point, we don't need to give you funding for a camera because that defeats the purpose of having a camera there.
Yes, that remains the position of the judges, is that we definitely need an OPSO officer there so that they can check, because the camera won't be able, obviously, to look into bags, to do any searches, to check anyone. And so the judges have previously talked about the fact that we really would prefer, as we do at all of the entrances, the one on Tulane and South Broad, to have an OPSO officer there as well. And so Judge Juana Lombard.
But people coming in that door just with the camera, I thought the camera was additional backup to stop. So the problem we have, and the sheriff and I even witnessed it on a security tour, is that if a sheriff is not there, people open the door from the inside. So yeah, you will see someone come in without a card key, but you're not seeing, and it's not judicial employees, but it's employees of the two other agencies operating in and around the courthouse. And it's not just DA employees. There's also clerk's employees that open the door and let people in. The problem is if I'm opening the door for Councilmember Moreno and someone else walks up to enter, none of these people are going to get into an altercation or slam a door in someone's face, and nor should they, because they're not trained to do that. And we've had issues that we can't go into, but we've had issues of things being brought into the courthouse that don't belong in the courthouse, that could be a security issue for not just the judges, but the general public. So we have to have someone searching the bags as they're coming in the door, because otherwise the DA's office is not searching the bags, even though they could be, but that's still not their responsibility. So if someone brings a knife in the courtroom, if someone brings a recorder in the courtroom, I mean, obviously nobody's going to smuggle a gun in the courtroom, but we have had other things come into the court that we find, and they are security issues, which is why we're also pressing security in the courtrooms.
Councilmember Burrell, is there an option for us to have both the cameras and the deputies?
I'll tell you from my
Council
perspective,
opposed to that?
I think it's redundant. I think if we're gonna make access now, to be clear, does anyone have access to the South White door at all right now?
Sure.
Yes, our employees have access because they have the access key cards. They're authorized to come into court.
I guess my position would be, if your employees who are court employees who are properly vetted have access in and out, the purpose of doing the camera as a compromise was that the assumption would be that the DA's office, also as officers of the court, who are bringing people that they are escorting from their office, which has a metal detector in which they do check bags, that would be appropriate for them to use that door with their swipe card if the people they brought through had gone through their security mechanisms. The purpose of the camera was to assure judges, and that was the compromise I thought I had negotiated, but apparently it is not, that they were only bringing in the people that have been vetted through their office. If the position of the judges is that is not sufficient, then a camera is not necessary, because you're going to have I will tell you what is bothersome to me is all the examples you just gave, your staff could do the same thing. Your staff could let someone in doing the same thing with the card, and to have a different standard for the other employees of the court. It's one thing if you're just going to say South White is closed because there's no deputy there. But if your staff can still use it and other people cannot, in my opinion, on its face, it's a double standard, because every concern you have could apply to anyone using South White, including your staff with swipe cards. So for my purpose, there's no reason to have a camera there if the door is going to remain unusable to anybody else unless the sheriff is present. And I guess my frustration is, I know from our last meeting, I want to say in December and January, we were all operating under the assumption this had been resolved, and it obviously has not been resolved. And I'm not going to totally steal the thunder from Councilmember Green, but I am continually bothered by the idea that under the current policy of this court with the sheriff's office, victims and witnesses have to go through the same door as defendants, and the intimidation and other issues that they could face is problematic.
Excuse me, they do now. That's the thing that we've been saying all along. We have a door that only attorneys and jurors can come through. And that door is manned with a metal detector and sheriffs. And we have said repeatedly to the DA's office, we are not asking you to walk them up the steps at 2 Lane and Broad. We're asking you to come through the same side door that our jurors come through, that the attorneys come through, and there's no one else that comes through that door.
That door is on the far other side of the building. So the whole idea of South White being available is the closest door to the DA's office is South White. It's across the street. The other door you're offering to them would require them to walk around the entire perimeter of the building, either on the back end or the front end to get to the other entrance, which still has the issue of when the people are queued up in front of the building to get inside, which they are queued up because it's like a funnel. I mean, that's just the nature for security reasons, and validly so. It's a funnel where people go through to make sure that they're appropriately not armed or the like. You have to walk through that area to get to the other door, or best case scenario, along the back side of the building, which is still problematic. So like I said, I'm disappointed this isn't resolved. I thought we had it resolved. Obviously it's not. And if it's not resolved, I think that it needs to be resolved with a sense of urgency by the sheriff's office to staff the door.
I think.
We agree.
We agree.
So, and Councilman Morrell, I mean, previously there was such an agreement where the DA's office did have access. That is when we had to develop the security protocol to close South White, basically because of the things and the contraband that have been found in the court, and because of the number of access people that were utilizing that South White Street side. We have control over our employees, but we do not have control over other agency employees, whether or not they have access to the building. So we had to take some precautionary measures. I understand your frustration. We're frustrated as well. But just like every other governmental building, federal court, Jefferson Parish Court, City Hall has certain protocols in place for entrances and exits. We would like the same type of treatment for everyone's safety. And we do not have custody or control over anyone else other than our court employees. Other people were bringing in access members of their families, other kinds of contraband that have gotten in over this past year. And so we had to come up with a very stern policy about South White Street for the protection and interests of everybody, including the jurors who come into court, all of our staff, and for everyone who works in criminal district court. We appreciate all of the work that you all have done. We agree with you. But we just wanted you to know that it wasn't on a knee-jerk reaction. This is something that happened over time after careful consideration.
Well, and I think that was the purpose of why I worked with Councilmember Jeruso to offer the compromise of
appreciate
having a camera at the location. That way, if there were instances in which contraband is introduced into the building, it would be a very simple issue for y'all to revoke South White access if it was abused. So that was my perspective. The perspective of many of my colleagues was that the whole purpose of the camera was if contraband came into the South White entrance or someone was let in that shouldn't have been let in, you would have the discretion to see the DA's office or someone caused it, and then you could lock down South White again. But to deal with the sheriff's office and their staffing is challenging, and I remain concerned about the access to South White. So thank you.
Just to be clear, I wanted to ask a question. Okay.
Just wondering if this could potentially work. So the district attorney has, I believe, sheriff's deputies working at the entrance of his office. When he needs to walk people over, would it be a possibility for him to be able to access South White if he is walking over the individuals with one of the sheriff's deputies? And then that way you have a sheriff's deputy walking across the street with the individuals. That sheriff's deputy, could once again, as the individuals are walking through, make sure that no one has any type of contraband, make sure that no one is following in behind him. Everyone gets in through the door safely and we move along. Could that be a workable option?
So, I mean, that's what we're asking for, is to have a sheriff's deputy at that door, but
Well,
we
this
need,
would be posted there. This would be
Mhm.
someone who's at the DA's office, but when
Mhm.
they're walking across the street and coming over, that this sheriff's deputy would be escorting them in, making sure that everyone gets in safely. that no one is following behind them, that there are no extra individuals coming in the door and, can search for contraband. And then the person would, this sheriff's deputy, once everyone's in safely, would go back to his post at the DA's office.
Well, I mean, we can certainly discuss
Yeah.
that particular option,
I'm just trying
as
to
an
find a
option, if
solution
it's
here.
if it's a sheriff's deputy who's post certified, as opposed to a DA investigator. I
Sure.
think that was sort of the difference, that we had discussed before.
And just for clarity, I guess at this time is the council's proposal or desire that this be reopened. But this is just for victims and witnesses and investigators, correct? This isn't for the whole 100 and something employees in the DA's office that's coming in and out.
That's been our understanding from the
Okay.
district attorney's office. Yes. Okay. Any other questions? Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, I mean, on this point, if you come through City Hall right now, there aren't sheriff's deputies posted up. There's a private security agency. Would you be amicable to have a person who's like a private security person like we have at City Hall who can also man the doors?
Absolutely. If there's funding provided, absolutely. If
Yeah.
it's post certified, security, absolutely. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks.
Yes.
All right, seeing no more questions, any public comment on the criminal court judges?
No, ma'am.
No public comment. Okay, well,
Okay.
that completes this.
Thank you so much for your time
Thank
this
you.
morning.
Thank you, council members, for having us.
Thank you. Real quick, some quick cleanup here. Now that I have a quorum, Anita, for attendance purposes, we have 4 members of the committee present. Councilmember Harris, Councilmember King, myself, and Council President Morrell. I want to note that Councilmember Eugene Green is also in attendance today. Let me begin with the approval of the minutes from the January 23rd, 2023 meeting. Can I get a motion on that, please? It's been moved by Councilmember Harris first, seconded by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor? 4 yeas, no nays. Okay, and that brings us next to Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. Is Orleans Parish Juvenile Court ready to present? Is the district attorney here? Get here. NOPD is not here. Juvenile JJIC is not here. Police monitor, not here. And the sheriff, I see Perlina, but I don't see the rest of the sheriff's representatives. All right, well, apparently the juvenile court judges are parking. Who do we have, Anita? All right, we'll just wait a couple minutes for the juvenile court judges then.
I'm sure you do. I know.
All right, while we're waiting, we do have some public comments that are kind of more general about, I believe, the crime situation in our city. So let's go ahead and hear some of those online comments now. When the judges come in, we can get started on their presentation.
First comment is from Jonathan Anthony Roberts. In fact, he has two separate comments, so I'll read them together. What actions has the city council taken to address public safety issues in the past quarter? And what progress has been made on implementing new initiatives aiming at improving public safety in our community? Additionally, could you provide an update on the budget allocation for public safety initiatives, crime statistics, and trends in the city, and any legislative initiatives related to public safety? And the rest of his comment is, what steps is the city council taking to address any operational or financial challenges faced by the various criminal justice stakeholders, such as the Orleans Parish Criminal District Court, the New Orleans Police Department, the Orleans Parish Sheriff? Additionally, what measures is the city council putting in place to ensure that public safety initiatives are effectively implemented, and what is the timeline for seeing meaningful results? And then the last comment we have is from Larry Cacho. Hello, I am Larry. I'm 23-year-old Afro-Latino male. A recent survey showed that 15 to 35-year-old Black men have the highest murder rate in the city of New Orleans. The survey showed that at the current rate, about 38% of Black men in New Orleans will be murdered before they reach 35. I'm a Black man and I have friends younger and older than me who are also Black, and to think we are in danger of not seeing our 30s is unacceptable. We cannot and will not stand for this. I'm asking the city council to work hard at coming up with strategies, procedures, processes, and actions to change the rate that people, especially Black men, are being killed. These are people's sons, brothers, friends, boyfriends, and husbands. The tears of our mothers in New Orleans who have lost a child flow like the Mississippi River. May God strengthen you and cause you to act. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not starting this. I know, I'm not, no,
Is that all the comments, Anita? Okay. Is here.
Okay, all right.
How far out are the juvenile court judges?
It's about 5 more minutes.
Okay, let me take JJIC because that shouldn't be long. Do you guys want to go? You want to go? JJIC? Yeah? All right, let's take them because I don't think that they'll still take very long. And then we'll take the juvenile court judges. Hmm?
Okay, nice review. Slide master. Sorry. Oh, where is it? Here we go.
This show is so much in that.
Yes.
Hey, Ms. Williams.
Good morning, council.
Morning, and congratulations on your full appointment now.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, well deserved. So whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and start your presentation. Introduce who's with you though, please.
Okay, so I'm Michelle Williams. I'm the executive director of the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. I have Superintendent of Supportive Services, Lee Reisman, and then my immediate supervisor, Mr. John Thomas, Director of Homeland Security. All right, so we're gonna give some updates in regards to the juvenile justice system, and we'll start with our recruitment efforts. For last quarter, we have for continued efforts in attending job fairs, continuing to work the registers, civil service registers, and also we're working with civil service to revamp some of the job titles, as I spoke at several council member meetings about the titles can sometimes be misleading because they say juvenile detention counselors. And we do get a lot of social workers, but when they realize those positions are more in tune to being a correctional officer, they opt out. We to build the morale in the facility, we started doing more staff appreciation and staff recognition, focusing not just on recruitment, but also on retention, retaining the quality staff that we do have at JJIC. Last quarter, we hired one reentry support specialist, one ground patrol officer, 3 juvenile detention counselors, 1 plant engineer, and 1 food service worker. We still continue to face obstacles in filling some of our core positions in the administrative section. So we are still in search of a superintendent of residential life, and that person will replace me. That was the last position that I held. Superintendent of facilities, and that individual is responsible for overseeing the entire maintenance department. A fiscal supervisor that will help headline our fiscal office. We had a training coordinator. We lost our training coordinator. He moved to another state, and so we are in search of a training coordinator, a data manager, and a system security manager, which is would be the chief of our grounds patrol department that oversees the external parts of the facility. Last quarter, we had our intake and release. We had 105 youth admitted to JJIC. We released 129. Out of those releases, 43 were non-detention cases, meaning the DA's office decided not to bring charges or pursue charges against the youth that were detained. We had 3 819 releases, which the DA's office did not file a petition in a timely manner. So by state law, those kids had to be released. We had 75 court-ordered releases, meaning the judges made a decision and those kids were ordered to either participate in other programs or they were released to their parents. We had 8 youths to be transferred to OJJ. As you all know, there was a issue with OJJ finding placement to house kids, and so they will stay with us longer than anticipated, but they are picking their youth up as space becomes available. 0 critical incidents, and that is incidents that were reported to 911. There was something I know that you are aware that made the news. However, the story wasn't accurate, and we did respond, where they alleged that a youth attempted to escape the facility and assault a staff. So the escape part was a little exaggerated. However, there was an issue with the staff, and we responded to that accordingly, and there was no critical incident. Our top charges for the youth that we saw last quarter were simple burglary, armed robbery, illegal possession of a handgun by a juvenile, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, and simple criminal damage to property.
Ms. Williams, what is the total, Council President, what is the total current population?
Today is 47.
47?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, 41. We released some youth on yesterday. We had some non-detentions to come in also.
So I'll speak to Travis Hill School. Daily, their average is an 88 to 90% student attendance rate. 100% of students completed state testing in December. They are the only school in New Orleans to earn the Comeback Campus Award on January 31st, 2023, presented by Assistant Superintendent of Louisiana from Office of School Choice. The Comeback Louisiana campus performing at a higher level in reading and math than before the pandemic. This is 1 out of 41 schools statewide and currently preparing for the state spring LEAP testing. I'll also speak to Children's Hospital, some data reported back from them and some progress, and shout out to their continuum of care highlight. So from August 2022 to January 2023, there's an average of approximately 51 youth at the facility. There have been in that time frame 453 mental health visits, 315 medical visits by providers, 319 social work visits by a licensed clinical social worker, and 467 sick calls logged by their nurses. One big success from Children's Hospital is that they were able to now provide rapid COVID testing in-house. And so it reduced the quarantine time upon intake from about 48 to 72 hours. It shortened that time, that quarantine time. I'm just going to read out this highlight in regards to continuum of care. There was an incident, I think it was in December. A youth was dropped off on a Friday night after 7-day hospital stay at UMC Hospital. But the nurse escalated it and with concern to the manager and the doctor for JJIC because the youth came with an injury. Within about 30 minutes, the youth was accepted as a direct admit to Children's Hospital, where they stayed for an additional 11 days. On discharge, JJIC received a report from Children's and was able to ask for specialized wound care supplies for this youth and their specific needs. The youth arrived with a bag of supplies and a 2-page step-by-step wound care instructions that included pictures of the youth wounds as a guide for the nurses for continued care and wound treatment. The day after he left JJIC, youth had wound care appointment and a follow-up at Children's Hospital. So it just shows and highlights this really a progress in the continuum of care from Children's Hospital to the clinic that we have at JJIC.
To that. All right, so security updates. The capital project overhaul is something that I spoke about, and that's the project that includes the cameras and the doors and locks at JJIC. That project is in progress. It has been in progress since December 9th of 2022. The first phase, which is the replacement and making sure that all of the cameras are operable, has been completed, and we are preparing for training to learn the new system. And then the second phase, which will include the overhaul retrofitting of locks and doors and card swipes, is set to begin after we do a complete integration. So we're moving from 2 systems, which is the Vigilon system and telecom, and the Johnson control system, to 1 system, which will all be functioning under Vigilon and in telecom. And so I thank you, council, for the support from the last quarter meeting about the doors and locks. That project is definitely on track. In terms of our security department, that's our external grounds patrol that provides security externally throughout the facility, not the ones that work directly with the youth, but we are seeing a limited pool of applicants, and I think it has a lot to do with most of those applicants are going to the real-time crime center. But we still are aggressively trying to fill those vacancies. We have 4 out of 8 filled. we are also working to improve the technology infrastructure, and hopefully we will be getting patrol vehicles just to patrol the perimeter, because we are responsible for the entire complex, including the court section and the juvenile intake. So we do need at least a vehicle to patrol the perimeters. Go ahead, Ms. Susan.
So I'll speak to the Youth Supportive Services Department, some of the successes we've seen in the last quarter and the barriers. One of our major successes is in the intensive in-home and community supervision program. We currently have 33 youth participating and enrolled in the program. Since November 2021, we've had 112 participants in the program. 54 of those have graduated successfully, which is a rate of 68.35% are graduating successfully. 98.9% of the participants do not receive a new arrest or adjudication while enrolled in the program. In addition to that, over October and December, we had several events throughout the facility through the supportive services. One was through the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, having a lunch and learn. We have regular weekend fellowship for the youth, so fellowship usually on Saturday and Sundays. We had our Fall Fest, which was a resource fair where various community partners came and tabled in the rec yard and allowed the youth to learn about more resources that are in their communities. The Youth Art Movement Summer Project had their unveiling event on November 30th. And Ubuntu sponsored and organized 2 family events, one for Thanksgiving and one for Christmas. The Thanksgiving event saw 26 families join and participate. And the Christmas event, the Christmas dinner, had 22 families participate. In regards to some barriers, we also need some vehicles for the intensive in-home supervision program, where the reentry specialists are doing regular curfew checks and home visits and various field work engagement activities. Also, technology infrastructure prevents real-time documentation to be shared across departments. So just improving our data management, which we are actively working on through FamCare and DataWorks. And then we currently have 3 of 7 social service workers positions filled and continuing to pursue filling those vacancies.
I'd just like to add, this intensive home supervision program started as a pilot program. And with the juvenile courts, we had some issues early on in the program. And then we went back to the drawing board. Myself, along with Ms. Reisman, sat down with Chief Judge Darrensburg and Judge Anderson to try to make this program successful and make sure that we were not just servicing children, that we were trying to service the family as a whole. If there was a need, that we tried to meet the need and fill a gap through community partners, through community resources. And so I would just like to say it has from start to where we are now, we have made tremendous progress working together to try to service not just the youth that are that come into JJIC in the court, but the family as a whole. And so we are seeing, I would say, great results right now. And our last slide is just to highlight, so you can see in with your eyes that positive things are happening at JJIC, and we are trying to do all that we can to improve the quality of life for the population that we serve, but not just the children that we serve, their families as well. What Ms. Reisman failed to mention is that at these events, we gifted each and every family through our partnerships with not just Ubuntu Village, the King Jameer Foundation, Wayne and White, pardon me, law firm. They provided families with turkeys and gift cards and all the fixings for the holidays, for Christmas and also for Thanksgiving. And then the community churches that come to the facility on weekends came on Christmas. So this photo to your far left at the bottom, where I'm photographed is one of JGIC staff and one of the pastors coming to the facility on Christmas morning. We went door to door, waking each and every child up saying Merry Christmas, and giving each and every child just something because it was Christmas morning. And that concludes our presentation, and we open for questions.
First of all, I want to thank my colleagues for starting the meeting. We had a meeting at the Lowe's site, New Orleans East, with some prospective businesses who may be interested. So I wanted to be there, but I also wanted to be here. And so thank you guys for starting. And I'll thank all of the stakeholders for agreeing. And Councilman Moreno, I think doing this quarterly was definitely a great idea. It allows us to do this comprehensively, but also we don't have to have all of these piecemeal meetings. We have so many meetings now. We don't have to have all these piecemeal meetings and people can get out there doing their work. I think it's a great recommendation. We may want to look at some other areas where we can consolidate some stuff too. But Councilmember Moreno for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have my presentation numbered, but it was on the Q4 section. It doesn't matter if you go up to it again. I just want to get additional information. If you could send to us on the discharges of the types of offenses of the discharges. If you could send that information to the council, that would be helpful.
The actual offenses?
Yeah, the
Okay.
actual offenses, that would be great. The other thing I wanted to mention is that, you know, this overall was a very good and concise, thorough presentation. And I just appreciate that. You also sent us a presentation well in advance, which I very much appreciate that. So thank you for being so timely in this. And then the final piece, Director Williams, that I wanted to mention to you is during our previous quarterly report meeting, we had discussed about going to the legislature to try to have Medicaid coverage for incarcerated children, which would be so critical. Once again, I talked to now Senator Royce Duplessis, who has agreed to assist in this. I wanted to let you know that we're sending an email connecting you and Senator Duplessis so that you can work through this particular process and see how far we can get, because it would be incredibly beneficial to providing services for the children at JJIC if we can get this type of waiver done.
Well, thank you. I reached out as well, but it was during election time. And so I was advised to just kind of follow up after election. And I sent you an email saying, I heard you and I'm following up, I'm following through. And so if we can get that, that would be helpful. It would alleviate a lot of costs because we have a lot of kids that come into the facility that come already wounded and need additional services. And so we are transporting from wound care, even though it happens in the facility, orthopedic specialists, so dentists. We have a lot of kids that are in need of medical services when they come into the facility for things that existed before they were detained.
And you know, you're talking about physical wounds, but of course, this would also cover mental health care costs as
Yes.
well, which would be tremendous also. All right, well, thank you so much. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
Chair.
Thank you. As I don't have anything burning, so as chair, I'm going to wait for my colleagues to get their concerns or questions. Councilmember Morel.
Thank you. I don't have any follow-up questions. I just want to thank y'all for a very thorough presentation. I think as far as today is concerned, this is kind of the gold standard. You got this to us in advance. We had the opportunity to review it. You anticipated the vast majority of our questions and addressed them based on our previous meetings. And really, at this point, if there's anything the council can do to assist you in the job that you're doing, I know we worked together on specifically targeting those positions where we had to remove the local residency requirement, and you guys worked with us to kind of make the case for that. And we appreciate it because when we're working with facilities like JJIC and we're going to remove that residency requirement, we really have to air to the public why it's necessary. And you guys were a great partner in doing that. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support for that, Council.
Councilmember King.
Great job.
Councilmember Harris.
You mentioned the need for patrol cars. I know we have a mid-year budget adjustment coming up. I would encourage you to let us know what you need and how much money for the patrol cars. I think it's critically important that we continue to support you, especially with security issues especially with caring for the children who are incarcerated. And I just want to say for the Travis Hill School, those are great numbers. When I visited, I just saw the entrepreneurial spirit of all those kids. And if we could just focus them into entrepreneurial efforts outside of what they're currently doing, I think that would be great and benefit all of our community. So thank you.
I'll also be working with the director with cars. When I first started the intensive probation was single digits. And with Director DeShell and Chief Judge Darrensburg, we was able to get it up to the double digits. So we need to get those vehicles and get our people out there to actually do these checks. So thank y'all for that. And I'll be working with the CEO as well for that. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you all very much for your work, and I appreciate the fact that you all are in a challenging situation, you know, and whatever we can do to help out, I want to, certainly express my support. I do have one question, and I don't see a representative of the DA's office here, so I'm going to ask you what would be a question for the DA's office. You mentioned discharges, 129 discharges,
Yes,
which included a number of people, a youth, for whom the DA did not charge in a timely manner. Could you give an explanation? Because on the face of it, you suggested that it wasn't done in a timely manner. How do those discharges happen? And are you all notified? And then what happens with the youth who is involved with the program at the time?
so it's only 3 that have the 819 discharge, and the law states that the charges have to be brought in a timely manner, so which is roughly 72 hours. And if a kid is not brought, if the case is not petitioned or not seen in court, charges are not brought, then the kid should be rightfully released from JJIC. And so what myself and my team has done, we have a specific social worker dedicated to making sure that each and every child receive due process. And so at the end of the 72 hours, before the end of the 72 hours, we are reaching out to their attorneys and we're saying, it's day 2, we're approaching day 3. You need to see if this kid is gonna have his day in court, or be prepared to petition the court for his or her release. And so when the deadline is missed, they petition the courts, and then those kids, they file a petition with the judge, and by law, the judge signs off because this kid has to be released. It hasn't had his day in court. He or she hasn't had their day in court.
So that's your social worker who files in court.
No, we just notified, we have someone internally tracking it at JJIC to keep the attorneys that represent the kids on their toes to say, listen, time is of the essence. If this kid doesn't get seen in court by such and such time tomorrow, let's just say 12 noon or the end of court, this kid, they're in violation of these kids' rights. And so you should be filing a petition to have this kid released.
So the number that you gave was 3?
Yeah, so it was 129, what we call discharges, but then we have subcategories. So out of the 129, 43 of those, I don't have the slide up, but 43 of those were considered non-detention. That means the DA's office looked at it and decided they weren't going to petition the case or bring charges. So those kids were automatically released for whatever charges that they were brought in on. The 3-8-19 are to pursue charges, but we didn't get a non-detention on those kids, meaning they were not going to take the charges at all. They just failed to file in a timely manner. They missed the deadline.
Do you get a reasoning from the DA, and the DA can answer this when he comes up, as to why they did not file in a timely manner? And what period of time is that we're talking about?
72 hours.
No. Over those 3 were since the beginning.
That was for last quarter, and then we're in a new quarter. So we track daily. We track daily. And so Ms. Reisman and her team, they're responsible for everything court related with these kids. They follow those cases, and we have social workers assigned. And so her department tracks that daily.
What do you do with the child who is in? Look, the technical terms, I want to make sure.
The 819.
Yes.
They're released to the parents because lawfully we cannot hold them. Now, we don't just open up the door and let them out. We make sure we have the proper documents. We have, I'm sorry, council
No,
member.
no, no, I want the
We have
public needs.
processes in place. And so the social worker knows if the lawyer is not aware, we are aware. And so we are reaching out to the attorney. Most of them are represented by the Louisiana Center for Children's Rights. So we are reaching out. We have put ourselves in a position and built relationships with each and every department. And sometimes we reach out to members of the DA's office and say, is this gonna be treated as a non-detention? Are y'all gonna bring charges? We are approaching the deadlines.
Okay, so of the 129 discharges, approximately 43 were of the district attorney deciding that the charges were not meritable, if you will, or,
Correct.
all right.
And 3 were 819, meaning we didn't know what they thought because they missed the deadline. And then the 75 was court order where judges saw kids in court and made decisions either to release them to the parents or release them to other programs like the Evening Reporting Center, Mellow, Grow. The judges, those had went through the adjudication process as it was supposed to.
You use terms such as entered and discharged. So if there were 105
Admits.
Admit.
Mhm.
129 discharges?
Yes.
Does that mean that there are now 24 additional bids available at the JJIC?
No, that means this was the last quarter. So this means, and so when you see 129, they may have some discharges from the previous quarters because the average length of stay at JJIC is supposed to be anywhere from 1 hour to 15 days, but in New Orleans, I'm gonna just be honest, they may stay anywhere from 30 days to 3 years. So some of those adjudications, although we only took in 105 during that quarter, 129 were adjudicated discharge, but some of the 129 may have come from another quarter of previous years.
I appreciate your honesty because you did mention something that's of significant concern, but I'll ask about it. Those 8 youth adults that were transferred to OJC, there were 8.
That's different. So,
No, I'm asking you about those. Those were 8. Were they transferred because they were of age to be transferred? Were they all over the age of 18?
well, this is different. So OJJ is the Office of Juvenile Justice. Those were the ones that go to juvenile facilities. We had 6, but and that will be in my next quarter report, that were over the age of 18 and 1 19-year-old that was transferred to OJC because there was nothing keeping them at JJIC on juvenile charges. Everything that they had, they were being adjudicated through the adult system and they were 18 and 19.
Director, instead of the acronyms, you might want to spell out what OJJ and OJC is
Right,
for.
so OJJ is the Office of Juvenile Justice.
Right.
OJC is the Orleans Justice Center where you formerly OPP.
And I may have done that myself, but from the transfers from JJIC, Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, to the Justice Center, I mean, the prison at the end of
See,
OJ was 6.
6, and that was
Because of their ages.
yes. And they don't have any
What ages were they?
18 and 19-year-olds. So we could JJIC,
Is it just rumor that there was one person who was transferred who was at the JJIC for at least 3 years? No,
no, not out of this group.
nobody was there for 3 years. Okay,
No, they had previously in the past. They were there 3 and 4 years.
how long ago
Oh, this been before COVID.
have we ended that practice?
Yes.
Okay, so now they'll be there for no longer than what before they're transferred?
So at midnight of the 18th birthday, met with Miss Paulina from Sheriff Susan Hudson's office, and we put a process in place where if they only have adult charges and there's nothing holding them in juvenile, on midnight of their 18th birthday, so 17 going into 18, we will be transferring those grown men or women at that time to the adult population at OJC.
That's a new policy that's consistent because I've heard concerns.
It's the law.
Right.
Yeah.
We've been the law.
We've been
Yeah.
violating the law for a long
Oh,
time.
Right.
I hate to say it. I'm trying to, Councilman Thomas can help me sometimes by being just straightforward. We've been violating the law for a long time. But you know, the problem with the violation of the law is that those who might be there at age 14 and 13 are in the same facility with 18 and 19-year-olds, sometimes who are up for adult charges versus burglary or possession or things like that.
I
And that's
agree.
a grave disservice to the young persons who might be interested in rehabilitation, unless you tell me that that something's wrong. Why are we violating the law?
Well, when they're 18 and they're being adjudicated as adults, lawfully, they should be transferred to an adult facility. However, I have to be honest and transparent with you. They will have some men or women at age 18 still residing at JGIC if they are being adjudicated as juveniles, meaning if the crime happened at 15 and for whatever reason the case didn't move in a timely manner, for whatever reason, and now they're 18, if they're still being adjudicated as a juvenile until that adjudication process, meaning they done went to the courts and they've been found delinquent, they will have to remain at JGIC until post adjudication, only on juvenile charges. But if they are being tried as an adult, they have to at midnight of their 18th birthday be transferred to OJC.
In your experiences, which are vast, what is the oldest that you've seen a youth or a person in JJIC? Age 20. What were the charges?
Murder.
Murder. So you had someone in JJIC in your experience who was charged with murder.
Yes,
Around 13-year-olds charged with burglary.
right. But
It's a challenge.
lawfully and DCFS compliance, everybody, age makes a difference. So they have to be housed differently, separate and apart from the juveniles. And even when they're being adjudicated as juveniles, and they have to be schooled different. And that's what I think the public don't understand. It's difficult in a very small space to try to, and where kids have the rights and education to separate the two. And we work very hard to do that.
Right. And I want the public to be aware because sometimes there's rumor versus fact.
Mhm.
But you're presenting facts right now, but it's important to follow the law. And there's a reason that the law exists. And that's on a lot of people other than ourselves. But at the end of the day, a 20-year-old incarcerated at the JJIC for murder is much different from a 13-year-old who is accused of juvenile delinquent type.
I agree.
And I hope that we will follow the law and, whatever needs to be done. I know the district attorney can get involved with that, but it's a challenge for someone because you did say like education, the GROW program. If you participate in the GROW program, you don't have just individual instruction for somebody who's 20 years old, who's in there for murder.
Correct.
It's in a room with someone who's 13 years old, who's subject to burglary
Well,
charges.
it can put a strain on the teachers because Travis Hill make every attempt to educate every person in the JJIC. And so sometimes it's like because of that age group can't be in the actual school setting, we have to send teachers to them.
I appreciate your sincerity.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, that's not a phenomenon, a rare and unnatural
Terrible.
occurrence because it happens in the school system.
Right.
So we need to eliminate that from society. The other thing is, thank you for your questioning, Councilman, but you can't answer for the district attorney.
Correct.
You can only answer for the process. And when you talk about folk who are adjudicated to the criminal justice system, there are a lot of more other things that come in to play when you talk about how you segregate them, how you house them, or where you keep them based on the adult system and the juvenile system. So there are certain laws and processes that mandate what you do. So to say that you would want best practices to do this, then you're also relying upon the system to do what it has to do on its end, to clear a space, accept this person, adjudicate them into the system that they've aged out to. And if that doesn't happen, then the placement has to be where they're placed.
Correct.
I have just a couple questions. I have a standard question and I hope that everyone who's coming before this committee has thought about this. Our new police superintendent has released a plan that from the Metropolitan Crime Commission to others are calling promising in terms of the 3 points. Have you guys read that plan?
I haven't even seen the plan. I have not. I'm gonna just be honest with you.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I've read it.
Okay, well, I think, ground zero for everything is you would hope would be the family. But in criminal justice, ground zero is what happens with men and women on the front line for law enforcement. As you guys, since you oversee the juvenile detention center, as you take a look at that plan, how does it, or will it have you guys, well, you haven't seen it, so y'all haven't talked about it. How will it impact what you guys do at the juvenile center? Because this plan is going to have, especially as it moves forward, it's going to have impact on the entire system. So everyone needs to be versed in it as it relates to their part of the criminal justice system.
Just speaking with Chief Woodfork on some of the truancy and some of the other initiatives that she's taken on, we're going to work hand in hand with her with the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, as well as the intensive. And I appreciate you and also Councilmember Jeruso for being a part of the meeting yesterday as we work through the juvenile system with the juvenile court judges and everybody else. And I also appreciate the support as well, all the council persons up there that assist us and help us in the juvenile. But we're working closely with Chief Woodfork as she created initiatives and as we go through the planning as it relates to her making arrests and everything, how are we going to actually bring those kids in? And when they come into, and we talked about some of the screening processes yesterday that we're going to, Judge Dansbury was talking about initiating that as they bring them in there, we're going to try to, through JJIC, initiate some of those processes in conjunction with the police department, instead of them keep arresting people over and over and over, that we get to some type of intervention. Well, I'm working closely hand in hand with Chief Woodfork to make sure that we work hand in hand with the police department as the juveniles come in, that they're not seeing them come right back out on the street and committing the same crime over and over. So she has, I think the plan is good. She has a lot of truancy. She have a lot of things that deal specifically with juveniles. And we're going to work hand in hand with her to make sure that we support her initiative.
Well, I'm going to ask each stakeholder that question because it's time to stop throwing stuff on the board and hoping it sticks. And as I've talked to criminal justice experts around this country, they said if there's going to be a plan, there needs to be a central plan that everybody buys into. The public doesn't continue to need to be confused. Since experts say it's a good plan, we all need to buy it, because I can have my ideas about a criminal justice plan too, but I don't have a police force. I don't have a ticket book. I don't have a jail to put them in. I don't have a court for them to go through. So since the plan is released, because I don't know everything, I've gone out and I've called and I've talked to other people throughout the system to say, what is the one best thing we can do since we have a plan? And their answer was that we could all be proficient, understand it, and buy into the plan and support the plan. So it doesn't mean that there aren't other things, because I'm always ready for the comments. It doesn't mean that there isn't other things that people should do. But since we have a plan emanating from the police department, I would think that you would be proficient in terms of understanding and study it. I would think that I would understand and study it, and every part of the criminal justice system would understand and study it, and either say they don't think it'll work for their part of the system, or it will work for their part of the system. But I'm just tired of throwing stuff at the sticky board and hoping something fits.
What I say, Councilmember, if I may, I will definitely read the plan in its entirety. I was aware of the plan, entire plan, so I will educate myself on Chief Woodfork's plan and be ready to respond to anyone.
And that's not a criticism of anybody. What we've consistently heard is that working together works. Right?
I agree.
So that even those things that we want to initiate it, let it bubble up through the plan and see how it complements the plan. Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of in that same vein, I have not received the plan, nor have other council members. So I think if we could share that plan, that would be very helpful as well. And
Wait, let me say that if anybody here, if you want council members to be supportive, if you want people to, because everybody here has ideas. We have people who know probably more about the police department, like Councilmember Burrell. and others, and Councilmember Marino and Councilmember King, and folk, and I've been around a little while, I think it's extremely important that we all be educated up to the same point. We cannot have initiatives where you're saying, here, this is what I want to do, and I don't know anything about what you want to do. That's not going to work. It doesn't get people to buy in. So I'm going to ask everyone who comes here, if they've read the plan, how they feel about the plan, and if they're bought into the plan. Councilmember Morrell. No.
Sorry. Yeah,
Do I need to throw the Geico flag?
yes. A couple of points. I do, to echo Councilman Moreno's points. I do think there's been a kind of a theme that we've dealt with over the course of the last year regarding criminal justice, which is that many of the criminal justice partners find out about plans, whether it's a press conference. And then it's kind of left upon us to go figure out what the plan is by going and see how the newspapers report it. I will say that I think that any plan or any effort to deal with crime in the city of New Orleans, though it involves the NOPD, is not necessarily NOPD centric. I think what you've seen from this council in the last couple of months with many of the initiatives we've pushed, in particular with what's going on at NOPD, have not been NOPD centric, because we're trying to give NOPD room to breathe to establish what they want to do. But that being said, partners like yourself, partners like the school board, partners like a variety of other agencies like the Department of Health, there are initiatives that we can push to deal with the underlying issues that deal with crime. That being said, it is very difficult to work as a cohesive unit. And I have been, and will continue to be, very critical of the current crime task force for that specific reason. It's like the plans we've seen thrown at press conferences. We don't really have, as a council, as stakeholders, a clear idea of where things are going. We don't have clear briefings on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis where we're being led. And in the absence of having those clear conversations from the administration on where this plan is going, the people of the city of New Orleans are not going to stand by and not be led. And so what you see from the council and what we've been doing with a variety of initiatives many members have pushed is, in the absence of clear leadership, we're trying to show what initiatives we believe that are working with stakeholders like yourself, like the school board, like the Department of Health, and a variety of other groups to lead us somewhere safe. Because in the course of less than a year, we've seen 88-page plan from consultants that were paid over $1 million that refused to interact with the council. And we've heard about another 11-page plan that was introduced at a press conference that the council had never seen or heard of before. And to Council Vice President Moreno's point, we still have not seen, other than what we have read about from people who've covered that story. But we appreciate your willingness consistently sit at this table and work with us to try and resolve the issues facing our kids and our youth. In particular, the work y'all done at the Travis Hill Center has been truly transformational. I think that when you're looking at the underlying causes of crime, particular juvenile crime, it's a lack of resources, a lack of initiatives, and a lack of investment in our youth. And when you talk to the kids who've gone through that program, the kids who have been through your facility and received those resources they need, it's transformative. And I want to additionally add my name with Councilman Harris and Councilmember Moreno to working with Senator Duplessis to make sure we're maximizing federal dollars to have more resources for kids that are in your facility. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other council members. Ms. Williams, thank you for being one of the constants back at the Juvenile Justice Center with all of the turmoil and all of the changes. And one thing we can always count on is that you and the people who have been committed have been there. Also, a shout out to Darryl Gray, Gray and Wright Law Firm, the work they do with juvenile offenders and families and ex-offenders. I would wish that more law firms and more companies would follow suit. Thank you. Anything else you want to add?
No, just thank y'all for the support. This has been a blessing and helpful for me in my role
Thank you.
All
Thank you. Next, item on the agenda, Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. The Juvenile Court Judge Dansberg and our representatives, Judge Anderson. Judge Anderson.
Hi, good morning. So thank you all for the opportunity to present our quarterly plan to the New Orleans City Council. First, I want to just say, I know there's been several persons who have had the opportunity to speak today, but I know that I see several of the partners that we work with in the juvenile justice system, and I want to thank you all for the ability for collaboration. First, Chief Woodfork, who has reached out to juvenile court in regard to issues regarding kids that we're consistently seeing, JJIC, as we continue to work together to ensure best outcomes for our children, the district attorney's office that we continue to work with to make sure that we have fair and equitable opportunities to present matters in court, as well as the council. Also, I would like to thank Commissioner Stevens in the meeting that we had on yesterday in regard to being able to discuss some of these very important issues. So I'm assuming that everybody has had an opportunity to review our PowerPoint, and I'll just give you all just a few moments to prepare. Ready? Okay, well, good. All right, we'll have Councilmember Green. Good morning. All right, so if we'll get started, I think what we did is part of what we are presenting today is just where we are, where we'd like to be, and where we're going. If we take an opportunity to look at the slides, fulfilling our purpose. And the purpose of juvenile court, the judges of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court believe that through a unified voice, and when we say unified, that does not mean just the judges of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, but unified throughout the city of New Orleans. As we look at many of the partners that are here today, New Orleans Police, District Attorney's Office, Louisiana Center for Children's Rights, the council, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Commission, as well as all the things that we are doing to ensure public safety as well as best outcomes for our children. We believe that through a unified voice and collaboration, the New Orleans juvenile justice system can be a leader in administering fair and equal justice, provide individualized, comprehensive, and effective programs for delinquent and neglected youth, and assure accountability that builds safe, resilient families and communities. Our mission statement: to provide a court of excellence for children, youth, and families by enforcement of the Louisiana Children's Code. Since our last presentation, Orleans Parish Juvenile Court continues to actively work to create a court of accountability, fairness, and justice. We are proud to have led the charge in some areas of juvenile justice while simultaneously operating with limited resources and options for court-involved families. One of the things that I noticed that Councilmember Morrell said today was that a lack of resources and investment in our youth will continue to produce the outcomes that we see. Part of our presentation this morning is about investing in our youth. As we talk about some of the things at work, the Even Reporting Center continues to meet its goals, and we have seen a consistent reduction in juvenile arrests between the hours of 3 p.m. and 11 p.m. since its implementation in 2019. Our teen court program has only seen 1 rearrest since its inception. In addition to that, juvenile court has continued to work with JJIC with the intensive in-home supervision program, as well as the district attorney's office through diversion programs. But as we know, that is not enough. As we know, as we turn on the television and see the things that are happening in our community, that we all have to ask ourselves, what more can be done? So as the judges sit and discuss ways in an embark, how we can make a difference. One of the loopholes that we have seen in Orleans Parish Juvenile Court has been to working with kids when they first come into the system. Our goal this year is to continue to work to transform our juvenile justice system to improve public safety and outcomes for all court-involved youth and families. The court recognizes that we must work with other branches of government to make sure that each is available to the court. Judges do not work in a vacuum. We learn of situations facing children and their families, not only from the legal proceedings, the reports from social service agencies, the community-based partners, the community as well, the New Orleans Police Department, as well as probation departments and parties and attorneys. The quality of a judge's decision from the bench about children and their families is directly related to the quality of information that the judges receive. It is the role of juvenile court and the judge to ensure that the legal process is fair to all parties. One of the issues that has continued to present itself and that we have seen, especially since the pandemic, has been the mental health issue that is being raised and seen in our children. We have determined, and we know that over 70% of the juveniles that touch the juvenile justice system have had at least one diagnosable mental health issue. Having this information at the beginning of each case and having this information before that child comes in front of us is crucial to the prevention of recidivism and is crucial for the protection and the well-being of our community. What the juvenile court has requested, and if we begin the slides, is that if you look at slide 1, 70% of incarcerated youth meet the need for at least one critical mental health disorder. 46% of the kids that present themselves to juvenile court have disruptive conduct disorders. 34% of the children that represent themselves to the court have anxiety disorders. 18.3% have mood disorders, and 5% demonstrate suicidal behavioral tendencies. How that information is gathered is not only through the process of intake, but it's also gathered when knowing the mental health issues that those children may face, what type of specialized plan they may receive, what type of trauma their families may have been involved in, what other family members they have that may have touched the justice system, the criminal justice system, or the juvenile justice system, what percentage of those families are dealing with trauma, which percentage of those families are dealing with poverty. What we have proposed is a juvenile assessment center. Similar to other cities around the country, New Orleans has faced many challenges. And I also might add, not only around the country, but even just our neighboring parishes are already implementing and putting these processes in place, Jefferson Parish notably. Some of the challenges that are faced within the juvenile justice system. In 2003, the Louisiana legislature passed Act 1225, which outlines the planning and coordinating structure needed to create a lasting system of reform. Act 1225 helped to position juvenile justice as a priority to the state. To direct the state's effort outlined in Act 1225, in 2011, the Louisiana legislature passed House Resolution number 120, creating the Juvenile Justice Reform Act Implementation Commission. In their 2013 report, Sustaining Juvenile Justice System Reform, a report to the Louisiana Juvenile Justice Implementation Commission, Louisiana Institute for Public Health and Justice focused on 4 critical areas of need in the juvenile justice system. One currently unaddressed area was assessment and screening services. The report recommended that more efforts be made to become informed about a youth's risk level and needs when making decisions regarding appropriate services as well as supervision. And if we would move to the next slide, statement of need. Mental illness in the juvenile justice system is an often unaddressed issue that is becoming an increasingly obvious problem. As far back as 2006, the National Center for Mental Health and Juvenile Justice reported that 70% of youth in the juvenile justice system are afflicted with a mental health disorder, and as much as 27% suffer from a serious mental illness so severe it significantly impairs their ability to function. All juveniles should be screened upon admission for mental health conditions. Based upon the data, the New Orleans juvenile justice system does not currently possess the resources to identify or address the specific mental health needs of up to 70% of court-involved youth and families in New Orleans. The implementation of the Orleans Parish Juvenile Court Juvenile Justice Assessment Center will provide a more purposeful approach to juvenile justice and would allow the court to address the long overdue systematic problem of addressing mental health and the fair administration of juvenile justice for youth and families that benefit the larger community. The design of the program. The accurate screening and assessment of these individuals and family systems are necessary to develop appropriate and individualized services. The use of valid screening and assessment tools will assure the safety risks either to the public or the youth are identified accurately and appropriate interventions are implemented. That urgent needs are recognized and dealt with quickly, and that services provided will likely result in positive outcomes. A comprehensive individualized needs assessment of the behavioral and mental health issues that may be present will provide critical information that could change the trajectory of a case. Screening and assessment tools upon entrance into the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, JJIC, will aid in the evaluation of need and risk, including risk to the community, mental health need, risk and substance use and trauma response. Mental health assessments at initial contact will establish a rationale appropriate for interventions, provide strong foundation for objective decision-making, and guide many initial crucial decisions regarding the course of action to prevent recidivism and further escalation into the juvenile justice system. Complete assessments of risk and need will inevitably lead to increased collaboration and coordination of services and community-based programs. Quality assurance. Next slide. Efficient and effective implementation of a reliable assessment process requires comprehensive initial training and ongoing monitoring and follow-up training for quality assurance. Procedures and practices used to perform assessments and screening to make treatment decisions or recommendations must be consistently reviewed and updated to avoid minimization of the impact of the assessment and screening results. In addition, quality controls will focus on the metrics such as timeliness, access to services, delivery of services, and results. Staffing. In conjunction with the Orleans Parish Juvenile Court Intake Department, which is currently staffed, the OPJ JAC will be operational a 24/7 operation, which means that the court is requesting that this be staffed by 4 full-time and 2 part-time mental health professionals, social workers. The mental health professional will perform beginning level professional work in the application of social work principles and techniques through the administration of assessment instruments and recommendation pertaining to supportive services to juveniles and their families. How this would work. The mental health professional or social worker, which would work in conjunction with the intake specialist, would be at 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Mondays through Friday. A mental health professional would also assess any of the children who came in, because as we know, this is a 24-hour operation, which would include a mental health professional from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, mental health professional from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Friday, and a mental health professional / social worker from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Monday through Friday, and a PT mental health professional from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, and both Saturdays and Sundays. So as you can see, the request is that this would be 24 hours where we would not only have access to determine the race score or why the kid was brought in initially, but also to assess those needs that that family or that child may possess. And while we do provide this request, that we understand that this would have to go in conjunction with community partnerships and persons in the community who are already running services of where these referrals could be made once that need is assessed. The contract position, which would be 5 of them, for a total of $45,754 per person. So if we look at the amount that would be paid would be $40,000 plus the additional benefits for a total of $45,000. If we look at the 1, 2, 3, 4 positions that we're asking that be funded full-time, as well as the 2 positions on the weekends from the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift, this is for a total cost of $232,936. For supplies and equipment, a total of $17,960, and for workshops, a total of $7,500, for a total projected budget of $258,396. This would allow the juvenile court and the judges to have an additional screening assessment, which is not only being used in Jefferson Parish, Cato Parish, and many juvenile agencies across the United States. And we feel that this would provide an additional layer of support, not only for the families, but also an additional layer of support for the communities, and would allow us to continue the collaboration that we have been working so diligently to continue to beef up, for lack of a better word, with not only NOPD. As we are aware, we hear conversations about kids that are coming in. Those kids may be arrested on one charge, and take it from a judge. I've got a kid that comes in. That kid is arrested on unauthorized use of a movable. I may not determine until later than those 72 hours in which that child has to have their initial hearing that there are many other factors, many other instances, or many other possible acts that that child may have been involved in. By having a social worker who is doing an assessment so that we know what neighborhood, what factors, what trauma, what other family members that have been involved in the system, what lack of resources, what school issues, what chronic absenteeism, what issues are these children dealing with, that if we see them today and we allow them to be released without doing these necessary assessments and having this information, means that we may possibly see that child tomorrow. And so we are proposing an additional layer, which will provide us the opportunity and the ability to have an assessment, because as a judge, I am not a social worker. I do not have that information to my disposal that would tell us what are some of the ways and some of the things that we can do to have better outcomes. I believe that we all want a safer New Orleans. We all want a better place to live, but we also want more for our youth and have them have an opportunity to do something different. So maybe if we have a better idea of what we're dealing with, have a better idea and a better assessment of what other factors that they have to address, if we have a better idea and a better understanding of where we're spending them back to, and we have a better idea and a better understanding of what mental health, what issues that they need dealing with, we can then work together in a collaborated effort along with all of the partners that have presented themselves here today. YEP, even a reporting center. There are so many agencies, so many community-based agencies that have the ability and could reach out to our kids, but we aren't connecting the dots. And I think that is a big need. I think that we have heard the message that in order to bring our city back and work together, that we have got to figure out how to collaborate, communicate, and talk about it. And part of doing that is to have an assessment and a tool that we all have the ability to use where we can make the best outcomes and best decisions. Today, we propose for your consideration that Orleans Parish Juvenile Court Juvenile Assessment Center implementing needs-based assessments at the earliest opportunity, the moment those kids touch that system, is a best practice that has been recommended by the Louisiana State University Institute for Public Health and Justice in its 2013 report, which is attached to our proposal and has shown positive results in neighboring jurisdictions. We thank you for your time, and we would ask that we go to slide 3. And also, I think what we talked about is that approximately 1,228 youths came through intake for the period of January 1st of 2022 until December 31st of 2022. Our proposed budget in the amount of $258,000 is an average of $210 per youth, whereas the national average of every time that a youth is being detained is $47,000 per youth. So I believe that if we do the math, it's cost effective. If we talk about what we are all discussing is collaborating and communicating and working together, we're bringing all the community partners under one umbrella, and we are given the opportunity for a safer city and better outcomes. And just as we end our presentation, obviously someone who meant quite a bit to many of us. I sat on some boards with her, but I think that she said it best, and we'd like to end with a quote from Ms. Barbara Layson Keller. You can't do everything, but you can do something. So here's our opportunity to do something, and we thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Judge Anderson. Councilmember Marina.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. With the personnel funding for this on the $232,936, are you all working with the CAO to try to get these particular positions filled? Because he has built the budget as kind of at need basis, that if you're adding more positions, that he would work with different agencies to try to fund those, particularly on the public safety side.
So we're working with the CEO, but we're also working with Commissioner Tanisha Stevenson. And I think that I know that we had a meeting on yesterday. In fact, I believe Councilmember Thomas was there and Councilmember Giarrusso. I understand he's not present today, as well as the commissioner, as well as some of our partners. And I believe that there has been some funding that Councilmember Giarrusso did place with the criminal justice coordination with Commissioner Stevenson's office. But I believe that they're making sure that there's like sustainability. So this is not a one-time. I would defer to the budget with the budget people. I know we make requests. We do that yearly. But our budget pretty much the budget book that we receive is the budget book that stays. So there's been very little deviation. So we're trying other ways of, I guess, trying to see if this could possibly be funded, as well as reaching out to other resources.
Yeah, definitely work directly if you can. And I'm happy to make the connection with the CAO's office for you all to work directly with them on personnel staffing up, because they, like I said, early on made the commitment that should there be additional positions needed for different agencies, that they would work with the different agencies, particularly public safety agencies, to get those positions filled. So just work with them. I'm happy to connect you all. The other question that I have is, what is your caseload annually for the whole court?
I don't have that information. I know, I mean, in terms of like how many cases I handled last year, we could provide that information to you. Wait, I think we may have that.
I think usually the Supreme Court keeps those numbers.
Yes, we do. And we do turn in those numbers quarterly.
Okay, well, she looks up that information. I have a kind of a follow-up to that. So when you have cases, like let's take a case that happens to be, we'll just call her Jane Doe. Okay, Jane Doe has a particular case against her. She's coming before you, Judge Bates. If there are future issues with Jane Doe, is everything referred back to your section, or does it go to different sections of court? Can it be referred anywhere? Like
it's referred back to that section. So what we try to do is one family, one judge. So if I have a particular Jane Doe and she receives our Jane Does are doing much better though, Councilmember, I might add is that we're not seeing a lot of Jane Does that are coming back, but if that should happen,
or John Doe,
right. And if that should happen, it will be then sent to that judge. So even though it's an allotment, so every case is allotted. If it's a C case and I don't get that particular case in allotment, then a motion is made, or even the judge will do it on its own motion. This kid already has an active case in section C and it'll be transferred to my section to follow the other cases.
Perfect.
The only time that may change is if those persons come in with co-defendants. So if multiple kids come in on one case, that case is not always immediately transferred back to me. But once the case is determined, whether there's an adjudication, once that happens, then that child would be transferred back to me if it is for probation or secure placement.
Yeah, because that was my question, to make sure that, that there would be consistency with dealing with a child and a family, that if you, Judge Bates, were already familiar with a situation, that you would be like following this child and family all the way through the process, and they weren't being, put in all different sections of court where a new judge would have to learn the whole situation when, you know, you may already have the full story.
No, and every section also has a youth and family specialist that is assigned to that judge. And so that is a social worker that works with the judge in the sense of talking with the other social workers to try to make sure that we're continuing the effort and the care that has already been placed with that child. So we try to follow, because imagine if you have everybody telling you something different, it can become very confusing for a child. So we try to make sure that that child is sent back to the section in which they were already in.
Did you get the numbers?
I did, but it's very small and I don't have on my glasses. So I believe that the total amount was 7,063 cases.
For last year.
And that was from last year.
7,063. So out of 5 judges, each one of you has roughly, you know.
But with that counted, so we don't count Judge Cook Calvin because she actually does child in need of care. So that's a separate count. This is in regard to the delinquency cases. So that would be amongst the 4 judges.
Amongst the 4 judges.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, so, you know, almost 2,000 cases per judge per section.
Give or take. And then we also have to realize, so with juvenile cases, so they may come in, they've got an appearance to answer. And I guess we pretty much see them more often. So if they are adjudicated delinquent, they're on probation, they're seen every 30 days. If they're in secure placement, they're seen every 60 days. There are just certain mandates in which we see the children pretty regularly. So even though we may have had 7,063 cases that are filed, that doesn't mean that we're not touching those lives more often.
I got it. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. Councilmember Moreno, before you step out, Councilmember Jeruso was been really consistent at asking folk about recurring versus non-recurring funds. And there are a lot of initiatives where people want funding, but his follow-up question is, well, how do we consistently fund this stuff, especially if it works, since that's been, I know, a challenge that most of our council members are concerned about, but he's been consistent. Thank you. Any other council members?
No.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
How many children are serviced through the evening reporting center per year?
I would defer to Pastor Watson in regard to that number, because again, every section can make referrals. She can also receive referrals from intake. So there are just different ways in which she receives her referrals. So I really would feel more comfortable if she would answer that question.
Okay.
But I can tell you that the kids that do work with ERC, it has been very successful and quite effective.
Okay, and then what about, there's the GROW program, and then there's another program that
There's the GROW program, which is Girls Reaching Out Works Wonders. And there's also MELLOW program, which is Men Engaging in Leadership Opportunities Work. And all of those programs all see different kids based on referrals. So some of those kids get referred at intake. Some of those kids are referred from the bench. Some of those kids are referred from continued custody. And some of them just almost refer themselves. They ask if they are involved in an outcome. We're also using some of those programs with intensive in-home, doing sort of dual referrals. Some of those kids are also being referred to those programs, even if they're going through diversion.
Okay, so those programs are in lieu of custody within JJIC, or
That is correct. Those are the programs with the children that are being released. And then the program through JJIC are usually kids that are a little bit more serious offenses, and they're part of the intensive in-home supervision, which means that they would come in and then do some intensive work with those kids for 90 days.
Okay, and then there's teen court, I know, which I'm very interested in.
Yes, thank you. I know you have participated and shown up for teen court, so we do appreciate that. Teen court is a really just what it says. It's where kids are being judged by their peers.
And you have continued funding for that, right? Because I know there was some issue about getting funding lost.
We've got lots of issues with getting funding, and I do appreciate everybody saying to go to the CAO's office. But again, I think that's what pretty much every agency is doing. And so I think what happens is, there's a lot of us asking for the same piece of the pie. So that's why we're trying to work together. So that's why we know that there's a lot of ask, and we're trying to be minimal. And this is where we really thought we could see a lot of effectiveness.
Listen, if we're giving $1 million to Mardi Gras and additional.
That's what I say. If you gave some of these kids an opportunity, you'd be amazed at what they could do.
Let me just finish my statement. If we're giving $1 million to additional law enforcement officers, which I agree with wholeheartedly, since Mardi Gras is a driver of the economy of not only New Orleans, but Louisiana, we can make the investment in our children as well. And so we're operating at a surplus. So as my grandmother said, if you don't ask, you don't get. So you need to make the ask for what you want. And I appreciate you asking Councilmember Jeruso, Councilmember Thomas, and presenting today about these additional services that you need. Can you talk to me about the 72-hour the continued custody hearing? How does that work? So you have to have the hearing within 72 hours. Is that correct?
That is correct. So once a child is detained, they must be seen by that judge within 72 hours of their arrest.
And how often does it happen? Is it 100% of the time?
Oh, yeah, it happens. I mean, the majority of the time that we have those hearings within 72 hours. The only thing that may sometimes change, obviously, if the lawyers come in and ask for some additional time, it depends on what type of charge the child has received. In addition to that, I know that when you receive the booking sheet, that sometimes some of those children are rebooked, or there's some additional offenses that may come up. Obviously, I know that Chief Woodfork is here and they'll be able to talk about that. But sometimes, you know, you arrest a kid and then obviously after some work is done and warrants are signed and additional police work is done, and those children will be rebooked on some additional offenses. So the lawyers will come in and ask for additional time to have that hearing.
Okay.
And there is a set detention judge, just so I may be clear. So every month, each judge rotates into a detention month. So every month, one of us are on call for 24 hours in which we're the detention judge. That means we sign any and all warrants. We handle any and all children in need of care issues. We handle any and all continued custodies. We handle any and all issues that may present themselves within that 24-hour time span to the court.
Okay. And then the JJIC report for the last quarter of 2022 said 75 court-ordered discharges. That's because these children have served their sentences or are going someplace else. How does that work?
There's just a number of reasons. So some of those children can have matters that are pending in other jurisdictions, and so they are being transferred there. Some of those children go to trial and they are adjudicated not delinquent and they are subsequently released. Some of those children come before a judge and determine that they are going to go forward and enter an admission. And then those kids are then transferred. If the result is that they are going to receive some type of other placement, they are transferred to a different facility. Some of those children do present some mental health issues in which they have to be transferred for hospitalization. So there's a number of reasons of why those children may be transferred.
Okay. And then for the ask that you're asking for, these folks would basically be working 24 hours 365.
Yeah, 24 hours, 365, because that is a person who would actually do the mental assessment, the part that a social worker does. That as much as we want to do, I mean, my grandmother was a social worker. I come from a family of social workers. And as we know, the social workers are the ones who are going to see what those children need, understand some of those needs. So they would work in conjunction with our intake.
Okay. And then these salaries that you have, which is basically $45,000 for full-time people and then 24 for part-time. This is market rate, or have you?
I don't believe it's, it's not. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of social workers that are probably in the audience and listening perhaps to our presentation. They're trying to figure out how we're going to find a social worker for that amount. That's on the
That's
low
my
end.
question too. I mean,
Yes.
you have this here, and if you can't find, again, if you don't ask, you don't get. If you need more money for this, then ask for what you need to get a social worker. Because it's like the recruiting stuff, right? Like,
Right.
if we're not paying to get somebody into this position, then it's useless to have this money in your budget. So I would encourage you to either ask civil service or somebody to come up with what the market will bear and then ask for that amount of money.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you.
Councilmember, I'm Councilman Lord. Judge Anderson, first of all, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
As I said earlier, I was going to ask everybody the same thing who came before the committee. Have you read the superintendent's 3-point initiative of crime plan?
I have read the plan. In fact, the plan was provided to juvenile court. And we are in agreement with the plan. In fact, I wrote a few notes here. Already, we're just seeing, and this is not in anything to any other police chiefs. Obviously, I've had the opportunity to work with many, but it's been very impressive just early on, you know, some of the implementation that's happened, some of the ways that we are collaborating to talk about and not disclosing any information about a child, but, you know, some of the kids and how we can work. I see that we're also looking at, you know, just how do we retain the people that are here, because just having consistency in the court, you know, we've got a trial that's set and those police officers are showing up. They're coming forward. They're present. They have their reports. They're prepared. You know, all of that makes a difference. We can only do so much what's provided in front of us. But again, if a child is going to trial and there is a matter that's set, then we have to have the evidence, and we have to have what we need. So working together with being able to get our evidence that we need to be able to present, being able to work together in regard to some of the issues that are plaguing our community. Even the police officers coming in and encouraging the children, saying, you know, I know this happened. I know I saw you doing that, but we know you can do something different. And I believe that we're doing a lot of positive reinforcement and a lot of working together and having them understand you made a mistake. You've got to be responsible and own up to it. But here's how we're going to give you a chance not to come back. And I think that's what we're all working towards together.
Thank you. And also had a great meeting with Pastor Raymond. I think he's going to be working with the Mellow program. That program has a lot of potential. I know we're looking at some other initiatives for funding, but we really need to figure out, especially given the explosion of African-American males and boys and the reports that we're getting, not just here, but around the country. We need to make sure we're kind of laser focused on resources and programs to get them out of the criminal justice system, period. So
yes.
Thank you. Anything else you want to add before we close out?
No, we just want to thank you for your time. Again, we appreciate having the opportunity to present some of our wish lists and what we think can make a more effective and better juvenile court. We appreciate your encouragement of us all continuing to work together. We appreciate the support of the council, as well as Commissioner Stevens' office. We appreciate the support of NOPD, District Attorney's Office, Louisiana Center for Children's Rights, and all the community people that are out there doing the work, coming up with ideas, working on behalf of our children to make a safer, better New Orleans. I grew up here, I got babies here, and I want to stay here. So we need to get it together. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. The last meeting was very promising. So especially with the commissioner and our budget chairman on board. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Our next item on the agenda.
Let's see. District Attorney's Office.
Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office. Or representative.
Good morning.
Good morning. Introduce yourself and your guests and start your presentation, please.
Yes, my name is Robert White.
Look at the mic. Yeah.
My name is Robert White. I'm the Executive Assistant District Attorney and the Chief of the new Homicide Unit.
Well, we're not as esteemed as judges where you got to rise. That's all rise when you walk into court.
Bob, ever the professional.
When you come in, you can sit. And
Thank you.
thank you.
My name is Andre Godin. I'm the Chief of Screening at the DA's office.
Keith Lampkin, Chief of Operations and External Affairs.
Micah Ince, Chief of Staff.
Guys.
And council members, thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
the opportunity to be before you today. We very much appreciated the conversation that took place before we got here and excited to tell you a little bit about what we've been doing since this office last appeared before you guys last August. So going to our first slide, we continue to have a heavy focus on the most violent crimes that are impacting the community. From our ADAs to our support staff, we have an all hands on deck mentality, and the office is constantly meeting and strategizing about the most efficient and effective way to do our jobs. Our office particularly fully embraced the opportunity to get back in front of judges and conduct jury trials following the resumption of trials at Tulane and Broad. As the slide states, our office has tried nearly 70 cases. I think it's about 68 over the last year. Half of those occurred again since this office was last before you all in August. The DA has taken an especially active role, taking time out of his duties and, fighting for policy for us, and has actually gotten to the courtroom himself and sat in support with a number of our ADAs and helped us achieve a number of high-profile successes at trials. One very notable trial that he recently sat on was the 2018 shooting death of the locally born artist Young Greatness. That was a case where there was a solicitation by an adult of 2 juveniles to commit that crime. The DA, along with First Assistant Ned McGowan and ADA Liz Strauss, had an opportunity to try that case, which spanned almost a full week, that came back guilty as charged. That case, when it really underscored not only the tremendous effect that violent crime has on our communities and on families, but also showed strong collaboration between our office and the NOPD. We also had the opportunity to hear a very impassioned plea from Mama Rose, who is Young Greatness's mother, who gave a call to all New Orleanians to, one, protect their kids before the system ends up wrapping their arms around them. But also, we took that as a challenge for our ADAs to continue to build strong cases, and that, that achievement of justice really matters to the community when they see this office securing those guilty as charged. To illustrate our focus on those violent crimes, I'd like to kick it to Andre Godin and talk a little bit about a specialty unit that our office is standing up as we speak. And I'm sorry, Bob will talk to us about the homicide unit.
Oh yes, we're thanks to the council. Thank you. We're standing up a homicide unit that will focus specifically on homicides. We will develop toward vertical prosecution of those homicides, where the same prosecutors that screen the case and meet the victims initially maintain the case throughout the case and ultimately try it or plead it, so that the family members of the victims of homicides don't have to have a panoply of ADAs that they have to deal with over the course of the life of that case. We're looking at 2 screening ADAs to start with, and then transitioning into a vertical method. Vertical prosecution has done extremely well all over the country and works well in other areas in Louisiana. And we'll have 6 people who will primarily be trying the cases. We'll also have investigators, cold case investigators, trial assistants, and victim witness coordinators in the unit. So we should be able to focus very favorably on those most serious cases and reduce the numbers and get them screened and tried more effectively and more quickly.
Well, thanks, Bob. And again, thanks to the council. You guys made an investment that is certainly going to have results. It's invaluable to have that subject matter expertise all live in one space, to have that continuity with the victims and witnesses that we serve. Another huge investment that the council and the city has made that will absolutely show results in a short time is a $4.8 million investment in juvenile alternatives and diversion. We have already started those conversations with the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination and Tanisha Stevens about, what expanding existing program looks like, but also, what we can do to bolster what we already have that's working. Councilmember Giarrusso has also been a part of ensuring that our offices have a clear plan, and that, whenever we actually reshape whatever that juvenile diversion program looks like, that, it comes in a way that the council's fully informed, and that, the city also has an opportunity to advise on what's happening there. One of the things that our, juvenile diversion chief is very much promoting is an opportunity to have a mental health expert, to have the opportunity to communicate with the children who find their way to our office. She has noticed in working with this diversion program for a number of years, that there are a number of children who come in and they fit the eligibility to a T, and it's an easy decision about, making that option of diversion available to them. But what she's also pointed out is that there are some unique circumstances where children might have mental exceptionalities where they might not otherwise qualify for diversion, but that some more serious hands-on support might be needed. Yes, sir.
When you started this presentation, you said how helpful it was to have the presentation before. And now you're speaking about mental health and mental health diversion, and a large portion of the last presentation was about mental health and investing in mental health up to $260,000. Then if the interests are the same, is there any way of you guys working together to combine those resources, especially since it's kind of part of the same system, the same case, the same kid? Have you guys had conversations since juvenile court's talking mental health? You guys are talking mental health. We know there's an infinite amount of resources. Have you guys gotten a room together to say, how can we do something and combine our resources?
No, and that's a wonderful point. We have not had an opportunity to meet with juvenile court thus far,
Okay,
but it's one of those things that's absolutely front of mind as we're having a conversation with our internal team.
okay. So now that they've brought it up, you guys can get together and talk about how, maybe it might be nice for everybody to do their own thing, but if we can do it together and maximize resources, we can have resources for something else.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I just thought that was a good point.
So I do want to kick it now to Andre to talk a little bit about, an idea that came up in our leadership meetings that the office is now planning to execute on, that involves district screeners with bringing our office a little closer to the community.
I took over as chief of screening in the summer of last year. And as I did, one of the first things I did was try to make our office more efficient. And I can't help but shout out to Lieutenant Powell who's here today, who worked very closely with our office in increasing the efficiency with which we receive their police reports, the attachments, the other things, so that we could allow our ADAs to focus on actually reviewing the cases and not on tracking down every last piece of report or last piece of evidence in doing so. But as time went on, and as we worked with the ACASE officers assigned to each district, it became clear that we were missing an excellent opportunity to tackle crime in a fundamentally new way. So often, an ADA is focused with blinders on to the singular facts of one particular case, one particular flavor of crime. We have our homicide screeners, we have our sex crime screeners, we have our narcotics screeners, we have our gun crime screeners, we have general crime screeners, and that approach can bear fruit in the sense that those screeners become good at understanding the ins and outs of those particular flavors of crime. Unfortunately, it leaves us missing the forest for the trees in many opportunities. And so one of the things we're doing is reorganizing our office to a district screener position that has 8 ADA screeners assigned to each of NOPD's police districts, who will be the primary point of contact for each of the NOPD district commanders. They will also liaison with community elements, neighborhood associations, business organizations, citizens groups, to work to begin to crowdsource and understand not just crime stats in general. I mean, in reality, crime stats are nothing new, right? We know where crime occurs. NOPD has an entire data analytics component dedicated to knowing where these particular crimes are occurring. What we're missing is when we overlay the urban environment of New Orleans about where crime is happening and maybe why it's happening, that we gain an opportunity to actually respond with non-criminal justice tools and stop future crime from occurring. For example, if we are engaging with the community in the right way on a district level, we're getting to understand the patterns of crime within that community. We're getting to understand that maybe a sequence of streetlights that are out on a particular block across from a bunch of blighted properties adjacent to an apartment complex with an absentee out-of-state landlord who's not in compliance with permitting, who's across the corner from a 24/7 alcohol convenience store that has somebody selling heroin out of the back of it, might be the fundamental reason we keep seeing possession of heroin arrests, human trafficking arrests, gun crimes arrests in that area, because that's what's going wrong. That is the soil from which the crime is springing.
For 30 years.
Exactly right. So if we're opening ourselves up to understanding why crime is happening in an area, we can begin to use non-law enforcement tools. We can coordinate with the council members' staffs, we can coordinate with city services, we can advocate and almost a community ombudsman role or community advocate role to try to fix some of these problems. Now, the DA's office will never have a bulldozer and roll over a blighted property. It will never fix a street light. But as our position and reviewing both criminal statistics, knowing where crime occurs, but also knowing where the victims of crime live, where the defendants who commit those crimes, where they stay, what neighborhoods they're coming out of, it gives us an absolutely unique perspective to act in a way that we have not acted before. So I see this as a tremendous opportunity to have a paradigm shift in the way that we target not just our cases, right, with our blinders on, focusing on the particular merits of each and every case, but on focusing on the roots of crime across the city. So these district screeners will be one part screener, right, and one part community outreach and activist, trying to focus on why and how crime is occurring in each particular micro-regional area. Now, we've also been fortunate this past fall to have been the recipient of a COSUP grant. That's the Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Use Program. That gave us the capability to fund an additional data analytics, a data analyst over in OPD. We're also supplementing our current data analyst with a database engineer and a GIS mapping specialist to try to map out our urban environment in a fundamentally new way, not only to use this information to guide what we're doing, but also to bring it back to the communities, bring it back to those neighborhood organizations and show them where we see overlays, where we see concurrent issues in our urban landscape overlapping with where crime is occurring and where that map of suffering can guide us. And I think this gives us a tremendous opportunity to change the way we prosecute, and also gives us a chance to, I think, heal some of the issues with trust between the citizens of New Orleans and the New Orleans Parish DA's office.
Councilmember Thomas, may I?
Absolutely, Councilmember Harris.
So several things. I think it's a great plan of action. I think that this new task force that 311 is organizing is also trying to do the same thing with elevating blighted properties, light outages. We certainly as district council members know where the blight is, know where the crime is, know where everything is, and have called on DPW, safety and permits, code enforcement to get out to do something about it, and have for the past year and a month. We also have a blight and crime map that is hosted. So I just want to make sure all of these efforts are coordinated because it seems like we're all trying to get to the same problem in the same way. But again, as we're seeing throughout these hearings, and I'm glad we're doing these quarterly again, is that there needs to be a large scale coordination of these efforts. Again, I applaud your efforts in trying to map this all out. I feel like it's duplicative of task force. It's duplicative of the blight map and the crime map. And so again, if we could just get in a room and like hammer out processes, I think that that would go a long way. But I do like the idea of embedding somebody in the districts. I think it would be helpful for my purposes to have an ADA come out to neighborhood association meetings so that they can answer the hard questions that I get about certain crimes, certain prosecutions, why things happen, why things don't happen. So again, I applaud that effort. I just want to make sure that we're coordinated going forward in all of our efforts to solve blight and all the things that can contribute to crime.
Absolutely. That the siloing of efforts is one of the most frustrating things I've ever encountered in my time as a prosecutor. I've done this for 13 years, and a lot of that was done on the opioid level, trying to bring together disparate elements who were all focusing on the same problem, but weren't sharing data. We have the same problem with mental health, where we have mental health responses, but we're not able to share data out of respect for privacy, out of respect for HIPAA, but that prevents, my office, let's say I'm making a screening decision and I want to take into a fact that someone is suffering from a behavioral health issue. Well, I'm perturbed in that effort because defense counsel obviously doesn't want us to be retaliatory or somehow hold it against a particular defendant that they're suffering from a mental health issue and thereby advocate for a stiffer or a worse penalty because they're a dangerous wheel that we weren't going to respond to in that way. And even if I, in good faith, say that's not what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to understand that they are diminished culpability because of their behavioral health issue. There are fundamental barriers between the two sides of the aisle with respect to the sharing of this data. And it's an extremely frustrating thing as someone who's trying to seek justice, but not being able to do so because I don't have all the information. So one of the things we're doing with this particular effort is partnering with Dr. Joel Kaplan from Rutgers University, who pioneered this risk terrain mapping effect. We're having a symposium, I believe it's on March 15th at my office, which will be inviting multiple members to try to coordinate this effort. But the data sets we're using, we're not crafting on our own. Part of this effort is to coordinate with what's already happening in the NOPD Analytics Division, to share that data and use it to populate our data set. We're also making efforts to share our data set with the LSP Fusion Center and with other data amalgamators like the HIDA program that can help share these data sets. Because holding on to data and sitting on it and not sharing it is anathema to making coordinated efforts. And you're exactly right that those silos are a bulwark in and of themselves. The crime is its own problem. The siloing of our efforts is its own separate problem that is almost as worse.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the siloing should be up there. The de-siloing needs to be up there as one of our efforts, our joint efforts to deter crime, because obviously the criminals know that we're siloed and that we're not sharing information. And so they know where the hot spots are and that we're not getting to fundamental issues like blight, like lighting, like streets, like all of the things that cause criminality to happen. And again, we've identified these, we know where they are. So it's just a matter of getting resources to prevent the blight, get a block lit up, so that we can make sure that criminal activity does not occur in that particular spot. So thank you again for identifying it. And you can hear the frustration in my voice because I say it over and over again.
And
the most-
Councilmember Harris, for you, in a roundtable with 3 criminologists yesterday, one of our leading criminologists said, as much as we want to focus on manpower and staffing within the system, that organization and management and coordination is something that has to be looked at, and it should be extremely important. So I'm hoping that the other partners or stakeholders are listening, saying, oh, we want to do that too. And somebody will reach out and they'll have some conversation, some coordination. But thank you. I've been great program.
Thank you, guys. And to dovetail off that, Councilmember Thomas, one of the things that we're especially excited about is, as this council has had meetings to highlight some of the issues that people are dealing with. We've had an outpouring of people from the private world and, regular citizens who have reached out to say, hey, how can I get in the game? How can I support your efforts? Is there anything that at all that we can do? And, we've heard from some some notable law firms who, want to offer attorneys to take some of the, smaller civil tasks off the hands of our ADAs so that they can spend their time in court and making cases on these more serious crimes. We've also had a number of conversations with Southeast Louisiana Legal Services about what they can do to provide wraparound services whenever we get a child or we get someone in our office who is suffering from, an endemic of their own at home, where their family needs supports in order for them to return to a productive environment. So we're especially excited about that. And we'll be making some announcements about those partnerships in short order. I just want to highlight a few of our partnerships. This is by no means an exhaustive list that we've got on the slide. We could dedicate a number of different slides to the partnerships, but these are a few that, we continue to work with. And we've got some MOUs and agreements that are in the works right now that will even bolster these services. So we're proud of these partnerships and want to continue to expand. Now, get into recruitment and retention. Always a subject that, we ought to concern ourselves with. Our office, like all, are, competing for the best and brightest. We always need additional people to come in and fill these specialized units that we're standing up, and also to backfill when someone leaves the office. So we have been looking at a number of innovative options for making ourselves more visible, and also just pulling in that talent who might be interested in the job and just needs a lower barrier to get to that information. Our HR professional recently got us switched over to the Applicant Pro system that, among other things, keeps the listings of the people who are interested in a tight, understandable way. And it also blasts those postings to the various sites like Indeed and others where those postings are highly visible. So we're excited about the returns that we've already had on that system being implemented. We also had I think a priceless opportunity recently to sit with President Ross from the ABA. She came by our office and sat down with our leadership team and spent a couple hours out of her day just to talk about the initiatives that they've got going on the national level, how she's working with HBCU law schools and just creating a network of law schools to work on projects in a collaborative way, right? To prevent that siloing that Council Members Harris and Thomas have been talking about today. We also spoke to her about appealing more in the equity space and making sure that we are hiring a diverse staff of people from ADAs and support staff. So we have taken a number of those different recommendations to heart and are actively implementing that as we speak. This last slide is really a quick, thank you to the council, right? I've heard other organizations today talk about how important investments have been to the organizations. As we talk about the youth diversion program that we're working on, we talk about alternatives that, where we can create a unique, specialized plan for somebody who finds their way into our office. The investment that you guys made in youth services is invaluable. I heard the first presentation, you guys spoke a little bit about the resolution that was passed at the last meeting. That access to the South White entrance is no small thing. It is absolutely critical to not have victims and witnesses who are already in an uneasy space, in a vulnerable position, to have to go through additional hurdles in order to get to court. We rely on creating as comfortable an environment and as cooperative an environment as possible for those folks whenever they get into the courtroom. So the ability to have swipe card access at that door, we've got post-certified officers who act as investigators. We've got NOPD personnel embedded in our office who at all times are making sure that not only are we secure, but the people who we are walking into that courthouse are secure and they're abiding by all rules. So we have complete confidence that getting that access back, because the office once had that swipe card access, a limited number of cards were provided to us, and we had always both honored and respected the protocols that were set around the courthouse. So the ability and prospects of getting that back are going to be huge for our operations and the cooperation that we receive from victims and witnesses. And thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you. Any council members? Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. Just on that last point, I'm sure you were here for the CDC judge presentation. And like I said, I remain disappointed by the substantial amount of miscommunication, because I believe that from the council's perspective, from the DA's perspective, from our communication with the judges, the whole effort to have a camera installed was to circumvent the problem that has been repeatedly created by the sheriff's office not providing an individual to staff the South White entrance. And I really think it would be important to explain to the people who are watching how far away the alternative entrance is, because it is actually further from the DA's office than the front entrance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of give a geographic breakdown as to where that alternative juror entrance is?
Andre, talk to us a little bit about that Broad Street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to walk the 2-lane and Broad courthouse is immense, as you probably know. It's an old battleship building built over 100 years ago, I believe, at this point. And to get from one side to the other, you have to expose yourself all the way down 2-lane Avenue, past the main entrance, which is up several flights of stairs, all the way to the other side facing the Broad entrance. That is an immense walk in broad daylight, exposing our victims to an area of high traffic where we really have no control over that situation for safety purposes. And we're also, unfortunately, schlepping massive files and documents through there, through the wind, rain, and sleet, all the way around to that one side just to get in. So it is a heavy lift to try to get there, and it is a heavy lift back after you're done with court for a long day.
In darkness.
Yes, in darkness, in a place that is not our favorite neighborhood. I don't think you'd want to sleep there on the corner if you had a choice.
I think it's important to note that both for the safety of ADAs, the DA, and their witnesses, those individuals who would like to deter a DA or a witness from going into the courthouse would have plenty of opportunity to do so if they're having to walk pretty much 1.5 city blocks to the entrance that has been designated as the DA entrance, correct?
Past a bus stop where anyone who could sitting legitimately or otherwise be there just waiting for you to walk by. That's
okay. I think it's important like I said, there's been significant miscommunication on this issue. I want to especially point out that the judicial administrator said he had received nothing. I will double check with our staff, but I do believe the judges were sent a copy of the resolution you said, resolution 2351, specifically around this issue. So the fact we were told that they had received nothing on it and that there'd been no communication was especially disheartening, because I know that myself and other people had spoken to a variety of judges on this topic. And I remain concerned that as the judges make decisions en banc, that any ability to correct this problem is now pushed back even farther, because now they have to have an en banc meeting to look at what their position is going to be. So it's basically, you have a lot of chiefs in the kitchen, and I don't see this issue being solved in the near future. And it's very concerning to me. And I'll especially highlight, because I do think it's important, and I've mentioned this to the council vice president on multiple occasions, the city of New Orleans spends a tremendous amount of money subsidizing criminal court and our criminal justice system, more than any other city in the state of Louisiana, because we have a 2-clerk system. And as I repeatedly tell people, we are in a very unique and tenuous situation in that our criminal court receives a $6 million direct appropriation from the state that can be withdrawn at any time, because no other court in the state of Louisiana gets a direct state appropriation at all. And it's not necessary in any other jurisdiction, because when civil court and criminal court are similarly singularly situated, the more robust civil court pays for the criminal court. So just like right now, and I know I'm going to anger a whole lot of civil court judges, there's a reason why they sit on a surplus each year and many other courts do not, because the civil side of a traditional court system funds the criminal side, whereas in ours, because it's just a civil side, they reap significant surpluses each year. And in that alternative, the state and the city step in to subsidize criminal court rather than the courts funding themselves with their own resources. Now, I understand that we are going to have a 2-clerk system for the foreseeable future, but I do think it's important to have more communication between civil court and criminal court to figure out how they can help solve this problem, because it is unique to New Orleans. All that being said, if as a city, we're going to be put in the unique position to having to subsidize criminal court at this magnitude, which no other city does, there needs to be much more clear and concise and respectful conversations regarding issues like the South White insurance, because it's a problem. We've been talking about this problem since last year. And my frustration with government in general is when everyone says why they can't solve a problem versus coming up with a solution. And at this point, we've got a 3-man firing squad shooting each other between the DA's office, the sheriff's office, and the judges. And the group that is most exposed in this 3-man firing squad is the victims and the witnesses who are in the middle. And I'm tired of it, and I'm done with it. And I will tell you personally, I'm going to give a very critical look to any capital request from a court that does not prioritize resolving this ex post facto as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you all for the work that you do. I'll just add to what Councilmember Morrell is focused on today. We should be worshiping victims and witnesses. It's difficult enough to come down to court to take risks to be exposed as they do. But we have so many people who are committed to our city, to making our city a better city, that they do for free what a lot of people can't imagine them doing, and that's serving as victims and witnesses to crime. So, whatever we can do, Councilmember Morrell, I certainly look forward to being able to report at the next meeting that this has been worked out. I mean, I can't believe, I thought that everything had been worked out, honestly. Right. I'm not faulting you all, but victims and witnesses have to be treated with the utmost respect, because without them, my system doesn't work. It's difficult enough for the system to work, but to put pressure on them is kind of ridiculous. But okay, I have a question for you all, and it's in the spirit of trying to get things done, but it's a little bit critical of facts. The Metropolitan Crime Commission reports that the New Orleans Police Department, the gold standard for policing in our country, as far as the district attorney has said, made 3,900 felony arrests last year. Felony arrests. That's so many per day. But at the end of that 3,900, I'll give you an example of 1,900 were violent felonies. Some of those were weapons. So anybody who's arrested, for the most part, there are exceptions with a weapon, because of a weapons violation, has that weapon on them. So just as the professional members of our New Orleans Police Department made arrests over the Bayou Classic weekend, 60 of them in just the French Quarter alone, they take a risk doing that. It's got to be frustrating to police officers to know that of 2,900 screened cases, 1,500 were accepted. 1 out of 2. You can either say 1 out of 2 was accepted or 1 out of 2 was rejected. But it's a very challenging statistic. I'm going to be productive and I'm going to ask you all to explain what we can do to enhance that profile or that number. But if I'm someone who's engaged in felony, violent, criminal activity, and I look at these numbers and I see 1,900 arrests made in 2022 for violent felonies, but I only see 93 guilty as charged because of many of them were dismissed. I see 301 guilty of lesser felony charges. And then those felonies, violent felonies, turned into misdemeanors in 303 cases. I'm going to be as upbeat as I can to just ask for your assistance in letting us know what can be done to make these numbers better. Because if I were a member of the New Orleans Police Department, putting my life on the line, making an arrest of someone who had a gun, a juvenile or an adult, some adult who has made it clear that he doesn't intend to go quietly, and 1 out of 2 cases was dismissed, and only 93 out of 1,900 were found guilty as charged, I'd be very concerned. So I'm going to ask you all, as the 4 important representatives of the DA's office, only the DA himself being present could be, in a position to answer more than you all can answer. What can be done to enhance those numbers? 1,900 violent felony arrests. Again, not to belabor the fact, but such a small percentage of guilty as charged and then brought down to misdemeanors. Guilty as charged, 93, guilty of lesser felonies, 301, guilty of misdemeanors. So from felonies to misdemeanors, 303. What can we do as a society? What can we do working with your office to enhance those numbers to help keep our citizens safer?
So unpack that question, because there's a couple different responses that are appropriate. The first is our acceptance rate. The numbers that we have don't line up exactly what you presented today, but I will say that it is difficult to move forward on arrests that are based solely on witness testimony, particularly when those witnesses later on turn out to either not want to come in and cooperate with the system because they're scared of retaliation, or they just simply don't want to be bothered with it, or they choose not to trust members of the law enforcement or criminal justice community who are trying to resolve those cases. So those can be significantly challenging across the board when we face those kind of odds. Also, I think your numbers probably include a lot of our domestic violence cases. Those cases as well have highly volatile victims who can be somewhat difficult to deal with on a repeated basis. These are affairs of the heart, and those victims often recant or change their story or decide they don't choose to prosecute and come in and request drop forms. Those are also very difficult for us. We have tools we can use to try to see through that, to try to proceed anyway, but those tools are also somewhat limited by the constraints that we face as practitioners of criminal justice under the Constitution. So with those two put to the side, then we're talking about how do we focus on the guns? And I would like to respond to that particularly because I think that's kind of where you're focusing in on. Is that fair? The firearms? Yeah.
Well, that's 368 cases where the New Orleans Police Department made arrests of persons who had illegal guns or who had discharged them illegally. So in general, yes, you can address that. It's more about just violent crimes in general.
Violent crimes, so violent crimes in general.
Low percentage of solve rate.
Yeah. The DA's office will prosecute and file charges on every single viable case that we have before us that we can possibly get. We are tenacious in trying to pursue every single lead, to uncover every single piece of evidence that might be left off. We call it the grind. And when we get a case that involves a crime of violence, particularly a gun crime of violence, we grind at those cases, trying to determine whether or not there's any way, with whatever evidence we've been presented by NOPD and whatever testimonial evidence we can recover from those witnesses, we can grind through and find a way to prosecute those cases. So I don't have an individualized case to present to you that points this case out, points out what you're getting to. But I will say that every single case we can prosecute, we are prosecuting. With respect to the guns themselves, there are some things that we're hoping to do and do differently with respect to how we handle firearms cases. And one of those things is something that Keith mentioned with regard to our private partnerships. We're trying to speed up the velocity with which we prosecute and file charges on these gun offenses. I think one of the things that always accrues to the benefit of the defendant and of these defendants who are arrested is the delay in time between the screening of the case, the arraignment of the case, and the trial of the case. And if we can speed up the velocity of those cases in particular, those gun cases, those gun crimes of violence, and even those gun possession cases where somebody is unlawfully in possession of a firearm, for example, a 95-1 felon with a firearm, or a 95E, the possession of a firearm while in the possession of a controlled dangerous substance or during a crime of violence, or even a 95A carrying of a concealed weapon. I think if we can speed up the velocity and attack those gun cases hard, we would be able to proceed more quickly. And that's one of the things that we're trying to do right now in these private partnerships, is docket these gun charges as quickly as possible and get them as quickly as possible into a arraignment and trial posture. Now, one of the other aspects that can be difficult is with firearm cases, there are a segment of them that are completely based upon the testimony of the law enforcement officers who make them, and they're typically recorded on body-worn camera, and we can speed through those very, very quickly, which is why we have the option to use these private partnerships to speed up that velocity. The cases that are based upon the testimony of witnesses, the cases that are always based upon the human element, those can be more difficult to speed up. So I really want to focus on the ones that we can make headway on, and those are the 95-1s, the 95Es, and the 95As. There is a tremendous amount of guns on the streets of New Orleans. It's no surprise when we've had an astronomical increase in the sale of firearms through legitimate local gun stores throughout this past 2 or 3 years of the pandemic, where we've seen these numbers just skyrocket. And if you talk about just a small percentage of those cases, of those guns being left in automobiles that are being subject to simple burglaries over and over again, then you're talking about an exponential growth in the number of firearms in the hands of people who should not have them. So I do want to focus with laser-like intensity upon these firearms and see if we can increase the speed with which we handle them, with which we screen them, and with which we get them to trial.
Just all violent felony cases. Then let's talk about the solutions. You're focused. What can we do, or what can state law do to expedite that process between arrest and arraignment? I mean, that is a very serious concern. I mean, a lot happens in the meantime that wouldn't happen if there was a more expedited process. So not to focus so much on guns, because guns is just one aspect of the reason that we have such a violent crime rate. We have a violent crime rate amongst people who use knives. At the end of the day, arrest and arraignment, if that's one solution, is that a law that this council needs to support with a resolution, a state law, or what's taking so long?
With respect to the laws in the books, I believe the laws in the books are adequate. I don't think that there is a requirement that there be a new ordinance or a new law passed in order to enable us to proactively go after these types of crimes. But I do believe that it's a question of resources. NOPD needs resources to make these cases. The DA's office needs resources in order to screen them quickly. That's one of the reasons I am promoting this kind of reorganization, to limit the number of districts. To redistribute the screeners on a district level so that we can focus on those patterns of crime and try to understand them more efficiently, and then also process them more efficiently. So those are that's one of the solutions we're trying right now, and we're hiring for right now to put in place to focus on that issue.
But when you say resources, I think that you'll agree, just as we mentioned, that the council has been very supportive in providing resources.
Absolutely.
For homicide, for juvenile justice
definitely.
intervention.
Yeah.
And then the police officers, when the police department asked through the administration, we didn't cut, we may have cut positions in terms of they weren't going to be filled. But what resources do we need? Is it more people, or is it more money to do this? Between arrest and arraignment, if it's a resource issue, how can it be addressed? I think that the public wants to know, we really want to support whatever the efforts are, especially with the DA and the police. But what resources are there?
Yeah.
And if you don't have the answer to that, you can give me a number and the council is going to be very open to it. But I mean, I'm just saying, we hear a lot that it's a resources issue. If it's a personnel issue, I fully understand because I don't know where everybody is. We don't have people working in jobs, filling jobs. We have thousands of vacancies within our city of New Orleans. But whatever other resources there are, we've been very generous.
It is the human resource that I'm talking about. That is absolutely right. It is difficult to fill jobs. We are trying with this district screener position to fund it at a higher rate. The range of pay is 80 to 100,000. We're looking for experienced prosecutors who have seen a thing or two in the trial division, who have tried a case, who have an idea of what the defense will be trying as far as its tactics, so they can prepare for those and ironclad these cases that we're receiving from NOPD. So filling those positions is my challenge right now. But I think that increasing the salaries and getting competitive salaries with neighboring districts neighboring parishes is an important part of what we do to draw in the human resource element that we so vitally need. It's not a problem, unfortunately, unique to the Orleans Parish DA's office. Our sister parishes around the state are also experiencing the same difficulty filling positions.
You've got to ask us if we need to pay somebody, and we could get an increase or a decrease in the amount of time between arrest and arraignment, and it took us another $250,000, we'd find it, because it's all about keeping the public safe, which is the most important thing.
Absolutely.
I have just something very important to ask you. Talk to me about your work with the members of the New Orleans Police Department and the reports that you get. And as you answer, I'm going to ask you to be reminded of this or comment on it. It's my understanding that there's an assistant DA who can work with every district in terms of police reports. So we shouldn't be having a problem with the police reporting, right? The actual contents of the report. When I see 1 out of 2 cases rejected, I would imagine that that's got to be a relatively small number based on the actual reports themselves, because you all can intervene in those reports. Am I right?
Intervene in the reports?
Well, if the report comes to you and it doesn't have all the information in it that you need, you have the ability to go back to the officer who writes the report or the commander and say, no, this isn't going to work. You need to bring us a little bit more. And if you can't bring us a little bit more, then we'll have to reject it. But you do have the opportunity to go back to officers through your assistant DA, one who is assigned to each district, and tell them what you need. Is that working?
Well, that's what we're trying to do right now.
Is it working?
Is it working? This is the program that I'm describing us rolling out as we speak. The case officers are our primary points of contact with each of the NOPD police districts. It is their responsibility to collect and gather and facilitate training for the patrolmen and the other individuals, detectives who are in that district, collect that information and share it with us digitally. So when there are deficiencies, we are communicating those back through our refusal code system for the reason, for the basis for the refusal. So that information is flowing back downhill. One of the reasons I want to switch to this district model, this district screening model, is so there is a singular point of contact. So if there is a training deficiency, if there's an issue with a particular type of case where we could use a little bit more or need something differently done at the time of the arrest or at the time of the arrival on scene, we can facilitate helping with training. We can communicate with NOPD's training structure and help put on trainings at a district level so that we can correct that issue proactively. That was part of the issue that I'm trying to circumvent, is that we have on our blinders and we see a bad case and we don't connect it to, oh, wait, there seems to be an issue in this particular police district with a particular style of case, and we can do something about it. So now, by being observant and now having a district screening assignment, we can make those observations, we can make those conclusions, and then we can work with the district commanders to help correct that issue and hopefully increase that acceptance rate.
So can you tell members of the public that the police department, the members of the police department are writing good reports? If the report has information or needs additional information, that you're able to go back to them to get that additional information so that it's not a police report that stops a prosecution?
I'm absolutely able to represent that. If I have the screening division, we're able to communicate very effectively with our case officers. And if there's a deficiency, we communicate it. And if it's possible to be corrected, it will be corrected.
I'd like to congratulate the members of our police department, because there's too many rumors out there that prosecutions don't happen because police don't provide the information that they need in a report. At the end of the day, you can always go back to them and get additional information. And our officers are willing to go back many times to the scene of the crime to talk to witnesses, to get that additional information. You do not reject a large number of cases based on insufficient information in the report, right?
Not based upon the willingness of the police officer to try to follow up. Certainly, I am in my 13 years as a prosecutor, I am very impressed with the increase in the quality and the workmanship of the police reporting process throughout the time that I've been as a prosecutor. There are unfortunately those certain circumstances where the work needed to be done at that moment, in that space, in that particular time when that police officer arrived on scene, or in that particular moment when they were taking that statement. And those are things that we simply can't go back in time and correct in all areas. That's why it's so important to coordinate and communicate with the NOPD district commanders, so that if there is a training deficiency, we can collectively identify it and we can collectively remedy it.
But you can go back and get additional statements from that same witness.
Yes, we certainly can, if that's the issue.
You can go back and search for additional evidence, including in the apartment where the crime might have taken place.
We hope that we can do that. Unfortunately, whenever we leave a crime scene, it's no longer preserved and secure. And so any police department, any member of the police department will tell you that when we leave that crime scene and we leave it exposed to members of the public or other potential criminals, that we now lose the effectiveness of that particular evidence. Even if we go back later on and try to collect it, that it might be compromised in a way that it loses its efficacy at trial later on.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. And I appreciate the work that you all do. Whatever we can do to increase the acceptance rate, especially on violent crimes. And it doesn't have to be necessarily guilty as charged, but guilty of a misdemeanor when there's a violent crime, it's just kind of concerning. And I know a couple of them. I'm concerned about an incident involving a weapon being downgraded to a misdemeanor, but I understand that your office is complex. I don't work in your office. I did work one summer in the economic crime unit, but that has nothing to do with the work that you all do now. So I want to let you know that I'm supportive of the complexity of your office, but we have got to get that acceptance rate up. The message in the community amongst those who commit criminal acts is just not a good message, that they feel that there's no consequences for what they do because of a variety of issues, including the workings amongst our criminal justice system. So whatever we can do to help.
If you know anybody who's willing to come and join our fight, who wants to be a district screener, who's got some experience as a prosecutor in this parish or some other parish, and who wants to come join the fight for the greatest city in the world, you send them my way.
And you tell us what we have to pay to make it work.
You got it.
All right.
I would like to add that we appreciate the work and the bravery of the officers that bring us the cases that we work on.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that publicly.
Any other council members? Councilmember Green, just for a historical perspective, former chief criminal court judge Calvin Johnson several years ago would hold meetings in his chamber about report writing with representatives of the police department and the district attorney's office. And I thought, and I think that issue had been settled some time ago because they started to work together on better report writing, how to repair reports in conjunction with the cases that the DAs would bring before the judges. So former Chief Judge Calvin Johnson saw that and took it upon himself to gather members of the district attorney and police department in his chamber. Proactive judge dealing with an issue that used to hamper cases, and I think we're seeing better results of that now.
There's a few things that Judge Johnson doesn't touch that don't improve.
Absolutely correct. We have one card filled out, Mr. Sean Tilley. Mr. Tilley.
How you doing, Councilman? I'm here to speak upon substance abuse and mental health. I work for a program where I'm outreach coordinator, and I'm here to ask for help. Majority of the crime is because of the substance abuse and the mental health. And if we can get the help to help those people get off drugs, put them in rehabilitation centers, but let them come to our outreach, our program, it'll be better. But if we're not focusing upon the substance abuse and the mental health, how can we, avoid the crime? When you have them on heroin, spice, crystal meth, you know what I'm saying? And we're trying to get them a critical service to help themselves with substance abuse and mental health. And this is a big issue that's not have been talked about or not trying to be funded. But this is the most important thing. Alcoholism, when you got people riding and drinking and hitting people with DUIs and all that there, let's focus on that. You know what I'm saying? I'm by myself out there in the streets trying to keep our doors open, trying to get people to come to our program. You know what I'm saying? We better keep the doors open. you know, and I need help to get these people to who want the help. But if they want the help and we don't have the ability to help them, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm just asking the city council to hear me. You know what I'm saying? You know, he go my flyer right here. We're in a 10th outpatient drug therapy program, Leaders Educational Counseling. We're at 200 South Borough, Suite 6. You know, we need the help. You know what I'm saying? You know, we better keeping our doors open. You know what I'm saying? And the people I'm 7 years clean. My supervisor 30-something years clean. You know what I'm saying? And they feel great for me to give back. And that's all we trying to do. We trying to show them a better life. You know what I'm saying? To keep the break-in from happening, to keep people cars from getting broken into. You know what I'm saying? It's the substance abuse and the mental health. And open door for these people with the mental health program, get more more mental health programs. You know what I'm saying? That's the most important thing. You know, we can help the district attorney's office by those who coming down on drugs who need help. We can, you can send them us, we can put them in detox. Let them come out to our, you know what I'm saying, program.
Thank you, Ms. Stillings.
You know what I'm saying?
As a matter of fact, he has his information, copies will be made for everyone here participating today. The number is 504-812-0635. Thank you, Ms. Tilly. Anything else, guys, before we close out this segment?
No, thank you.
And a question before we leave. Have you guys read the Superintendent Woodfork's 3-point crime fighting plan?
Councilmember, let me say we're absolutely aware of the plan. We still need to get on a granular level with the plan, but you know, more than that, immediately following the superintendent swearing in, she and the DA begin to have very open communication. She's been entirely accessible to our office. She's made her staff available to our office. So there's no shortage of communication whatsoever. So we're very familiar with her vision and are stand ready and willing to collaborate with her.
Thank you. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm seeking to do something a little bit out of order.
But in order.
Yeah, we have Jeff Asher here, who is our council data analyst, and I like to call him the table just because I do believe there is a component of this meeting that, in hindsight, we should have been in communication, my office and the rest of the offices with the chairman, that we should have added to this agenda. As many of you know, the council previously passed a data ordinance that requires that all of the different criminal justice partners share data with us in a collaborative way so that we could present analysis of that data to the public to show that the best allocation of resources was being done, as well as provide information regarding transparency and accountability within those said departments. And I think it'd be appropriate at this time in between our various partners making presentations just to get a very brief report on how that has been going and if all of our partners have been collaborating with us pursuant to the ordinance to provide that data for the council for analysis. So could Mr. Asher go to the table, please?
Ms. Asher.
Briefly, can you run down through our various agencies and just give us, Mr. Asher, kind of a brief summary on whether or not those agencies have been in compliance and what is their degree of compliance? I know that typically we consider the NOPD the gold standard because they give you direct access to data, but I know that with the ordinance's passage, we really expanded that access to data to a variety of other agencies.
Yeah, we absolutely have. And good afternoon, council members. It's a pleasure to be in front of you again. We have expanded access over the last few months. And as you can see on council.nola.gov/dashboards, the new website, we have been able to expand the number of dashboards, the amount of information that we're then able to push to the public. We've also expanded the amount of information that we're able to take internally, produce analysis, and push that out. I guess I'll start with civil service, actually. One of the requests was for data access to civil service on things like applications, hiring, and other issues of who is trying to join NOPD, both recruits and both new recruits and lateral recruits. We're able to produce information like this, where we're able to track applications. You can see actually we're seeing an uptick in applications over the last few months. We're able to turn that into analysis, which is used in these presentations. We are able to track where the applicants are coming from. So we can say 65% of applicants are coming from out of state compared to prior to the announcement, 50%, to just throw numbers out there. So very pleased with the information coming from civil service. NOPD, also very pleased with the data and the relationship that we have. NOPD obviously has a wide variety of data sets that they produce in the already produced publicly, specifically 911 calls for service, electronic police reports. They have the other aspect of the police staffing dashboard is that every week they update their numbers. So we're able to track over time how many officers they have, how many recruits they have. I believe a recruit class of 19 just started. That hasn't quite hit their data yet, but once it does, we'll update it and you'll see a slight uptick in the number of officers and recruits. We also are working with them. This was our first joint product, the historical murder dashboard. One of the things that the data ordinance requested was for NOPD to provide data on homicides. And so you can see that we're working with them. They're providing on a monthly basis their spreadsheet that they keep track of, where they're tracking all murders. And this does a couple of things. One, it allows us to produce a product like this, which sits both on the council website and on the NOPD website. It also allows us to know in real time how many murders there were, near real time. It doesn't sound like much, but we've gone months, years even, where there's very little actual hard information on just how many of the worst crime in the city has happened. And now we're able to say month to month, how many victims there have been, what age, information on the demographics, age, the weapons used, things like that. And we're able to push that out to the public, which allows for less uncertainty. It allows for a better understanding of what's happening, what the trends look like. And I think that this is useful both for people that just want to stay up to date. It's useful for researchers. It's useful for journalists. And it's useful for me, myself, a data analyst who just wants to be able to follow things. NOPD has also produced data on facial recognition. They're producing that data quarterly. So just a couple of weeks ago, we got the fourth quarter data from facial recognition. We're able to turn around a very quick analysis and send that to all of you council members on use of facial recognition, or I guess non-use mostly of facial recognition in the fourth quarter of 2022. That's the type of thing that I think will be most useful when we look back in October of this year and we have a full year of data and can actually provide that. So very useful to be able to have that data. If I did miss any data sets, certainly ask about them, and I'm happy to say whether or not an OPD is providing them. The sheriff's office continues to provide data access to their data systems, which allows for the jail dashboard. It allows for pretty much all of the dashboards, to be honest, to function. Our work through the sheriff's office allows access to the court data. So we're able to see what's happening within the criminal court. Unfortunately, we still don't have any access to municipal or traffic court data, but when we have requested that data, they've been more than willing to provide it. It's just that we don't sort of proactively have access to it in ways that we have for other sources. The district attorney's office, full disclosure, we do have a consulting relationship with the district attorney's office as well, have access to their data through that means. There's not many circumstances where the court data and the DA's data, we can usually get what we need through the court. So I can't think of any circumstances where we've needed to have access to something from the DA's office that we haven't been able to access through the court data. The good example being when the 701s popped up as an issue about a year ago, we were able through the court to analyze it and respond to your questions using just the court data, not relying on the DA's data at the time. And then the juvenile court being the last one, which I think is the most challenging for us, just because until the end of 2021, the juvenile court was using a system, and they switched to a new system through DigiCourt, which is also what I believe traffic and municipal court are using. And you can access all the data. A kid gets arrested, somebody at juvenile court can type up the name, see all of the cases they've been involved in, see what this case status is. From our perspective as data analysts, though, we can't export the data. So from 2012 through 2021, we were able to export data and make things like when we wanted to analyze what share of arrests citywide were juveniles, what share of vehicle burglaries are being committed by juveniles, or vehicle burglary arrests are being committed by juveniles. We were able to do that until the start of 2022. Now what we're able to do is basically we have to download it. We do a full month or a full year. We're able to isolate just the item numbers. And so we can do a little bit of analysis by just finding what the item numbers are. And so I can tell you whether or not a case was an adult or a juvenile arrest through additional analysis, but we can't do things like track juvenile arrests over time, how it compares to adult arrests. Or another thing that we're able to do is we were able to tell how many juveniles were incarcerated in any one day from, I believe, 2014 or 2015 through the end of 2021. We're no longer able to do that systemically. I believe through their program that you can do, if I wanted to check today, I could see that, but I can't go back and see December 6th, 2022, how many people were incarcerated, how many juveniles were incarcerated. So from our end, it is problematic. It hasn't been the biggest issue just because there hasn't been any major issue that we've tried to analyze, but it is sort of a black hole if we were asked to analyze a specific issue related to juvenile arrests or juvenile incarceration. We would struggle to be able to analyze that from the available data right now.
I think before I yield to the council vice president for some questions, I think that what's very interesting is, and this is probably probably something that council overlooked. We operated with the assumption, since the city is funding all these respective courts, that we were operating off a unified system. And I think it's important to note that many of our partners at least operate on systems that to a large degree communicate with each other. So the challenge you're having with two different groups, which municipal and traffic court as one group and juvenile court, is that they operate on a different system that does not really allow for the exporting data for analysis. Now, when did municipal and traffic get on their current system that is similar to juvenile court?
That I don't know. I think they've been on it for years, certainly as long as I've been working with the council as a consultant.
Well, I think it's kind of a missed opportunity because we had a similar issue during budget when we have the sheriff's office here, and there was an effort as we were trying to put like the final touch on the unified system of our criminal justice partners, where I think the sheriff proposed going to a whole different system, and the council pretty definitively pushed back on that, saying that as a city of New Orleans, if we're going to fund these systems that process and collect data, they have to be, the goal is to try and have everyone on the same system for a variety of reasons. One is obviously for exporting and collecting data in the aggregate so we can analyze and have accountability. But on the other hand, when you have multiple systems, that means you have to have multiple contracts for individuals to maintain and operate those systems, which is another problem with lacking uniformity. So I think something we'll have to work on offline, Jeff, is maybe revisiting the data ordinance to require everyone to be on exportable systems, because I think that is going to be increasingly problematic, that as the other agencies provide the data that you request, I think it's going to be challenging to parse data if it's not set in an exportable format. And that will delay our ability to respond to the public or media regarding requests for certain data. Council Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jeff, for the ones where the data can't be exported, can't these agencies just give you just direct access? Would that be a helpful way?
I'm not sure. We haven't really explored that with juvenile court. I'm not sure how their data is stored, or if there's a way to receive sort of that back end access in ways that we have through other means. It's, I guess, possible, but
yeah,
it didn't used to be an issue. So there was never any reason to explore it, because under the old system,
sure,
just select the dates,
yep,
export it, analyze it.
Yeah. Well, to the president's point, it's like we need to figure out a path for you to be able to get the data that you need to be able to do the correct type of analytics. And if we need to revisit the data ordinance, we'll do so. You briefly mentioned in your presentation, Jeff, something that piqued my interest. You talked about the fourth quarter report for facial recognition. Now, the facial recognition technology is something that is recently being utilized by the NOPD. what are the initial reports showing you? What kind of start is it off to?
So from the data that we received from NOPD, we saw that there were 6 requests for facial recognition in the fourth quarter, so it's October through December 2022. Of those 6 requests, I believe, and I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me, I believe that there were 3 matches, and one of those matches was an incorrect match that NOPD was able to, through their process, to their credit, was able to identify that the match was incorrect. So they had 2 matches, and I believe of those, they're still investigating all of them. So they have no arrests as of, I don't know exactly when the data was produced and sent, but right now, my understanding is that there's 0 arrests from those. So, reasonably light, I guess, usage of the facial recognition. So far, no hits, but I think, again, we're talking about having 3 months of actual data. And so it's hard to say whether officers are just slow to adopt it, whether or not they're going to adopt it more, whether or not they're going to use it for a wider variety of incidents or become better accustomed to which incidents they can put forward.
Yeah.
Really hard to say. It's something that as an analyst, we look forward to being able to monitor and be able to draw more firm conclusions. I would hate to jump to any firm conclusion based on just 3 months of data, but that's what we've seen so far.
Yeah, no doubt. And I, I agree with you that it's like, we'll keep taking a look at what's happening. But, certainly when, when we look back at the real push to have this technology out there, that it was something, really touted as the big kind of crime solving tool, but just in these initial results, with 6 requests leading to 0 arrests, 3 matches, and one of the matches being wrong. I mean, it seems like it's off to a little bit of a rocky start. So, kind of with that being said, it's sure it's important to have tools in the toolbox, but we can't put all our eggs in one basket, and that's why I think it's so important to continue other means of investigative policing and work on the whole thing that we've been talking about. We're really reinventing and reimagining how we do policing in the city, and all the different pieces of deployment and adding civilians and all those different things, that it isn't just one piece of technology that's going to be the one thing that deals with all the problems. But keep us posted on the next round, and if you want to do any further analysis on those individual ones, let us know. Also, were all the correct protocols followed, as far as like notification that the technology is going to be utilized? Were all of the proper steps taken?
I don't have a ton of insight into their process. I know that there might have been some issues with the means with which the requests were submitted. Again, it's new for the officers, so I believe that there were, my understanding from the available data is that there was counseling in a few incidents where perhaps the wrong order in which an item number was submitted up for facial recognition. But I don't think that it was a problem beyond, again, we're just talking about 6 incidents, so we don't know whether or not it'll be a widespread problem, or if it's something that it's just adoption of a new technique and new technology, and the officers just need to learn exactly what to do from a process standpoint.
Got it. If you could get some of that information to the full council in writing, Jeff, that would be helpful. Also to, obviously Chief Woodfork, I'm sure, is aware of this information, and we can figure out, if there's a path that we can possibly all work together to any glitches that may be out there that we can try to correct.
Yes.
Okay,
course.
thank you.
And I should add, I did forget, the Real-Time Crime Center did also provide data. They provided a full year of their reporting, and we're able to analyze that. And we're working on a RTCC 2022 report, which looks a lot like the RTCC 2021 report that we did for the council.
Councilmember Green.
I'd like to tout the statistic relative to facial recognition and make one thing clear. I was the author of along with 2 co-sponsors of the ordinance that made access to facial recognition available, but it was access to use the technology. It's important to recognize that the number should be low, because it's only in cases of violent crimes, and it's only as a last resort. Many of the criminals in our city make it easy to identify because they do crimes in front of people. They do crimes in front of cameras. They walk and tout themselves in front of a camera in front of a store. And you don't really need facial recognition for that. Witnesses will call you all the time. The very fact that we have 6 in a quarter and no prosecutions have resulted for that, in my opinion, and it's also a fact, lowers that concern that we sometimes had or some members had relative to the police abusing the technology. 6 times, no prosecutions based on that. Again, it's a last resort. We also have safeguards in place that council members through their amendments put in place such that there are a couple of people who look at it. It's not just one officer who makes a decision in the street. It's a supervisor who's had an opportunity to take a look at all of the facts. Those numbers should be low, but they're partially low because of the fact that if it's going to be a last resort in violent crimes only, you don't really need it that much. So I think that some of the concerns that we had relative to its use and it being abused by the police are being allayed by the fact that it's not being abused by police. It's 6 times and it's not one usage in court to make a prosecution. That is a great statistic on the part of the police department. I appreciate them for their continuing concerns relative to constitutional rights. But again, last resort, violent crimes only, and it's a technology that's being used by every police department in the metropolitan area and in the state. All we have is access to the technology. We don't even generate it. So I think that it's a good news story that those numbers are low. And the bottom line is that if it solves one crime in 2023 or beyond, then it was worth the investment in the legislation.
I would add that I believe 4 of the incidents were armed robberies and 2 were non-fatal shootings. So to your point, it is all violent crime.
All violent crime.
And as the data analyst, I'm appreciative of the fact that 1, the data is being collected by NOPD, and 2, the data is being then reported and provided to us so that it can become something that is not just a secret sauce that nobody has any insight to. I think that those are very good additions to the technology's use.
And I think that gives us the opportunity too, that if, there are glitches, Jeff, that we can work through those. Like you said, this is the first sample, so we can work beyond that point. Thank you.
And thank you, NOPD, for working with Mr. Asher to provide that information. There's no attempt to hide any information. Thank you very much.
Any other council member as we close out this segment? Councilmember Green, you have a follow-up?
Next time. No, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Asher. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, please.
I think next up we have the police department.
Thank you.
Superintendent?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to give this presentation today. And let me say before I get started, about the issuing the crime plan. I in no way not wanted you guys to have a copy of it. I had my chief of staff email you a copy of the plan when council member Moreno mentioned it. We did post it on our NOPD news and on all our social media platforms in the essence of remaining transparent. So I apologize for that.
And I can get this question out of the way then. Did you read it and do you support it?
You just don't know.
We can move forward.
And I'm just going to give you the status and update and overview of the department. As everyone is aware, I was appointed as interim superintendent on December 22nd, 2022. And one of the first actions that I took was to appoint new leadership. And each appointment was made methodically and based on the knowledge, skills, and ability of each of those persons in their respective areas. Hans Gantier was named Chief Deputy Superintendent of Field Operations Bureau, and that bureau is in charge of managing all 8 districts, the Special Operations Division, Traffic, and Mounted. Ryan Lebrano is our Deputy Chief of Investigation Services Bureau, and this bureau includes homicide, sex crimes, child abuse, central evidence and property, and the crime lab. Jonette Williams remained the Deputy Chief of Management Services Bureau, which encompasses our administrative support divisions and infrastructure areas such as recruitment, human resources, fiscal, records and identification section, special officers, IT, NCIC, and facilities and property maintenance, and our fleet division. Nicholas Gernon was made Deputy Chief of our Professional Standards and Accountabilities Bureau. And this bureau is in charge of managing and ensuring consent decree compliance, policy and procedure management, and the police academy. Keith Sanchez remained the Deputy Chief of the Public Integrity Bureau, and the bureau is responsible for managing departmental disciplinary investigations and the force investigative team investigations. And they also ensure that the investigations and discipline are fair, appropriate, and the investigations are completed in a timely manner. Chief Lawrence Dupree is the Chief of Operations, and he is responsible for overseeing technology tools used in advanced crime strategies and coordinate streamlining of burden reduction processes in all department bureaus. And as stated in my crime plan, there are 3, I wrote it with 3 goals in mind, and that was improving public safety through meaningful partnerships and efficient resolutions, and retaining, recruiting, and creating a positive work environment, creating an evolution of systems and processes that improve the efficiency of the department. And I did put that out on February 2nd, 2023. As you know, when I was sworn in December, the city was experiencing a significant increase in violent crime at the year's end. And generally, crime has been increasing around, violent crime has been increasing around the country, and the city, of course, was experiencing that same violent uptick. In 2022, we experienced an increase in violent crime and ended the year with 266 murders. And Demon, New Orleans, had one of the highest murder rates per capita in the United States. And most of those violent crimes involve firearms used during the perpetration of these crimes. We've also seen an increase in property crime, which is definitely attributed to auto thefts and auto burglaries, and definitely the auto theft of Hyundais and Kias in particular. And we just given out 270 wheel locks. We sprayed them throughout the district. So if anyone is in need of one of those locks, please visit your district station, and we have some there until they're gone. We still are in the process of receiving more. I know some of you guys gave them out, and we're going to continue to do that so we can assist those people with those 2 type vehicles, because that is the probably number 1 and number 2 highest vehicles that have been stolen the end of last year, and of course this year also to date. Violent crimes, namely homicides, yielded a considerable decline in 2019 and 2020, due in part to the pandemic and sheltering in place orders. But when in 2021 and 2022, when those shelter in place proclamations and curfews were rescinded, those increases came very, very quickly in 2021 and 2022. Under my leadership, the New Orleans Police Department is committed to establishing collaborative efforts with our state, and federal partners, LSP, ATF, FBI, DEA, Homeland Security, the U.S. Marshal Service, Secret Service, and the U.S. Border Patrol. NOPD, along with these agencies are strategically deployed collectively in areas throughout the city to target violent crime. And these deployments are made strategically by the collection of the analytical crime data that we have. We're paying attention to the data, we're looking at the data, and that's where we're making those deployments. And the goal of those collaboratives is to disrupt violent crime in the city of New Orleans. It has increased visibility, traffic stops, gun arrests, drug arrests, and the apprehension of subjects wanted for violent crimes, and decreased the number of auto thefts and auto burglaries. The deployments have already yielded just this year from January 9th to date, 17 narcotics arrests, 37 weapons seized, 47 felony arrests, 6 misdemeanor arrests, 9 property crimes arrests, 12 felons in possession of a firearm arrest, 7 fugitive warrants arrests for the month of January until to date. And we also have experienced a decrease in our overall violent crimes against persons. And that's a 23% decrease. We are still currently up in property crimes. We're up 6%. And that again is due in part to those auto thefts and burglary or auto burglaries. So overall in crime, we're only up 1%. And every day I'm watching those numbers go down. Of course, I look at the stats every day to see where we are. And every day we're just chomping at getting that violent crime down, getting that property crime down. And I think it's working. And more recently, just to give you an example of some of the things that have happened as far as the collaborative is concerned, we had arrested 4 individuals for multiple property and weapons crimes for a total of 7 gun seized. But what's more alarming to me, when I saw the photographs of the weapons that were confiscated, one weapon contained a magazine with a drum attached that housed multiple rounds, and 3 of the weapons were listed as stolen. So, you know, it's real high power weapons that can actually shoot off a number of rounds. So that is extremely still alarming to me. We also yielded through our partnership with U.S. Attorney Dwayne Evans. He issued a federal indictment on a joint investigation by NOPD and ATF on a New Orleans resident for alleged possession of approximately 100 machine gun conversion devices, which is a huge number. And those conversion devices are being used and sold on the black market and throughout the city of New Orleans to convert guns into shooting multiple rounds. And that is the last thing that we want. That's what causes those mass shootings and you know, active shooter situations. And we definitely want to quell that kind of behavior. So that was a excellent case. We're also collaborating with our federal partners to create a list. We met jointly together and we decided that we'd create a list. We would start off with a number of 50 people who were wanted and responsible for multiple violent crimes throughout the city. And we are continuing to identify all those subjects collectively so we can apprehend them and at least keep an eye on the ones who are not wanted, but go out and arrest those who are currently wanted for different violent crimes in our city. With the help of the Mayor Cantrell and the U.S. Marshal Service, we have dedicated additional resources to assist with apprehending all individuals with active arrest. And that was with the mayor going to Washington, D.C., speaking with the U.S. Marshal Service, and they're going to come to the city send some additional units for a couple of weeks. And we're going to do a hard push on arresting a whole lot of those wanted subjects that are in the city that have not been arrested yet on warrants that are current. We have partnered up with LSP and ATF on an in-depth analysis and investigative step on all I-10 shootings since 2019 to determine if any possible connections or we can make any possible arrest on those shootings, because recently we've had several interstate shootings and we want to get a hold on that. We're actively participating in the Mayor's Violent Crime Task Force to aid in investigations and outreach to the public in holistic way. So we're partnering with other department agencies, Dr. Avecno with the health department, just everybody is on board. The DA's office, OPCD, different agencies are partnering together. And I know Councilman Thomas, you're a part of that. Jason Williams, the DA, is a part of that task force. And we really appreciate all the help and coming together with us so we can make something happen holistically in our community. We're utilizing the Ring Neighborhood Program. Our chief of ISB, Ryan Lebrano, signed us up for that program where we can actually get footage from Ring cameras or any kind of cameras for that matter from our community members who are willing to sign up for that program, and any crime that may have occurred near their home or business, they'll give us access to the footage. And that means we do not have access to their cameras. We just can't go in your camera and get anything. You have to notify us and we can get that footage when you're speaking of that where a crime may have occurred and you may have captured it on your Ring camera or whatever kind of camera that you're utilizing. We continue to partner with our other community and business partners like Crime Stoppers to obtain vital information on crimes through anonymous tips. And we'll continue to meet with clergy, of course, elected officials like the council yourself, community groups for their support on sponsoring engagements around youth events such as midnight basketball and some empowerment panels. And I actually had the pleasure to go over to Son of a Saint last week, and there were several different community organizations there surrounding youth, especially male youth. And so it was a great conversation. They have a lot of community groups that want to help, and I know that you all have spoken to each and every one of you individually, except Councilman King, but we have a meeting coming up very soon, even though we have spoke just, kind of offline about the things that ideas that you have for community in assisting us in quelling violent crime. And we're currently preparing for Mardi Gras. And so in efforts to make sure that all the parades are going to travel on their historic routes or their original routes, we partnered with the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office to assist with providing outside law enforcement officers for the 2023 Mardi Gras season. The plan allows for NOPD to receive assistance from approximately 100 additional law enforcement officers for the weekday parades and possibly 125 or more for the weekend parades. The city plans to pay all officers working Mardi Gras an hourly rate of $50 per hour and $75 per hour on Mardi Gras day. And my one major goal also as superintendent of police is to retain those officers who have been dedicated for years now on the job. And so we have definitely launched a very, very aggressive recruitment campaign to attract new recruits and lateral officers, and also retain, the gifts that we already have, the stars that we already have that have been here for a long time fighting crime. And as you are aware, the city administration petitioned the Civil Service Commission and you, the city council, to approve retention pay for our current commission officers. And again, I thank you for all that you've done for the New Orleans Police Department. It's great to know that we have your support when it comes to funding these types of incentives and all the things that the department needs. So thank you. I really do appreciate your open-mindedness to assist in the New Orleans Police Department. lateral transfers in, in July of 23, officers, will receive 5,000 to 20,000 in retention, pay based on their years of service, which means if you have, 5 years, you'll get that $5,000 in, someone like that has 20 years, they'll get 20,000 because it's for every 5 years, they'll get $5,000. So the officers are excited about that. I'm glad that you guys passed the retention pay as far as based on that, and the officers are definitely looking forward to those incentive pays. Lateral transfers and reinstated officers hired between July 24th, 2022 and October 21st of 2024 will also receive 4 retention payments of $5,000 each at the completion of 9 months, 2 years, 3 years, and 4 years of service. And additionally, in 2022, to support retention, the department promoted 26 police officers, 126 senior police officer promotions, 15 sergeants, 8 lieutenants, and 4 captains. The department also purchased 75 vehicles to add to our fleet, which is definitely an exciting thing for the officers because we need more cars in the fleet to help us in doing performing our duties. So we're really looking forward to those vehicles, and they've even purchased an additional 700 new vehicles. 382 of those are marked, 362 are unmarked, and that's for our detective bureau and on those officers acting in an investigative role inside the district. In January 2023, I promoted 4 captains, 3 lieutenants, and 2 sergeants. I have also announced training for the promotional position of senior police officer in 2023. And we recently hired Dr. Shamika Kelly as our crime director, and we are really excited about that. We have also purchased 200 new computers, and those are currently being imaged by IT, and those will be placed in the district and administrative offices throughout the department in moving forward with bettering the technology that we provide for officers. The administration has also committed resources to improve the NOPD infrastructure. The new 4th district station that is still in the construction phase is due to be completed this April 2023. We also have our recently, last year we opened our crime lab, which is located on South White Street. And like I said previously, Dr. Shamika Kelly is now beginning to start our accreditation process for us to be accredited in forensic DNA. Recruitment, again, is one of the highest priorities for NOPD right now because, of course, our manpower depletion. We currently have 2 classes in progress at the Academy. Recruit Class 196 is scheduled to graduate in May with 9 recruits. On January 30th, Recruit Class 197 started the Academy with 19 recruits. We're beginning, we also have hired 3 more people for our next class, which is set to start in April. I want to say about April 10th, 2023, beginning with like double digits. I've assigned new leadership, and to my left is Lieutenant Nicole Powell. I gave her the task when I first was sworn in and told her how important it was to me, and it's important to the city that we really beef up our recruitment effort. And I needed her to go over and to really review all the processes over there in efforts to see how we could streamline and make this easier. So she is my new leadership over there currently, and she has re-energized our recruitment efforts. And in a few weeks since assigned, we're seeing more traction in the conversions of applicants to test takers. There are 19 applicants in background pending completion and 33 applicants in the pre-screening phase. Our next class is scheduled to start in April. We hired 3 recruits for class 198 and 2 applicants are committed for onboarding in February and March. And based on the numbers currently in play, we are hoping to hire at least 25 more, and that would give us probably a class of 30 for class 198. To further the recruitment efforts, we started a robust media campaign. We're advertising new retention pay recently approved by the mayor and the city council to hire new recruits and laterals. We have also implemented a phone bank headed by the deputy chiefs and command staff to call former officers who recently resigned to inform them of the retention pay and determine if they're interested in returning to the department. And what I did was I assigned each deputy chief a list of 10 recently resigned or retired officers from 2022 and 2021. And I tasked them with calling those folks and trying to see if they can talk to them and tell them how things are going to be better, different. This is a department of change, all that we are doing, all that we are implementing. And we actually got some people who are coming back on. So that was a great thing. And we also gave that task to our command staff because I see everyone as a recruiter, myself, my executive team, my command staff, on down to the patrolman. We all have to recruit in order to supply the help that we need, the help that the citizens need to tackle public safety. We also put a lot of things on social media as far as recruiting. I support the NOPD lawn signs in the making that we're going to give out to our citizens to put on their lawns, letting everyone know that they support the NOPD. We have recruitment banners for headquarters and district station. We have 23 digital and vinyl billboards with the new recruitment slogans on them. I'm sure you probably have seen 1 or 2 around the city because there are quite a few that are up and out for everyone to see. We're planning to partner with local universities with criminal justice programs and recruiting opportunities. And we're currently in negotiations with a vendor to begin remote testing for our out-of-state applicants. We plan to utilize bilingual officers to recruit bilingual applicants and likewise utilize LGBTQ liaisons during large-scale LGBTQ events for recruitment opportunities. In an effort to provide additional civilian staffing support, we plan to hire approximately 102 additional new personnel for new positions, with emphasis being placed in areas that allow for burden reduction, such as police intake specialists for our alternative police response unit, crime lab analysis, social workers, and other administrative positions. So what that means is we are beefing up our civilian staff. We're really pushing to hire those 25 people for intake specialists that are going to man our alternative police response unit. We think it's very important that we staff that particular unit because it does a couple of things. It takes a burden off of our citizens from waiting around for reports that can be taken over the phone or online, and they don't have to wait around for a police to show up at their home or business. And it also allows officers on the street not to have to handle those particular calls, and they can respond to more urgent calls, and it drives our response times down. And I think that is definitely a goal of mine, to make sure that we are answering calls in a timely fashion, driving those numbers down. And I think civilianizing a great bit of our department is a big assistance to officers and is a gift to our citizens, and they deserve to have the police in a timely fashion. So I think the big push to do that, I think it's working. And We have had input from the council members. We've had input from the federal monitors, and everyone, different people in the community. So we have everybody on board for that. And I think we're gonna do great with civilianizing a good bit of our department. Our current sworn strength is 922 commissioned officers and 223 civilian. We have lost 12 sworn personnel and 6 civilians thus far this year. And I just want to say that the department is committed, absolutely committed. I am committed to reducing violent crime in this city and demanding public safety. We strive to bring an end to all the violence, all the killing, you know, all the really, really violent crimes in our city. And our goal is to provide a quality of life that the people of New Orleans expect and they absolutely deserve. I appreciate your time and allowing me to make this presentation. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Councilmember Marino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to you all. I have to say, I really like what I'm seeing at this table.
All women,
All
huh?
women, all women. And
It's
you
the
know,
new world order.
there you- look, all women, law enforcement, a career at the NOPD is for women as well.
Absolutely.
And you all are that very visual group that I think can likely lead to other women saying, you know what, that's a profession that likely could be for me.
Absolutely.
And as you mentioned, you know, maybe not necessarily as a commissioned officer, but one of the civilian employees who could be helpful with still crime fighting at the NOPD. So I
Correct.
appreciate seeing this table. So a few things. One, thank you for the plan. And you know, not an issue that you know we didn't get it immediately. I appreciate you sending it to us. You know, you just got on the job. We'll work through the comms thing. It's like not an issue, so don't think like it's an issue. Okay, so let me start there. What I really do appreciate is that you have a plan.
Yes.
I mean, this is something that the council asked for quite some time. I'm glad to see a plan. And when I look at your plan, I take a look at goal 3. And I think goal 3 is really important because you're talking about the overall organization of the NOPD, operations, efficiencies, restructuring, all of that is so key and important because I think part of the issue that we have faced for so long is that everything had remained the same. Everything had remained the same, but the situation all around us was changing.
Correct.
We no longer were a department with 1,500 people, yet we were still operating the same. So I appreciate you seeing the big necessity to restructure and to form a new NOPD, one that does bring in civilians. I just told Chairman Thomas here, let me go to that slide because I've been waiting for this slide for like a year. Where is it? Hang on. It's the one with all the civilian positions. Here it is.
Mm-hmm.
I have been waiting for this slide and asking for it for more than a year on like, what are the needed positions? What are the new positions? Like, what does that really look like? I've been, and how many meetings have we had with NOPD before is where I've asked this question?
Plenty.
Every single one. And this is the first time I've gotten this information in this slide. So I very much appreciate NOPD providing me this. And I really also appreciate the fact that you do prioritize bringing in trained professionals to the NOPD because data that Jeff Asher has provided to us time and time again shows that commissioned officers, 30% of their workload is work that a trained professional could be doing.
That's right.
So if you want to talk about the best type of redeployment for commissioned officers, well, then add more trained civilians to do the work that they don't need to be doing.
Correct.
And so it just makes all the sense in the world. And I know, Chief, that there's been a few little bottlenecks around the hiring of civilians. And so I very much appreciate, you know, you bringing your team, Stephanie, bringing your team to work with civil service and creating kind of the small working group that we've discussed, the CAO. People in as quickly as possible because there may be issues with the amount of money we may be paying or, you know, and we may need to like tweak a few things, but I think all of us sitting together at the table, we'll be able to like work through these issues. But I very much appreciate you meaning what you said to me when we first met, that this would be a priority civilians.
Right.
Just in your initial presentation, I see obviously that it is, because just getting this slide to us is one that we've never been able to get from NOPD. That's real. I didn't really have any questions, so those are just my comments.
And I just want to say, again, it's my commitment to, be very transparent. I mean, anytime you call me, you ask me something, I have no problem, giving you the, information that you're requesting, or any council person, for that matter. I'm gonna be honest, about it, whether it's to our good or bad. Because I do want to have a great relationship with the council and all, everyone in city government. I think it's important, that we do that. And as far as the civilian, piece is concerned, it's extremely important. Everybody doesn't want to be the police, but they want to be a part of the criminal justice process, the law enforcement process, and we welcome it. I think it's is the wave. I was open to it. I had been looking at it for some time, and I just think it's just best practices. It helps keep our officers safe on the street. It helps them to get to calls quicker. It gives the community that quick response. Not those delays in calls. And even with talking about being civilianizing, even handing over the traffic accidents to a civilian group, that is really important. I just spoke to the gentleman who's over that particular contract at the public hearing with Judge Morgan. And I just think it's important that we do that. You hear people all the time saying they waited around for a minor accident for hours and hours. Want to stop that. That's not fair. People's time is very important. And so I think civilianization is definitely the way to go. It pays dividends for everyone across the board.
And I think you're really just like all of us here, having to accept reality. And the reality is that to be a commissioned police officer is not as sought after of a job as it used to be. But I do hear so often people still wanting to find ways to help, in crime fighting, to help the NOPD, to be still able to be an investigator, but maybe not be a full commissioned officer. And you're finding those opportunities. And I think it's police departments that are going to reimagine the way that police departments operate are the ones that are going to be successful. And in talking to you, I see that you are, seeing that vision and supportive of that vision of what other chiefs around the country are doing. One, as that very well, is Chief Harrison, who's been doing that in Baltimore. And so, anyway, so I just appreciate you moving in that direction.
And I'd be remiss in not mentioning our other partners, and that's the District Attorney Jason Williams, and of course Candace Anderson Bates from Juvenile Court, Judge Pittman and Davalier from CDC. We have spoken, and we all are definitely committed to working together, working out the kinks to make sure the whole system is fixed. We all know we may have some glitches in each of our shops, and we are all committed, and I'm committed to working with them to make sure we're fixing those things and we're doing it collectively and just checking each other so that we can actually work together to make this more productive in a more positive way. So I just want to mention that. I didn't want to leave them out because they are definitely our partners also.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. I have some really brief questions. So I attended the hearing as well with Judge Morgan. And I guess the one thing I left with and was kind of unsure about was, what is the timeline as you see it with civilianization in general? Like what is a reasonable timeline? Because as you know, the council, the whole goal of these quarterly meetings is not just to have an update on NOPD, but also we have the quarterly meetings with budget. We're trying to figure out how to allocate resources. So as we have a tremendous amount of positions budgeted in civilianization, how do you feel like that process is going, and was a timeline to fill those civilian positions?
Well, our goal is to reach the number that I gave earlier, that 102 by year's end, and we're working diligently every day. And I don't want to get it wrong. How many have the
civilian spots we have, filled so far and what's open right now. I'm gonna get that information
Okay.
off our, how many we filled and how far we have to go, with those positions.
Okay, and what's the timeline on signing the OSS contract? Because I know it expired in December. So
Right.
currently there's none. When it expired, I believe we had 2 cars with OSS. In my conversations with them, they're currently in negotiations to go up to 7,
Right,
which would be a tremendous increase and take some of the pressure off our police officers.
correct.
Do you have a timeline on when that contract will be signed?
I think that's gonna happen pretty soon because I talked to him also at the meeting. And we have a meeting coming up on the 16th, with the judge and the monitoring team. And we're gonna revisit that, make sure we renew that contract so we can get it signed and get it done. So we're talking maybe a month or so. And I think we're gonna work everything out and try to get that done.
If we could get that done before the month, that'd be great. I'd be
Try.
But because I'll tell you, as a city dealing with a significant surplus on the books,
Yes,
this is a really important priority, because if we can get those 7, I believe the number he gave me was that we had 25,000 calls last year they could have handled. And with 2 individuals, they handled about 5 to 7. He said that with 7 cars out there, they could handle as much as 15,000, which would significantly reduce the backlog on officers. So if we get any help this council can provide on kind of forcing that issue, because the sooner we have it, the better, I would love to do that.
I
I
will
know,
definitely mention it in our meeting next week. But it's routing right now. And all it takes is renewing it again and getting it signed. So but we are definitely gonna discuss it there and try to get that done before a month is out.
yeah, and we'll reach out to the city attorney's office as well, because I know they're involved in
Yes.
negotiating the contract, and the log jam might not be you, it might be them. So we'll get them involved as well. I'm sure you're aware, you and I previously talked about having a recruitment audit. The council's put out an RFP for that.
Sure.
I would really appreciate, and I have no doubt you will work with us, not just on the NOPD side, but on the police and justice side, trying to figure out how we can improve recruitment, what additional resources might be necessary, as well as whether or not we need to outsource some of those processes to make it more efficient. Do you have any information? I know that you've had this initiative where we've had rank contacting former officers to see if they'll come back to NOPD. Do you have any results on how that's turned out? How many have accepted it and come back?
I tell you, we're in the process. Everybody hasn't finished their list because of course we gave it to all the captains to call. So we have 20 captains. So we're waiting for those lists to come back to know the exact numbers. But I know they had a couple that we referred to HR, so they can talk to them and tell them how to go back to through the process. It just depends on how long they've been gone, what they have to do. But the process is, if they've been gone just a month, then of course it's easier to get them back on board. But if they've been gone for a year or 2 years, then they're gonna have to go back through the entire process again. So it just depends on who it is, but we don't have the exact numbers on that. But what it's been doing is 2 things. Not only getting some of our people back, but we've also been learning of why they left, which is, important for me to know what was it, that made you leave. And we've heard a number of things, but it's still that reoccurring thing that the consent decree. So I've also challenged those captains and the executive team with explaining about the consent decree. It's not, it's necessary at this time. Of course, we are working to get out. We're very, I think we're very close on getting out of it. But when it was first implemented, it was very necessary for nothing else, for supervision reasons. And you have to explain to them why it's in place. It's not to cripple anyone. It's not to stop them from pursuing a vehicle, but there are rules to everything. And we want to continue to be the example and model of constitutional police, 21st century constitutional policing. And in order to do that, we have those things in place that the consent decree has helped us to put in place. And we are going to sustain those. So for anyone who is really interested in doing a really good job, and doing great constitutional policing, please join the NOPD. Whether it's a civilian or a commissioned officer, we are committed to not only serving the entire city and our visitors, but we are interested in doing it in a great way. Through procedural justice, treating our citizens and our visitors like they're supposed to be treated, like they deserve to be treated. So I think those are necessary, but that was one of the things that was happening too. Some other people just left for personal reasons. They wanted to go back home. They weren't living here, just a bit different career, not maybe not law enforcement at all. They just moved on to something else. And some people we just did not get a response from. So we're going to be tallying what happened with each of those lists, and we're going to put something together. And definitely, once we get the results from those first calls, those first 10 that we gave to everybody, we'll definitely forward that information to you and tell you what our results were, even the people that we did get to come back through.
Okay, and I mean, it will be interesting to see what the reasons are, because obviously from our surveys, consent decree was like 3, not in the top 2. And a lot of people said their problems dealt with promotion and rank.
Correct.
And obviously the department has shifted somewhat. My last question, which is kind of a deep dive, majors, why do we only have 1?
Well, you know this, just like captains, that promotional test hadn't been given in what, 20 years, 18 years, 19?
Well, and I guess my point being that when I talk to people who left the department and they give the reason for manipulation of rank, one of the big issues, and I know because you've been a veteran, I mean, you've been a police officer almost as long as I've been alive, but
it's just so my
I know I apologize, but the challenge is the effort to eliminate majors was tied to the attempt to circumvent civil service with the restructuring of the department. And when you look at promotional opportunities, the fact that we eliminated a significant promotional opportunity and didn't even really, in my opinion, properly restructure the department to account for the lack of majors. You have 20 captains and you have 1 major. What would be the appropriate amount of majors for 20 captains?
I think we should have at least 5.
Right. So if you had 4 additional majors, that would free up 4 captain spots and down the line. And that's something that I really think as a chief, you should revisit, because I think majors could be a tremendous asset in growing the promotional opportunities of the department. It would help possibly in some ways take some pressure off your deputy chiefs to streamline how you're going to handle opportunities of managing captains, because a lot of your deputy superintendents, they're really tasked with like deployment roles or trying to figure out how to do new initiatives. Part of a major's job in a department, the way it's traditionally structured, is to manage the captains.
Correct.
And I think one thing you could do to kind of show the department is trying to like reestablish promotional opportunities, just recreating and having those tests for those majors and allowing those opportunities. I think it would promote some competition among the captains and everyone from the bottom up, because that would be another opportunity that someone could aspire to. Because right now, as things stand, when the current major dies off, there'll be no majors and there'll be no opportunity. And I think for a lot of officers I've spoken to, that seems to have been the game plan all along, to wait for that one really old major to fall off and then just not be a major. And I think it's a missed opportunity and something that could show a lot of officers who aspire to go through the traditional promotion process. You're creating another opportunity outside of the kind of the political structure of deputy superintendent saying, you know, if I put my nose to the grindstone, I can take the test and get to that rank. And not just that rank, that's a different rank in pay, retirement, and the like. So it's just something I'd like you to consider.
And I actually have spoken to Major Burkhart about it more than once, and I agree with some points that he made, you know, and people laugh at me when I say, oh, we got to go back to the basics, and I say gumshoe policing or whatever, but I was here all those years back and when the majors were a big part of the organization and their roles in the department. Like, and we had an uptown person in a downtown major on different, just to manage just like what you said, the captains, manage those districts, which freed up the deputy chiefs from doing a lot of duties that they do now. So does it have a place? I think we need to revisit it, look at what the duties of a major are on paper now as far as civil services concerned, and reconsider the major's position. I think is definitely worth looking at, and I've discussed it with him. And I'm gonna have my have Stephanie go over that stuff with civil service and see where we are. What do they have as description for a major, and see if we can even add a couple more things to that and see if we can revise the major's position.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
You're welcome.
Any other comments, Councilmember Marino? Chief, just a couple of questions. First, all of the pundits and commentators, when we watch and listen to those reports, they're using the word, and you've used the word proactive in terms of how we're doing police work and law enforcement right now. For folk who don't know what that means, what do you mean when the experts say, and when you say that the police department is proactive now?
That means is for a while we were just reactive, and what that means is we got a call for service, we answer the call for service. But now we are out of the pandemic, we're not sheltering in place, and we need to go back to some proactivity, and that means actively going out, making a vehicle stop, actively going out, making a pedestrian stop, doing a business check, doing surveillance in areas where we see the data is telling us that they're committing a bunch of shootings, or there are a lot of stolen cars dumped in a certain area, doing surveillance on there, using the RTCC to watch those different areas, proactively going out, seeking those who are wanted for violent crimes, going to their homes and different businesses to arrest those people who are actually wanted for violent crimes. Just doing it without somebody calling us. That's what proactive means. Actually initiating it on our own. And that's what I mean when I say proactive.
Historically, New Orleans has lagged behind the national average in homicide solve rate. I think the national solve rate is 65%. We've been lowering that. We've gone down over the last couple of years. What do we need to do to improve our solve rate, especially given the message that sends to violent criminals about their chances of being caught or prosecuted?
Well, you know, overall, our police department is a young police department, right? Our average officers has between 1 and 5 years. So of course that seasoned detective or those seasoned officers that we had there dwindling off, they're going into retirement age. And so what we have to do definitely is seek more training for all our investigative units, whether it be homicide, sex crimes, child abuse, whatever those investigative units are. It's more training, and I'm even entertaining this idea as far as homicide is concerned to address our solve rate. You and I both know those old homicide detectives, you know, very seasoned, were great at solving homicides. You know, maybe seeking them in civilian capacity to train up those young people, give them that institutional knowledge as far as investigating a homicide. Just maybe 4, maybe 5, you know, assigned to our homicide division or our investigative division, just to give them that insight and that institutional knowledge that they have in order to better solve crimes, maybe write a better report, do a better investigation, added with that training, that intense and enhanced training that we're going to require. And I think that'll help have better solve rates and possibly bring down our murder rate too.
You mentioned getting the guns off the street. Of course, you know, we have friendships and relationships with NOPD and folk
yes, sir,
who work closely with you. At a community that I hosted last year, it was just actually an event working with the community group to feed people. And half of the young men who came up to get food had guns on
Mhm.
them. Was no incidents. They came just to get a plate, participate in the event, but half of them had to tuck their weapons or hold it while they got their food. And you mentioned getting the guns off the street. As someone who saw a lot of weapons growing up, and unfortunately saw them used, there's so many more guns. It's like kindergartners carrying guns in the city right now. How do we get the guns off the street? Because it increases the percentages of violent crimes, murders,
Right.
or assaults. How do we get them off the street?
Well, I think first of all,
It's an epidemic
yes, sir.
in this city.
I think first of all, we all have to be responsible about firearms and because the violent crime is at such an alarming rate right now. People are carrying their personal weapons on them in their cars. They're leaving them in the cars, and those who are out committing auto burglaries, they're getting those guns out of cars. So I think as citizens, we have to be more responsible when we are securing our weapons, and then collaborating with the alcohol, tobacco, and ATF federal partners. We are definitely looking at further investigations, federal, making them federal, and so they're doing surveillance on those people who have those switches, is what they're called with their gun conversions. And what those conversions do is allow that gun to fire like 100 bullets rather than 15 and 20 days. So really diving into those types of investigations, the black market selling those on the street and stuff like that. So in those partnerships, working together with them and trying to prosecute these cases a little bit better, even with the U.S. Attorney, with the DA's office. And so that's going to be an effort. And in the community, people have spoken about the gun buybacks. And definitely open to doing it through community engagement office with Sergeant Shannon Brewer, just different initiatives and to try to get those guns off the street with no questions asked.
Many shootings now in this country are considered 4 or more, and it seems like it's a mass shooting, especially given the type of artillery and the amount of ammunition. So anytime someone shoots a gun now, there's a chance that it will be classified as a mass shooting. I shared a video with the past chief not too long ago, where there were 13 kids standing on a corner, and all of them had what they call those sticks. It was actually they were right off of Simon Bolivar and Martin Luther King, and they had those sticks. All 13 kids, as young as 12 years old, had sticks. Those guns were this big, and the clips were that long. They don't make them in that Central City neighborhood. There isn't a place where a retail shop in that Central City neighborhood, but all 13 of those kids had what they call those sticks. And that proliferation, especially within inner city America, and when in hotspots in our community, how do y'all deal with that? Because you can't go to a place where they're manufacturing them. You can't go to a distributor, but they're winding up in our community. How do we stop that?
And I thought about that when Councilmember Moreno asked me about supporting the padlock ordinance. And we talked about it being nuisance businesses, and a nuisance business would be one of those businesses that are, once we surveil it, they're selling weapons out of it, or the kids are getting it from that particular business. So I think, getting into those type of investigations, doing that type of surveillance, because you're right, they don't make them in Central City. They're getting them from somewhere, but they do not make them in Central City. So I think it's a number of things that we have to do. Be responsible with the weapons that we own.
make sure we're partnering with those federal agencies and doing investigations and surveillance on those who those areas where those guns are coming from, to see where these kids are purchasing the guns or where they're getting them from, and holding them to the highest when it comes to prosecutions, giving them those tough sentences when you're involving a child in the use of a high powered weapon that can cause a mass shooting. So I think it's really important and incumbent upon us to really do the deep dive in to surveilling, finding out where these guns come from, looking for those Crime Stoppers tips that are going to give us that information so we can investigate those businesses or those areas or that house that may be housing those weapons that are being sold or given to our youth.
I want to thank you for the report. I read it when I was interviewed. Reporters asked me what were my thoughts, and that it was a blend of what used to work, what can work, along with the new ideas, all the way to technology and recruitment now. So I actually thought it was a good blend of those things historically that we know work. In goal one, you talk about meaningful partnerships. You're familiar with those old interagency agreements with different law enforcement agencies, agreements with federal forces.
Yes.
When you talk about meaningful relationships in goal one, what does that look like? Is it those interagency agreements again, or how do you describe them? Especially, is this something that used to work in the past?
It's not only those interagency agreements again, it's actually boots on the ground. We're working with them. I'll give you an example with I met with the school board superintendent, and we talked about implementing the MOU as far as having those armed officers in school. I think it's important. I talked to a couple of administrators that work in schools and stuff like that, and they're afraid for their kids. They want that added protection of having someone who's able to be armed. So we had that conversation about entering that agreement again, because of course, let's face it, around the country, we're having these school shootings. We do not want to have that to happen here in New Orleans. So far we have been extremely lucky and that has not happened here. But we want to ensure that it doesn't. So when we say partnering, we don't just mean in writing. We don't mean just on paper. And that's even with our state and federal partners. I can call LSP at any time and say, Lieutenant Colonel Chavez Cameron, I need this. Or I can call Colonel Davis and say, hey, can you help us out with this? Or can we partner on this? And it's never a no. And the same thing with our federal partners. Everybody is on board. We're boots on the ground together, not just in writing, not just on paper, but in action.
Go to retaining, recruiting, and creating a positive work environment. So early on in our tenure, the new council in this term for the administration, we gave almost $1 million to the Police and Justice Foundation for recruitment. And we were still stressed with not only recruitment, but retaining officers. Are you part of evaluating those recruitment efforts so you can have input to say, who's been successful, who's assisting with recruiting, or is that best served through internally? And no knock on that particular agency, but $1 million could go a long way.
Correct.
Within your organization, if we're not going to get an increase, or if we're not going to get more recruits because of that investment.
And just like we are held accountable, and I hold everyone under that works for me and with me accountable for different things. We also hold them accountable for certain things. So absolutely, we met with some representatives from the foundation, and they went line by line on what the monies were going to be used for, and we voiced whether we agreed or how we wanted those situations to happen. So it's an ongoing relationship. I spoke with Elizabeth Bowe more than once about, and I know she's very committed. So is Melanie Talia to get this done the way that we want it done. So we came to some consensus and say, hey, this is what we need you to do, and it happened probably almost immediately with the billboards, the lawn signs, that push for our recruitment drive. We needed it. And I know there was an issue saying that it was showing that we had maybe 2,500 applicants or something last year, but we only produced like 23 or 22 actual recruits. And that alarmed me too. I wondered, I'm like, wow, that's a huge number to only just get that small amount of, but after really looking at how the process works, I can apply on it maybe through the Indeed app. And, I don't know as many people as they can actually apply, but to take the test is something different. And that's what those numbers mean. You see that high number, and then you see that really low number of people who actually join. Well, they have to they can apply, but they have to go through civil service and take the test and keep on moving forward with the process. And a lot of times, if you're online and you just have a bunch of people filling out applications, they may not even be interested in the job. They just may be filling out a bunch of applications. So I saw that where that was a little disparaging, but I also, again, sent Lieutenant Nicole Powell over there. I gave her a mission. I gave her a job, and she's doing an excellent job. I mean, we hired only 22 or 23 people last year. This year, so far, we had 19 people go into the first recruit class this year. So that says something for her. That says something for streamlining the process. And the Police Foundation, they're involved in it because they have provided those 2 recruiters to our recruitment unit or whatever, and they're working to get things done. So we hope that we can just continue to have conversations and talk and do things maybe a little more quickly or a little differently to make you see you got the best bang for your buck.
Well, Lieutenant Powell and your communication staff are excellent. I think there are 3 Lieutenant Powells parade to doing her job, to assisting you. They do a great job. Goal number 3, the evolution of systems and improving efficiency. The one thing that I realize where the public is now, whether it's fair or not, is that they're tired, really tired of hearing how many police officers we don't have. They don't care if we have 9 or 9,000.
Right.
All they want to know is that they're going to be safe, and you have not given any excuses. If we're in an era where cities and communities are going to have to just live with what they have, how we manage the agency, and I think you're basically saying that in 3. Are we being most efficient? I think Councilmember Marino touched on that. Are we just in an era, whether the press wants us to wave a wand and get another 900 officers or not, maybe that's just not given the tone and tenor of our community and how policemen are beat up and how some of the things that are going wrong within law enforcement, where maybe we're just not in an era where people want to don the badge or be in law enforcement. Then are we just in a place now where we're going to learn or have to learn how to manage and be safe with what we have?
I definitely agree with that last statement. And the reason why is this, it's true. It's a nationwide trend. It's not just here in New Orleans or in Louisiana, it's across the country. People are not joining law enforcement. They're not joining this profession as they once had. And that's people are saying is due to the incidents like George Floyd and the like. And all the protests that came out of the other campaigns to defund the police or get rid of as many police. So because of that, my mom always taught me sometimes, I wanted this, I wanted that, but sometimes you got to just use what you have. So you have to be creative. They expect the same thing as if we had 1,500 officers. And so with that, you have to be extremely creative with how you're deploying, how you're staffing, and definitely how you're managing. And with me as a leader of the New Orleans Police Department, I am forcing everyone to work differently, to holding everyone accountable. Everybody has a job to do. Long gone are the days where you reach the rank of lieutenant and you just kicking back, just flowing into retirement. You have to work.
You do know you're putting a lot more pressure on yourself.
I get it. I understand, but I have a responsibility to the city. I have a responsibility to the citizens that we serve. And, I have a responsibility to myself and my family to do a really good job, to ensure that they have some quality of life.
So lastly, we back these goals.
Mhm.
Criminal justice system comes together. Are you saying that we can be a safe and a safer city with just the manpower and woman power you have right now?
I absolutely believe that we can and we will.
No question. Councilmember Morrell.
I totally forgot this until we're talking about stats. It's something that I brought up with Chief Ferguson that completely annoyed me. And it really bothered me, which is when we're talking about shootings, as you know, under Chief Ferguson, it might have been under Chief Harrison as well. When someone is shot in the city, we report that as an aggravated battery by shooting.
Mhm.
And something that was always kind of a concern with me when you look at the connective tissue of the criminal justice system is that initial charge is basically what a magistrate judge uses to set a bond.
Yes.
And in most cities and parishes around us, most aggravated batteries by shooting instances are classified as attempted murder or attempted manslaughter.
Right.
And I really encourage Chief Ferguson to move away from aggravated battery by shooting calls, although some would say it is technically, now even that would probably argue technically it's probably not appropriate, but technically it's the most appropriate way to track that stat. I think it sends the wrong message. If someone has a firearm and they shoot at another person, the intent, unless, like I said previously, unless they're Wyatt Earp or Annie Oakley, the intent is to kill them. And I think that the department really should look at when someone is charged with firing a firearm at another person and they injure that person, in my opinion, it is always with the intent to kill. And I think that the department should revisit whether or not when charging individuals with these crimes, whether they should be charging them with aggravated battery by shooting or a lesser charge, and possibly with a greater charge that would have a higher bond requirement, because obviously judges are really tied to what the initial charge is when having that initial bond. Now, obviously the DA could come back and up the charge,
Right.
but if we're sending the message to people who are using firearms to injure other people, I think it's important to send the strongest message possible. So just something I would like you to consider going forward.
And I will. I think it's worth having a conversation with the DA's office and also the investigators, because maybe based on the injury, whatever the circumstances, because of course each incident is different and you don't really know why until you actually do an investigation. So I think probably a way to better classify those shootings or those attempted murders. I think we need to actually get all the facts, discuss it with the DA's office, and they can either go up or down. So, and then of course the stats will be more accurate, like as how many as far as attempt murders go. So
And the example that comes to mind is that we had that shooting in Holly Grove last year where we had over 80 bullet casings found shot at a woman and her children in a car. And by the grace of God, she just was shot in the leg. But when you empty 80 bullets into a car,
you're trying to hurt somebody.
you're trying to hurt somebody. And so when I saw that was released and it was pursued as an aggravated battery by shooting, I think it's kind of unfortunate to use God's providence as an excuse not to charge someone with attempted murder, because if you're firing 80 bullets into a car, it's not to injure someone, it's to kill that person. Now, I understand the instance it was mistaken identity, but that's not really an excuse. That just changes what kind of murder you get charged with. So just like I said, there's a lot of pressure on the public, on magistrate judges in particular, on initial bonds. And I want to remind the public, magistrate judges are bound by what the initial charge is when setting the bond. So I really would appreciate if NOPD would do its best to try and figure out a way that if those charges, if it's appropriate to charge attempted murder, I really think when you're talking about firearms, attempted murder should always be on the table.
Yes, I agree with you. I think it's important enough for someone's life. So I think it's important enough to actually look into, have some discussions with the DA's office and also our bureau chief and investigators about how we're going to classify those crimes so they can actually be reported correctly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, I'll support for Mardi Gras along the routes, each and every person that we're going to be paying because that's coming out the city's budget,
Yes, sir.
correct? They're going to be accredited law enforcement. So all of the additional folk to fill in for these routes are going to be accredited.
The requirement,
Certified.
the requirement is to have a Louisiana post certification.
And so that's for everyone.
Yeah,
that
yes,
was
sir.
Implementing.
You have to have a Louisiana post certification.
So if someone's working on that route and they're not, then that's not the intent.
Well, that's not gonna happen because we're checking, they have to show us proof that they're actually certified, post certified in Louisiana before they can actually work. That was a term that we talked about with the sheriff's department. We have to know that they are actually actively post certified. It's not expired, it's current, and it has to be in Louisiana.
So if you're on a route getting paid out of the city budget, then you're not just someone filling in a position along the parade route.
No, you're out there working. I mean, you're working along with us. It's in support of the NOPD, but you're post certified. When we expect really more crowd control than anything. We don't expect anything or we're praying nothing major will happen on the parade routes. We just want people to be safe and have a good time. And if in fact they need a law enforcement officer, there's one right there for them to go to.
Are we going to do any announcements of public education campaigns about, I know in the past we've had some teams out there of experienced law enforcement who's retired since, who sometimes on a route, they get 20 or 30 guns off the street. Are we going to let the public know we're out there?
We're actually at 2:00, I think it's today, we are videotaping a PSA on the Mardi Gras safety. So yes, we're putting it out there.
Thank you. Anything you want to add to close out?
No, sir, just thank you for allowing me to present. And again, I apologize about the crime plan. It was in no way to try to keep it from you
I
guys.
think we have one last comment. Councilmember Moreno.
So I saw how many officers per day for Mardi Gras, but how many officers total will be coming into our city?
The sheriff's department has provided us with a number as high as 200.
Got it.
So between 100 and 200, just depends on the day. Because some agencies like Jefferson Parish is only going to be with us 4 days because of course they have their own Mardi Gras duties, but they have committed to 4 days of it. So it just depends on what agencies are going to be still in town or still in the parish working that day.
Yeah, just trying to figure out how many individual officers will be paying. So, okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Chief, anything you want to close out with?
No, thank you.
No, thank you very much. Next on the agenda, and thank you guys.
Next on the agenda, we have the Office of Independent Police Monitor.
Did you move down on
You can use the clicker or you can use the arrows.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank y'all for being here.
So in our presentation today, I'm Stella Cement. I'm the Independent Police Monitor for the City of New Orleans, and I'm joined by Bonseal Shokenby, our Deputy Independent Police Monitor. We are the management team for our small office. And we're here today to present on 3 core things that we wanted to highlight for the committee about our recent work. Yes, that's it. And so the first thing was we wanted to highlight how we do complaint intake. And we just wanted to touch on a couple aspects of complaint intake to respond to a recent concern that was vocalized by one media station. And we want to make sure that we took time to respond to that concern because we know that might be of something that the public would consider important, that our stakeholders and the NOPD would consider important, and the committee would consider valuable. And then we want to talk about 2 projects that we just recently completed in January. So I just provided that over. Yeah, we'll skip ahead. So we wanted to highlight a recent report that came out by WDSU that was concerned about the way that we handle confidential information. Specifically, they were concerned about the monthly reports that our office provides to the Ethics Review Board and to the City Council pursuant to the ordinance that we provide all available data on a monthly basis. In that monthly report, we provide summaries of allegations that are brought to our office regarding officer misconduct. And WDSU was concerned that a summary of an allegation could have potentially tipped off the involved officer of a misconduct investigation that might have required covert or SIS operations. And by SIS operations, I mean the Special Investigation Squad that is embedded in the Public Integrity Bureau that is responsible for doing majority criminal investigations, but investigations that might require covert operations in the form of going to officers' homes, following officers in a way where they where they do not know they're being followed. And so there is a need for a high level of confidentiality to ensure that that police officer is not tipped off to that type of investigation because that could compromise the investigation that is occurring. So the image that we're sharing is from the WDSU report. And we first wanted to say that while we respect this concern, the information that was provided was not correct. The allegation that was shared in our OIPM monthly report for December was released in January. At the time it was released, the complaint investigation was already completed and considered public. So whenever we receive accounts of officer misconduct that might require covert operations or some information that might be confidential that would compromise the investigation if shared, we provide that information immediately and discreetly to the Public Integrity Bureau for them to assess whether or not they want to conduct a covert operation regarding the matter. We will then follow up that private form of communication, often with a formal letter that requests the SIS involvement, but we will not release that to the public until we're assured that any covert operation is closed and complete. We would never share any information that could compromise an NOPD investigation in any way. When we share allegations that are raised by the public, by fellow NOPD officers, or by anonymous sources, we do that to ensure that there's transparency and immediate transparency to the community and to our stakeholders and our governmental leaders, such as City Council, about the type of allegations and the type of concerns that we have about the NOPD. If you want to go to the next slide. Whenever we receive this information, we do want to make sure that we are responsible stewards of what we receive. So we're never going to do anything to compromise an investigation, but we do want to make sure that the public is aware of these allegations of misconduct. So we highlight here another NOPD officer that was arrested and charged with having a sexual relationship with a minor child. And we highlight this because this arrest was the result of confidential information that we provided to the Public Integrity Bureau directly, immediately, and they were able to act on it, and it resulted in the arrest of this officer within, I believe, 48 hours. And so that's just one example of how when we receive this type of alarming allegation, we move quickly and we move securely to ensure that information gets to the correct leadership to determine whether or not covert operations will be used. So when we report on allegations, we're only reporting on allegations that can be released as public. And we also do not screen or vet the allegations that we receive. So WDSU did report a correction on that article, on that piece that they did the next day. And they stated that they were informed that the investigation was complete regarding this NOPD captain and the allegation made against him, but also that it was determined to be unfounded, that effectively the allegation was baseless. And then WDSU asked, should we have released that information, stating that we knew that the investigation had been complete and what the outcome of it was? And because of the way that we report out on a monthly basis, we want to ensure that everyone who is filing a complaint of misconduct has a chance for their voice to be safely and publicly heard, and their concern to be safely and publicly known. We do not provide whether or not the complaint has been sustained or the investigation has resulted in any particular outcome. And the same goes for the disciplinary hearings that we monitor. We state everything according to what officers are accused of, not what they are found to be in violation of, if anything at all. So now, having heard that feedback and being able to engage in kind of a public dialogue about the type of work that we do and how we're reporting out this information, we are going to be looking critically at our monthly reports and potentially moving away from providing allegation or accusation-based information to ensure that the information that we're providing the community is transparent, accurate, and effectively fair. So we wanted to provide this update to City Council, and
Lesson learned?
yes, sure. Yes, because we wanted to make sure that, you know, our information is never used as a weapon. It's really not meant to be. So next, we're going to talk about some of the projects that we've completed so far in the month of January. And these projects do touch on what we're going to be completing for the rest of the year. First, we did release our work plan from 2023. And in our work plan, we use this as an opportunity to be able to explain to the public what it is that our office does, how our office is organized, and the legal obligations and jurisdiction of our office. We also this year decided to structure our work plan according to major projects. So major projects are indicated by the exclamation point. And anytime we include a major project, it's our way of keying all of our stakeholders and the public into understanding exactly what we're prioritizing, where the majority of our time may go, and also what might require a lot of funding from our office to be able to complete. A highlight of some of these major projects is our 24-hour hotline, which we just selected through the RFP process, a vendor to be able to complete the 24-hour hotline. And we hope to continue that major project to be able to have the 24-hour hotline live at some point in the summer of this year, and that will be available in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. Another major project is working with the federal monitors on consent decree compliance. We also have a major project to build public archives on our website, and major projects around building public-facing misconduct database, and teaching an active listening course on a weekly basis at the NOPD Academy, and updating all of our MOUs. We're taking on a variety of projects, but we wanted to make sure that the public stayed aware of what it is that we're doing every single day, and that they can play a role in holding us accountable to all of our goals and priorities. Finally, we wanted to also look forward, look into 2024 and 2025 and say what we envision to be on the horizon, where we envision our office going and police oversight going in the coming years, particularly as we get closer to the end of the consent decree and our role will be changing. So you can see in our work plan that we do provide scenarios. We do want to say that our work plan is still meant to to keep our office fluid in that we need to be responsive to whatever might arise and whatever may end up being a priority to our community and to the NOPD. So it's not meant to lock us into a rigid roadmap, but it's much more meant to kind of give everyone a guide of where we're going to go and what we're doing on a daily basis. The next project that we just completed was and released to the public is an informational tool on police chief considerations. We released this tool as a way to inform and equip our community and our stakeholders to engage in a very robust manner about how we're going to select our next police chief, what type of criteria we should be looking at, what our local history is in terms of selecting police chiefs, and what is happening on the national scale to be able to select the most effective police chief. In this tool, we highlight the timeline of NOPD chiefs, interim chiefs, and how mayors have selected those chiefs since 1994. In that timeline, we're able to highlight that there is no consistent method to pick an NOPD chief. And sometimes the same mayor may use two different approaches within their term to be able to pick a police chief. So an example would be Mayor Landrieu. Mayor Landrieu elected to do a national search and hired externally for one chief, but then did not do a national search and hired internally for the next chief. So that's just within one mayor, two different options on how to select a chief. We wanted to let the public know about our shared history in this regard, so that way.
Which Mayor Landrieu?
Oh, sorry, Mitch Landrieu.
I thought both of his chiefs were from New Orleans.
So actually Surpass got his start he got his start in New Orleans, and then he left and became the police chief in Nashville and in I want to say Seattle, somewhere in the Pacific Northwest.
Okay, I know what you mean.
Yeah, so he was technically considered an external hire, even though he was really a child of us. He was he seemed very local.
Yeah, because I never considered Chief Surpass
a lot of people wouldn't.
A foreigner.
Right. A lot of people wouldn't because he was a leader under Pennington, but
I got you then.
But he actually, yes, ended up having this great leadership experience from other areas and able to bring that experience back to New Orleans. We also wanted to highlight what type of leadership positions chiefs are holding across the country prior to becoming chiefs, as a way to kind of key all of our stakeholders in to what type of rank we might be looking at as potential candidates for our police chief now. And as you can see, nearly 2/3 of the chiefs in 2021 had around 21 to 30 years of experience, and the majority of them were assistant or deputy chiefs or police chiefs already prior to becoming police chiefs in their new position. We also provided information about how those searches were conducted on a national level. So again, you'll see that the majority of the searches are moving towards a national model search. And as a result, you're seeing more departments consider outside hires, with 55% of the hiring that happened according to this 2021 survey conducted by PERF, the Police Executive Research Forum. 55% of the hires were considered outside hires and 46% were internal hires. So that means that more and more on the national level, police departments are considering candidates who have experience with more than one agency during their career. Additionally, another trend that we saw was the use of search committees. And by search committees, I'm using it as a term of art as it was identified by this survey, meaning that it's a search committee that is predominantly made up of members of the public, community members, and individuals that represent special interest groups that touch on policing concerns. And they utilize this search committee as a way to gain community input into the police search and into the criteria that is used for the search and the screening of potential candidates. This search committee can then transition to another type of committee upon the hiring of a permanent police chief, such as a steering committee, an advisory committee, or some other type of community input committee. What we were really trying to highlight is that there's multiple ways to conduct a search, and there's a lot of different things that our city can consider when they're conducting their search, from how to utilize community input and search committees to how to utilize assessments, background investigations, and civil service examinations in the way that they conduct their search. We also highlighted some sample topics of interview questions and interview areas that could be explored with candidates to be able to understand the candidate's decision-making process, the way that they reason through problems, and how they will delegate tasks and utilize resources, their leadership team, and their community in the way that they solve policing concerns. We gave specific examples on how these questions could be constructed in a scenario-based way around topics such as how to respond to hurricanes and declared emergencies, or be command leadership during those emergencies. How would this candidate introduce new technology and different technology advancements to the NOPD, including things like drones or remote controlled robotics? We asked questions about First Amendment and policing, such as how would the candidates respond to seeing a Oath Keepers bumper sticker on the car of an employee, or learning that an employee doubts the legitimacy of the US government and posts about that on social media. These types of questions are meant to, again, get to the root of how a candidate solves problems, what type of perspective they bring to policing, and what type of leadership skills they have and they're willing to further develop as the next chief. Finally, we encourage that all those involved in this very important task of selecting our next police chief don't just rely on traditional methods to measure officer effectiveness, which might just look at metrics such as how many arrests were conducted or how many tickets were issued. These types of traditional models that just measure productivity instead of quality of service and satisfaction with that service from the customer, and the customer being the community. The community is the one that's entitled to police services. And so we don't want to see the dependency on data, because data can be diluted or manipulated, and it may not match jurisdiction to jurisdiction when you're conducting a national search. We really would like to see those involved in the search focus on looking at the personality of the candidate to learn what their leadership culture is, their perspective on policing, and their decision-making process. We also highlighted from different resources that are designed for police chiefs about the traits that other officers identified as being important in their leaders. And as you'll see from that list, it includes things like active listening, being accountable to their decisions, honest, supportive, resourceful, and showing an attention to detail. So those were the tools that we wanted to highlight. Everything is available on our website right now. We're also going to be conducting more virtual forums for the public to be able to engage on these tools. And as always, the public can file complaints of officer misconduct or accounts of positive policing on our website or through our social media platforms.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. Is the search more important, or is the chief more important?
Ooh, I think that ultimately the chief is more important, but in order for the chief to have credibility and buy-in, and by credibility and buy-in, I don't just mean from the community, I also mean from their own employees. The search is going to be the way that you're able to establish that.
So that's in terms of getting buy-in.
Mm-hmm. A strong and robust and comprehensive, transparent search will lead to a better transition of leadership and will put the next police chief in the best position possible to be able to succeed.
And I'll ask you the same question I asked the other agencies. Superintendent Woodfork just released her 3-goal plan. Have you reviewed that plan? And how does it fit with what your agency thinks a police department or law enforcement agency ought to be doing?
We did review the plan. Right now, the only aspect of the plan that I think we showed just some concern about is the potential partnerships or the strengthening of partnerships with federal and local partners that also are in the law enforcement space. Just because there has been concerns in the past that sometimes those task forces are used as a way to sidestep consent decree reforms through utilizing other law enforcement agencies to conduct pursuits or searches that NOPD ordinarily would not be able to complete due to the consent decree. So for that reason, we would just want to ensure that all task forces and partnerships are compliant with the consent decree and accountable to the requirements of the consent decree.
Is it in your study as a professional, is it possible to have proactive 21st century policing?
Yes.
Okay. So the model that Superintendent Woodfork is using, which is she considers proactive, doesn't risk us complying with the consent decree or not being constitutional.
The idea is not in direct contradiction to the consent decree, but how it is implemented could be. So that's where we would work with Chief Woodfork and with our federal consent decree monitors to ensure that any tactics that are utilized are compliant with the consent decree as it exists. I mean, an example of proactive policing might be forming task forces. There's no reason why the NOPD can't form task forces. It's just what actions those task forces can take might be influenced by the consent decree.
Task force.
Yeah, not obviously, yeah, not Scorpion, nothing that would be, engaging in unauthorized pursuits. I mean, we always want to remind the public that NOPD can pursue. They're just only allowed to pursue in certain settings. The NOPD is allowed to use facial recognition software only in certain settings and only in accordance to law. So there's a lot of requirements around NOPD's actions in order to be constitutional and to be in compliance with the consent decree and all of their other requirements, but that doesn't influence their ability to proactively police. They can police.
We have a couple of council members just joined us. Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. I mean, I think just to follow up on that point, one of the key issues, it's actually one of the issues that Judge Morgan is very cognizant of, and I know you guys are cognizant of, is supervision. When you see instances in which task force kind of spiral out of control, and the Kyrie situation is certainly one of those, it's when you create task force that lack appropriate supervision and accountability. In every instance that I can think of in which a task force basically fell into unconstitutional practices are when you don't have individuals who are constantly responsible and reminding those people on a task force of what constitutional policing is, and more importantly, looking for signs of people straying from what is allowed versus what is not. And I know we both attended the last hearing with Judge Morgan. One of the key components that that both the consent monitors and IPM are looking at within OPD extensively is making sure that officers are properly supervised. And so, to Councilman Thomas's point, I don't think there's any inherent opposition in making sure officers are allowed to do their job. Part of the challenge that every department faces if they want to do things in a proper and appropriate way is making sure that those people who are tasked with overseeing things like a task force, that there is responsibility, accountability, and direct supervision of those people under their watch. Would that be correct?
I couldn't agree more. And that also touches on, I believe it was goal 3 of Chief Woodfork's plan, which was to increase their use of technology and to ensure that their data and technology is comprehensive. And the reason why I highlight that is because that's what feeds into their early warning system. So supervision coupled with their early warning system is how you're going to catch potentially problematic police behavior before it spirals out of control. And you have untethered officers out there on the street taking actions that are alarming with no checks. And there was plenty of warning that that behavior might be present, but you had a failure in supervision to be able to identify it and a failure in your built technology systems to be able to flag it.
Right. And I mean, I think to the point that I think the council appreciates and acknowledges that point, which is why we had the data collection ordinance passed. It's why we have a public facing dashboard on police and other law enforcement activity, because it collects all that data and puts it out for public dissemination, similar to what you guys do, so that the public can also be an agent in how we police the police, as far as making sure, for example, if we see a disproportionate amount of policing targeted at certain racial groups, demographic groups, socio-demographic groups, or different age groups, those are all red flags. Like basically, if we see a concentration of police in very specific neighborhoods, ignoring other neighborhoods, only arresting a certain group of people of a certain age group, a certain racial demographic, certain socioeconomic demographic, those are all the red flags that we collectively, as the public, as the council, as the IPM, we can all catch to say, wait a second, if we're only policing this neighborhood and not this other neighborhood, and we're stopping people proactive policing in this neighborhood, but there's no proactive policing in any other part of the city, those are the kind of red flags that we catch through technology, monitoring, and supervision.
Exactly. Exactly. And we on the back end will be auditing all of the actions being taken by the NOPD to be able to look for any pattern that could speak to discriminatory practices in the way that the NOPD is policing. But I just think it's important to highlight that the best tool that the NOPD has for fighting crime, the most effective tool that they have, is their community. So they should never forget that. The community needs to come first. They need to view them as their stakeholders, their customers, but also a great resource for them and how they respond to crime, solve crime, and prevent crime.
Thank you.
Councilman Moreno, any? First of all, Ms. Dement, thank you and your staff. You're always extremely thorough, very professional, and you've added a lot to this system, and we appreciate your fairness and your ability to be objective with systems you're supposed to monitor. You guys have done a good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda.
Next up, we have the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office.
And Sheriff, thank you and your staff for waiting and kind of belaboring this meeting. I mean, you've had your staff here watching all along, which means a lot, and listening to other presentations. And thank you guys for holding out until now. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What do they say? Last but not least?
Oh, never least. You know, sometimes they say it's the best is for the lastest.
All right.
And especially when you're the lady who saved Mardi Gras, right? Right?
I like the sound of that. I do. I do.
I thought you would.
Mr. Chairman, should I start?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. As you know, I'm Orleans Parish Sheriff Susan Hudson. I'm joined here today by Assistant Sheriff over Governance and Administration, Perlina Thomas, who put this presentation together. And to my right is Assistant Sheriff Dr. Astrid Bergden, who is over our jail facilities. And to her right is Major Jonathan Griffin, who is her second in command over custodial operations. I also have in the crowd today, Deputy Chief Melvin Howard, and Chief Financial Officer David Troutenberg, and Chief Legal Officer Graham Bosworth, and last but not least, my Chief of Staff, John Williams. So without further delay, we'll get started.
Please.
Thank you, sir. So we're excited to be here today. We're going to talk about some new things going on at the Sheriff's Office. After much deliberation, talking with our community, going through the election cycle, I wanted to sit down and put together a new mission statement, a new vision, and update our values to reflect the new administration in the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. So I'm not going to read through it all, and you'll get a chance to digest it, but the tenor of the mission statement, the vision statement, and our values is all about community leadership. I got into this office in that way. Our transition team, which is over 150 members of this community, came to us with recommendations that we are working on every day and looking forward to updating them about when we get to our 12-month mark. But this mission statement is all about community leadership and about humane and ethical and professional treatment of our community, whether they're in custody or we're dealing with them in the courts or in some other manner. So we're very excited about that. And then looking at our systems, I am unabashedly a progressive, and there are other progressives in the system who want, and the council has moved progressive measures forward as well. So we look forward to working with other actors in that system to shape these systems in a way that is more appropriate for our community. So that's our new mission statement. And then our vision statement, which is short, but which really tells you where we're trying to get. OPSO will be a quality system of detention and court services, promoting public safety in our community by operating a humane, accountable, and community responsive agency that maintains a safe and restorative culture. So we want to be a big part of public safety. And last but not least is our core values. Now, I updated those to include community leadership, humanity, and innovation, because those are key to all the changes that we're trying to make. We know that for those who are in our custody and within our care, we want to do something special for them so that they do not come back. When you look at the crime stats, a lot of it's economic. We're trying to, and Dr. Bergden will talk about our initiatives to help those in custody and their families to do better. Because we know that when you get to the root causes of crime and address those, we will all do better, but it will also help with safety within our facilities. So we're very excited about that as well. So we'll be putting those out, and I forgot Casey McGee. Is Casey still here? She is our new communications director, and she will be putting out more information about our mission, vision, and values to our community and internally, so we can have a robust conversation about that. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Bergden to talk about what we're doing within OJC, the Orleans Justice Center.
Okay, thank you. So one of the focuses of the jail is to reduce interpersonal violence. It's been a great issue, and to counterbalance it with programs. So my catchphrase is happy residents equals safe staff in terms of occupation, because they really have not had any meaningful programs occurring for quite a while, particularly through COVID. So we're trying to reinstate that. So in terms of causes of interpersonal violence in the jail, there's material fights over material possessions, trying to obtain contraband, drugs, other people's commissary, but also there's non-material aspects. So there'll be perceived slights, people having arguments. You've got a lot of people placed in a confined space with not much area to move once they're out of their cells. So we've got a number of strategies in place. I've nominated each captain to pick an area that the monitors have said we could improve to start proper project management. So at the moment, they're looking at root cause analyses and getting a project team together to try and resolve those issues, and that will document it with data, have a baseline measure, try strategies, work out whether it's improving. So one of those things is doing root cause analysis of interpersonal violence at the moment. I've been doing resident community meetings. At February, we've got over 1,200 grievances. So the building is full of grievances from the residents. So we're trying to work out ways to resolve those grievances. So one method is I meet every 2 weeks with pod representatives so that we can manage group grievances. We've also are about to train our case managers in mediation so they can mediate between residents who have grievances with staff. And we're also increasing the intensity of training for our custodial staff around de-escalating when conflicts start to arise and putting direct supervision into practice. So at the end of the day, we're looking at evidence-based approaches to managing behaviour. So I want to be reviewing our disciplinary procedures. Then on the right side, you'll just see these are just a snapshot of programs that people are coming in to deliver. So we are relying on the goodwill of outside agencies who are either coming in voluntarily or have some sort of grant money that supports the programs that they deliver. But we've also now got 8 case managers. There was only 4 and then 3 when I arrived. So we've employed another 4, and those case managers will start sourcing evidence-based programs so we can deliver more programs in the centre, including a high set. So looking at education, vocational, and what I call offence-related kind of programs around building skills.
And I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Sheriff Perlina Thomas about our staffing. Thank you, Dr. Burkton.
Good afternoon. We wanted to take a look at the recruiting classes that we started since Sheriff Hudson's taken office in May 2022. And through the recruitment class, we've had 142 employees come through there. And of that 142, 112 of those have been deputy recruits. Some of those have been rehires and 30 civilians. And where we are right now with the question had been asked several times by this group with commission and understanding who's commissioned and who's not. So in OJC, IPC, TDC, and transportation, those are the areas that are directly facing with our residents on a daily basis. We currently have 278 employees in that area. We're 209 down, which gives us a vacancy rate of 43%. And of that 278 officers, we have 121 who are sworn or commissioned. And then looking at the courts, our security, which includes executive security, ISB, and IAD, and the kitchen warehouse. We have 160 current employees, and then we have 125 vacancies. And of those 160 employees, 148 of them are also commissioned. It's a requirement to be commissioned if you're in the courts and CAPIAS and executive security, ISB and IAD. So we only have a few employees there who are civilians. Our total civilian staff is 240, and then we have 75 vacancies, and then we have a vacancy rate of 27%. In the courts, I failed to mention, we have a 44% vacancy rate. So we currently have 409 positions that we'd like to have filled, 409 openings that would have us fully staffed with OJC. Looking at our staffing, this body approved a $2.43 an hour pay increase, which took our academy deputies to $18 an hour. That also raised our current deputies pay to at least $18 an hour with longevity pay. Some of them are a little more. And but we still have some challenges. We're chronically understaffed, and we're not meeting the standards for the ratio of staff to resident inmate population. Even with the $2.40 increase, we're still below the 25th percentile for the national percentage and wage estimates. It's with the correctional officers and jailers. This information comes from the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics. Having the annual salary of $39,312 because we use the state trooper schedule, which is 2,184 hours annually. We're still not where we're really competitive with other agencies to increase our staff as quickly as we'd like to see. In addition to the staff that we currently have, and with recruiting, some of the challenges are people don't want to work in the pods. They don't want to be in the high risk physical space where our resident inmates are. And Major Griffin can speak to that. He's being the assistant warden, he has to deal with this on a daily basis. We wanted to include this information because in our budget presentation, we had asked for it was a 3-prong approach to increasing our budget to help with staffing issues. One of which being a $2 increase for employees who actually work on the pods. And in addition to that, increasing the longevity pay from 2.5% to 5% on a 5-year base, which would also be in line with the COLA, which is a 1% annual increase, but we do it at 5%. It would have added $6.2 million to our proposed budget. We'd really like you all to consider us revisiting that because we do need the additional resources for recruitment and staffing to retain our staff. But Major Griffin, if you want to speak to the pod.
Yes, so the working the pods are more of a high risk. You have to interact with the residents on a daily basis in the pods. You know, like the superintendent talked before, a lot of these guys are career criminals and one that's just not going to follow the rules. So, you know, for the staff to be held accountable, working in there with them and monitoring them on a day-to-day, that's just a high risk position inside of the pods.
Thank you, Major.
Okay. And in addition to the information Major just provided, initially when Sheriff Hudson took office, there was an issue with trying to have people work at night. And so we did a $2 an hour pay increase that did incentivize some staff members to go to night. So it does help. The incentive pay does help. We've seen that it did.
And thank you. Thank you, Assistant Sheriff Thomas. Next up, we want to talk about our Compliance and Accountability Bureau. I always say this is my baby. You know, as the former police monitor and in police oversight for 17 years before I became sheriff, this is what I did. And that is to make sure that we're complying not just with the rules and regulations, but that those rules and regulations meet constitutional standards and those of the consent decree, which are pretty much similar, that our training mirrors that as well, and that we hold folks accountable for their actions. And so what I've done is bring training in the academy, our auditors, our consent decree compliance captain, and our policy and planning director up under this accountability bureau. And we have currently put out an advertisement and job description for a director of this bureau. So now that we have a guided department to help us comply with it, to liaison with our monitors and to liaison with our departments. Consent decrees are not things everybody knows. So that's a way to make sure, and most of that of course is at OJC, but to work with our departments to make sure that we're gathering the information that we're supposed to, we're complying in a way that we are supposed to be, so that we can bring that consent decree to an end. It is my intention by May 2nd on my 12-month anniversary to have all of our processes in place, even if we don't have all of our bodies, but all of our processes in place to comply with this consent decree. So we're very excited about that. And as you can see, we've already started doing mock audits and we've got other audits planned to make sure that we are accountable for our actions.
Is that one of the recommendations to, under the consent decree of the monitor, to create an auditing arm or to have auditing done?
You know, I need to double check on that. Our chief legal officer may know that answer, but I know that in the consent decrees I've been under at LAPD and at NOPD, you've got to have a dedicated bureau to handle that compliance. And so that's why we've created this.
Sorry to interrupt.
And so we've got our consent decree update here. As you can see from this information, we are continuously reviewed by our consent decree monitors. The most recent report, which is still being worked on in draft, is report number 16, in which they're looking at 170 plus areas of compliance. As you can see, we're in 95 sections in substantial compliance, which you have to be in to get out of the consent decree, 77 in partial compliance, and 2 in non-compliance. We had some go backwards into non-compliance, and those had to do with lighting and then our use of force reviews as well. Do you want to add something, Assistant Sheriff Tom?
Yes, well, the information for the report on the 16 report is actually from the time period of October 1st, 2021 through May 30th, 2022, before Sheriff Hudson took office. The monitoring tour where the monitors come in and go through the reports and look at the different areas, that actually took place on May 13th. So shortly after Sheriff Hudson took office, but the data that they were reviewing was from October 21 through March 22. The report cycle for report number 17 It will cover April 2022 through October 2022, and the tour for that with the monitors took place at the end of November 2022. So that report hasn't been released, but we actually can't give information on those reports until they're filed with the courts. The last report filed with the courts was actually report number 15. So when 16 comes out, when report 16 is out of draft form, it can be filed with the courts. So a number of things, areas that we've already started working toward, like Sheriff Hudson mentioned, the lighting. We've worked toward fixing that, and that information, the areas that we've improved under her leadership will be reflective in 17. This information is from the draft report of 16.
Thank you much. Yes, sir. Yeah. You know, I've remained steadfast against phase 3. There is a valid court order out there for the building of phase 3. What I had asked, I believe it was last month when there was an article written about it, we had just asked the judge over the consent decree to take a leadership role in having some community discussions about our mental health needs. You heard the juvenile court judges talk about it this morning. Dr. Bergden, who is a clinical psychologist, is here for just that reason. The majority of folks in our jail are on our mental health docket. So we know that this is an issue and it drives all of our funding for criminal justice. And so unfortunately, we're trying to build another jail instead of trying to build back the facilities that we need to care for our city. And I would love, I was encouraged by the city council's resolution and want to thank you for that. And we are steadfastly want to find something different for our community, something better, where we take care of mental health in this community. We don't spend those valuable resources on a jail, and instead we find ways to make that make mental health more robust within our community.
What's the status of those funds to build the federal funds to build this facility? Can it be have multi-purpose, or is it dependent upon the judge, the federal judge, releasing us from that obligation so that we can do something else with it?
Yeah, the funds themselves, and my chief legal officer will correct me if I'm wrong here, the funds themselves have to be used for a public safety purpose. So the city can decide how that works. However, with that order in place, the judge mandating that phase 3 be built, and that order is still in effect until it's appealed or removed in some manner. We do have, you're going to need to use those funds to comply with that order. So that's the issue there. Mr. Bosworth, you want to add in?
Mr. Bosworth.
Or council member, was the question whether or not we had flexibility in the use of the funds as opposed to the construction of phase 3?
Well, let's say given, because everybody seems to be in accord except the judge basically saying we have to build phase 3. I've heard very few people not wanting to do something else with those funds. So let's say we're given that flexibility. Let's say the federal judge or the monitor step in at some point and do what the sheriff said she wants to do, is that repurpose those funds. Is there something federally that's stopping us from doing that?
No, so the funds in question in terms of the FEMA reimbursement were FEMA funds that were allocated to the replacement of the Templeman buildings that were destroyed during Hurricane Katrina. So based on agreement between the prior sheriff and the city, the money from FEMA was given to the control of the city. The city used a portion of that, I think, for other projects, and about 4 million was set aside for the replacement of the Templeman building that is currently allocated for FEMA reimbursement for the phase 3 project, but it doesn't need to be. Nothing in the order from federal court mandates that it be used for that. The federal judges just said in order to become compliant with the consent decree, he believes that phase 3 needs to be constructed. And so they're not interrelated. They are, in fact, separate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Excuse me. So, again, we want to repurpose that. We have, I think, around 50 acute and subacute folks in our custody. Is that right? Around 50 acute and subacute?
Yes, yeah.
In our custody, but it's a 100-bed facility. So We want to repurpose that and we'd love to be able to have a hospital setting where we can have them. We'll provide the security for them, but they are provided quality mental health care and it's available to our community. And we would love the council's leadership to help get to that point.
Well, there's several discussions about how we get to that. We don't want to, we don't want to alarm or put them out. I hate putting stuff out before it's there's really a plan or some consensus to do stuff, but there's some discussions now about some other possibilities. I think the challenge is getting the public on board and then also getting the judge to release these funds to be purposed some other way.
Yes, sir. I agree. I'm trying to do what our community asked me to do.
Right.
And so I thank you again for your leadership on that. Okay.
So, we were asked to provide information on a correction with our budget presentation, and there was a dollar figure of 216,000 that was under the headline of investigative unit, and it was for travel for professional development. That actually was miscoded. It should have been a direct operational cost for OJC. And it's for direct testing, direct drug testing, and we are required to do that with our residents, our inmates. So we have, that's what that fund was for. When I had a chance to speak with some of the chiefs of staff, they had asked about the correction to an explanation on the correction to those numbers with the budget. So we wanted to make sure we included that. And our CFO, David Trottenberg, he's here if we have any additional questions about the budget.
Yeah, but I just want to say we look forward to having a more robust and updated financial system where we can provide you better data. This old system is antiquated and pulling things out of it is like pulling teeth without anesthesia. So we're hoping when the dollars are allocated for criminal justice software and hardware, we'll be able to work that.
Well, we may not have the data, but I have to give Mr. Trottenberg credit. He's been really good at least breaking it down, especially in one-on-one meetings and other meetings, in that joint group meeting we have, so that I know that I have a better appreciation because of his ability to get us to understand it than I did before. And I know that his work with Councilmember Jerusalem, our budget chairman, kind of opened the door, cracked it open for some other possibilities to work with you guys on your needs.
Yes, look forward to that. Yes.
Next item.
And I'm not sure, Major Griffin, if you want to speak to this, but just what Sheriff Hudson was just talking about with our population. Major Griffin can give you a breakdown.
So yes, the OJC population is right now 1,018 with 79 females in custody, and then another 554 males, and then there's another ones that's on the mental health caseload. The acute mental males that's at TMH is right now holds 21, but it's housing 13 right now in the subacute, which is 26, which we also have 26 that's over there, as well as the mental health step down is 27. So with females, we also have 55 in custody, and acute mental health females, which is 8. And none subacute, and one female that's mental health step down.
Let me ask you right there. It kind of belabors on my little mind. I don't want to forget, so I usually don't interrupt when I chair a meeting, but I don't want to forget these points. When you look at criminal justice systems, especially whether it's Department of Corrections, Bureau of Prisons, or other institutions, most of them in their category for cost per resident. Medical residents are usually sometimes double, if not more, the cost of a regular resident or inmate, as some systems say. Have you guys broken down the extra costs, whether it's mental or physical inmate? Have y'all set up a category to determine how much it costs to house that resident?
Per resident?
Per resident.
We don't have that information with us. We should be able to do that since medical and mental health care are paid for separately. And I think we're at 18, 19 million per year for WellPath. So we should be able to break that down.
Yeah, well, most institutions can tell you. And not to say that you guys have done this, but I think that would be helpful moving forward, especially if we're trying to move to justify something different for mental and medical. It would be great to know that housing a regular inmate costs you $55 a day. When you're dealing with medical, it's 120, 150 a day. I thought that might be helpful. Yeah, absolutely, Councilmember Moreno.
And I would just add, I think it would be important to also know, if we're looking at kind of a cost analysis, the average length of stay for individuals. You know, if it's 3 weeks, it's one thing. If it's 6 months and longer, it's another based on cost. Thanks.
Okay, we will get that information. And to all the points made, looking at the numbers with having 554 residents on our mental caseload with a total of 1,018, so more than 50% are mental health patients.
You want to talk, Dr. Burton, about the, or Major Griffin, about the next slide about recidivists or repeat offender rates?
So the majority of our offenders are repeat offenders. As you know, they're career criminals. A lot of them get out and are going to repeat the same offense. So that's the majority of our caseload because, again, what we deal with is in a city jail.
The same people all the time.
All the time,
Okay.
nonstop. So it happens. So again, by this being a city jail, a lot of them do get time. And once they get credit for time served, come back again. So that's why we have the issues that we have, because they've been to DOC facilities and come back to the city jail and try the same things. So again, the average number is 8.84 total of violent charges, 67.87, and then 64, 640 total with weapons charge, 7.1773, total drug charges 4.4245. And a total with property charges 3.93, 40% of 40 of that, a total of again 1,800.
So we've got a population of people repeatedly being rearrested and returning to jail. And of that, 2/3 are have been arrested for violent crimes, and then half of them are receiving some form of psychiatric or psychological treatment when they're in our jail. So it's a very complex group that we're working with.
Well, I mean, this data is as important and critical, especially given what we're learning now about the criminal justice or injustice system, whatever you want to deem it, that we're dealing with a population of a limited population of the same people who time and time again recidivate, but there's nothing in place to deal with them or to stop them from recidivating once they, you know, it's like you automatically, Chief Griffin, you automatically know who's leaving the system, and you can bank on how much time, depending on where they're doing time or where they're released, that they're coming back, which talks about the material weakness in our criminal justice system, but also not that. Our delivery of social services and how it works with the criminal justice system to stop that. So, I mean, this is very telling information.
It is. We have not just mental health, but just medical health. We have a very sick population, medically as well, that we deal with as well. And so that has implications for their entire families and when they get out as well. So some of the things that that Dr. Bergden talked about as we open back up now with dealing with COVID, looking for the case managers to help manage them in the facility and when they leave, looking for partners to help again when they leave, whether it's Goodwill or others. Where Assistant Sheriff Thomas is over facilities, and we want journeymen, people who could come learn a trade. You know, you're an electrician, well, you can write your own, your own check, or a plumber. So just trying to in any way we can support them.
You can charge me $150 just to come tell me it's leaking.
That's correct. That's correct. So we hear that our partners who help with food services want to train folks to be able to work in that sphere. So we're trying to get to the root causes. I looked at the data just in glancing when NOPD was up there, and all of it, well, not all of it, but a good chunk of it was economic crimes, right? Burglary, robbery, all that stuff. So we're seeing it, and we're trying to address it as best we can, and working with our community to do that.
And the reason why we doubled the case manager numbers is they'll be assessing people's needs as they come in through the intake and processing centre, and then we will track them as they go through the jail. We'll provide whatever programs we can there, but if there's unmet need, then we start hooking into re-entry programs. So there's a soft landing, if you like, when people leave the jail, and it's in a more prepared way. But we need technology to help us because there is no case management system, which ordinarily exists in corrections, and we need technology to support us in tracking people electronically, with their needs and assessments.
Do you have the cost on that, on the, what it costs for the tech that you need to have a robust case management system?
Yeah, that would be Assistant Sheriff Morales. It would have been in our budget request in terms of a system, but even just electronically that the staff can speak into a machine that writes the notes, just basic technology stuff that's currently not existing. But I don't know if Dr. Trautenberg can recall the costing.
Do you guys operate with a 100-day pre-release period?
Sorry, what was that?
Like most facilities, they have a 100-day pre-release. If you guys have an exit date with someone, you start their time, the clock starts ticking to the time that they leave your facility. Do you guys have that?
I'm not sure about the software, and I'm going to ask the chief legal officer to jump in. We've paid very close attention to that. It was a big issue for me on the campaign trail, and we saw the story about the Department of Corrections. So we pay really close attention to when they're supposed to get out. The staffing is a huge issue though for us. We have to make sure the right people are getting out the door, and without deputies, it's been really tough, but we pay really close attention to that.
Well, that's when, good Councilmember Marino hadn't been institutionalized, but the question is case management is a material weakness in institutions. And the better case management you have, you can manage that resident's release. So that's an important piece right there. I just don't know how you guys are structured to deal with case management, especially if that person prepares to be released.
Well, even with the levels of mental health needs that your population has, I mean, that right there is critical to ensure that there is some type of exit strategy to continue the mental health treatment once they are released, and that medications are going to be provided, and that they have access to medications at, hopefully no cost. Do we still do, I remember we were doing this, or but I'm not sure if it's still happening, on ensuring that those that come through your doors, once they are released, that you're signing them up for Medicaid. Is that happening?
I'm not sure. Well,
We've had, we've got the navigators who pick up people who are third-time convicted serious mental health problems in terms of exiting the system. But we have had Medicaid come in, I think on a quarterly basis, they come in and sign people up for Medicaid.
I'd like to work with you all to find a solution to ensure that, pretty much, if you have individuals who are coming in who do not have Medicaid, that as they leave, that we do sign them up, because that's going to be able to really assist with the continuum of care, particularly for those that are dealing with any type of physical or mental health needs, to continue to be able to pay for their medications. If not, unfortunately, they'll likely just be released and not continue this care. And then you're likely back in the cycle of being, unfortunately, rearrested. So, my office can certainly help in connections and working with the Department of Health, the State Department of Health, to see if we can facilitate some type of path to ensure that those that come through your doors can get access to being signed up for Medicaid if they're not already signed up.
And we're going to locate one of the case managers at the exit of the jail so that they're there, because sometimes we don't know. Someone might go to court and be found not guilty and then, out of our system. But I've always said that case management is the tram tracks or train line that everything runs along. So you need that, and that's how you get smooth running, and people can get a continuum of service. But we need to establish that case management model.
which we're starting up. But we do want to say we have reached out to Dr. Avegno about helping us with, as you know, in addition to mental health, we've got trauma and addiction all in the jail and trying to deal with people who are leaving who have substance abuse issues. So we've invited the city's health department to help provide oversight to our medical and mental health care. And we'd love to work with you on that.
Reentry programs, other than the first 72, and the reentry program that used to operate within the Justice Center until it was moved to Plaquemine.
Yeah.
What reentry programs do we have?
We've got, I think, 4 DOC sentenced inmates at the reentry pre-release part, because it used to be with this sheriff's office and then it moved to Plaquemine's.
Yeah.
And we had some discussion. I had some informal discussions with DOC, but it would be about finding resources. So it means New Orleans people are out at Plaquemine's.
So we need to, have conversations about bringing that back as well, or bringing some type of resources back. But we, haven't had those discussions just yet, but we like to.
And I think what's the problematic too, Mr. Chair, sorry to jump in.
No, go ahead.
Is, with the reentry program, which don't get me wrong, it's very valuable that Judge Hunter, when he was in office, he ran reentry. And I believe Judge White had the other section of court that dealt with the reentry program, but it's post adjudication. And so it's like, what is it for those that, are free and may just be released, or may have to pay a fine, or for a variety of different reasons they're released for already having time served. Like there's just, having four spots right now for post adjudication, and that's a great program, because I've sat in on many of those meetings with the judge. You would literally have 10 different service providers all right there for the person going through the program to have access to. And that it deals with, the probation and parole officer. They have the mental health folks, they have the substance abuse folks, they have the conflict resolution folks. I mean, they have everybody. They have the labor groups there. They have everybody to help assist this one person navigate through life. And it could be like the simplest things like, hey, I didn't pay my light bill because my child had a birthday party and I spent all my money on my child's birthday party because I wanted him to have a nice party. And now I can't pay my light bill. And so it's about just the important discussions of, budgeting and prioritizing and, relationship issues. All of those things are handled in this very intimate space with the judge and all of these different service providers. But how in the world do we scale that up? And how can we put the pieces together to scale that up? Because having it for 4 people that we now, have over in Plaquemines, is not going to at all make a big difference.
Well,
And the first 72 does tremendous work. I mean, amazing work. But once again, how do we just completely scale up and provide all of these wraparound resources to those reentering our
But
community?
that was a political decision to justify the millions of dollars that they built that jail down in Plaquemine that doesn't house that many people, when actually the reentry program that was working with inside the Justice Center was actually a lot better. Angola's program, or the state DOC's program, is a very good program, manned by and invested in about 99% of people who never come home. And so the difference is, how do we do this something similar with what you guys are trying to do, especially with the progressive effort to deal with housing inmates, or as you say, residents differently? Something better has to be done. And I've thought, how do we expand what VOTE does? How do we expand what the first 72 does? And when you look at recidivism, Madam Marino, that is really one of our greatest challenges. And I think what Chief Griffin could tell you, that when you see the same people, is because from case management to reentry, there isn't really a consistent program that, even if you guys do everything right within the Justice Center, you don't have those tools to take them home, to stop them from, or manage them from coming back.
you know, these criminal justice coordinating groups that we have, Commissioner Stevens, had a good conversation with her in January, just about as those get back up and running again, bringing some of these issues to the forefront so that we can put them in front of the council for your leadership and dollars behind it. You know, the strategic intercept map, where along this process do we intercept and divert people out of the system into better lives? I look forward to having those conversations.
Transference.
So. Okay.
So looking at our OJC transfers, these are they've gone through court and they've been transferred now to DOC. So giving you the numbers from September and through January, we've had a total of 91 residents in September that have been transferred to DOC from OJC.
And, you know, we pay really close attention to that, looking at release dates and then of course now the court's opening back up and people getting back to trials, which have been put on, jury trials have been put on hold, but hopefully other trials will continue and we can continue to bring the population down. But we had gotten down in OJC to 906, was it, or 916, something like that. It started to go back up after the jury trials got halted, but we're trying to pay close attention to that. We're trying to keep in here that 70% for violence and gun crimes. That's what we're trying to keep in here. And so we keep a close watch.
Question, as your population, inmate resident population goes down, what does that do in terms of staffing? What incremental effect does it have on your labor?
It will.
And have in your internal discussions with your staff, have you guys looked at a number that adds some relief or some flexibility to your budget where you guys think that population ought to be based on the type of people that are coming through the system?
Yeah, and Dr. Bergden and Major can step in here, but we've talked to experts who said with the population around 1,000, we should have, with the number of 53% staffing that we have, we should have 700 to 750 residents. That's about where we need to be. But one of the things we're doing as we've been bringing down this population as best we can, Major Griffin and Dr. Bergden have looked at closing pods so we can consolidate deputies into other pods. But, you know, with COVID and with violence or with people having beefs and all that, we've got to be really careful. And so classification and where we house them is so huge.
So we'll ask Major Griffin to talk to use of force. We did an analysis of our use of force policies and we have some charts on the next slide regarding that.
So yes, our use of force, basically the time that is allowed by the consent judgment, which is in that first 3 days, but most of the reports are done within that first, by the end of the shift within 3 hours of information best determined when it's scheduled. There was our staff analyzing the occurrence, analyzing the levels of force that's provided, level 1 and level 2, with more severe is the level 1s with restraints or the constant resisting while being restrained. Level 2s are less with open hands or just soft hand escorts pretty much. In the comparison from 19 to 2022, as you can see, it goes up and down. It's basically consists of what's going on in the streets and what is being arrested during the time. If we get more violent offenders as with murder charges, where the intake pretty much goes up with the the amount of inmates that we have incarcerated for that time. A majority of ours happen on the unit 3, due to that being a high level security with basically medium high, and also our lockdown units that's people that's on disciplinary. So a lot of our uptake is on that unit for the majority.
And as you can see, force is going down. And one of the things we train on it and go to roll calls regularly about that. And we have de-escalation training coming in and CIT training coming in from the federal government soon. So we're excited about that. We're trying to use the minimal amount of force reasonably necessary not just to protect the residents, but to protect our staff as well. We have had a number of people get hurt doing that. So we're trying to make it safer overall for everybody in that process,
And
but smartly. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry, pardon me, Sheriff. Sheriff Hudson's also implemented leadership training, which is something that we found to be lacking when she took office. So the staff has been incredibly pleased and excited with the leadership training that she's implemented. The graphs on the presentation for the use of force, those were provided by from the audits that were done by the Compliance Bureau, again, under Sheriff Hudson's leadership.
Yeah, very excited about that. And I think last but not least, we're going to talk about Mardi Gras. But before I do that, you had asked about the cost for the systems that we need for case management, jail management, all of those together, including incident reporting, all things that help us with the consent decrees, around 3.5 million to replace that antiquated system. So we were asked in late January, to assist with Mardi Gras. We're glad to do it and excited to be a part of it. Our team is excited. So first thing that we did, and I had the help of Assistant Sheriff Morales, who is our operations commander, Deputy Chief Melvin Howard, who will be the highest sworn ranking officer out at the scene, monitoring what goes on out there, and Chief Legal Officer Graham Bosworth, working with the city to negotiate terms. We've been able to sit down and work out cooperative endeavor agreements with the city. Once we got those terms and conditions together, now we turned and started talking to our partner agencies out there in the area and all around the state. So currently we have 11 agencies signed up. That includes the University of New Orleans, which just signed up today, the Jeanerette Marshall, Jefferson Constable's Office, the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, the Lafourche Parish Sheriff's Office, the Orleans Second City Constable, Probation and Parole from the Department of Corrections, the Tangipahoa Constable, the Tangipahoa Parish Sheriff's Office, the University of Holy Cross, and Washington Parish Sheriff's Office. So we have right now around 137 external deputies sign up, and that's to supplement the 80 to 100 or so deputies that we will have available as well. And one of the things we've been talking with the New Orleans Police Department about is if we can get to around 200 total outside of NOPD, including OPSO and external agencies, we'll be in good shape for covering all those days. So we're excited about what's going on so far, and we still have another 10 or 11 agreements out there that are being reviewed. So we expect to get to that 200.
Councilmember Moreno.
She actually just answered the question that I had. So we're at 137 and you think we're going to get to 200. And so, hey, congratulations. I know that this certainly took a lot of work, and I agree with Chairman Thomas. Thank you for saving Mardi Gras and bringing our old roots back. The credit certainly goes to you. I know that you were out sick when they had the big announcement, that we wanted to make sure to give you credit at least today.
Thank you, Councilmember. COVID finally got me, but big thanks to Assistant Sheriff Morales, Chief Legal Officer Graham Bosworth, and Assistant Sheriff Laura Veazey, who have been in all these conversations.
Sure.
We've got another 50 or so agencies we're still talking to.
Yep.
So it's been a big lift, but big thanks to everybody.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Sure. So the rest of the questions that I have, these are from Councilmember Morel. All right. So once again, not my questions. These are his.
Okay.
All right. So it says in November, OPSO said that they intend to have their 2023 staffing plan completed on or before December 15th and submitted to the council.
Yeah.
Where is it? Do you have that plan?
Oh, we don't. What happened was on the request of the federal judge, Afric, we started working with our consent decree monitors on it. So that's been, we've been working with them steadily. I recently received our emergency deployment plan, a draft of that, and the accompanying policies that we need to go with that. I got that last week. So they've been working on it steadily, and we're working in full knowledge with the judge and the consent decree monitors. So we've come up with an emergency deployment plan, and we are continuing to work, and Major Griffin's a big part of that, continuing to work with the monitors and all of our departments, because everybody has to bring personnel to help. We continue to work on that final staffing plan. So we have not been able to meet that deadline, which I apologize for, but we are working with our, the monitors to make sure that we're what we're doing passes muster.
Is there a particular timeline on when you may have that plan?
I've already reviewed, well, I'd say a couple of weeks. That's a guess because I've reviewed it, but we now have a few questions. So we just need to have a few conversations about it. The emergency deployment plan, the staffing plan is going to take a little bit longer to do.
The next question is, in November, the council had questions about exit interviews, but didn't get information back. Do you know when the council could receive back that information on, pretty much like, from what I recall, I think it was like, what was kind of like the overall gist of the exit interviews?
Yeah, but I thought we had pulled that information and provided it. But we'll look for the answer. And I'm trying to remember, I thought that was Councilmember Jeruso. And I thought we had provided it to him, but maybe we did not provide it to everybody. So we'll make sure we follow up on that.
Perfect.
Yes.
Once again, not my questions. These are Councilmember Morales. I'm just following along here. He's got three more. The staffing numbers at OPSO submitted to the council add up to 828 current employees. Is that accurate?
No, we have 600 and around close to 30, 630.
640.
640.
Mm, 642.
642. Thank you. And I apologize for that. It is in your presentation. What is the ratio of OJC staff in pods to inmates?
Within the pods?
So each pod's got about 60 people in it, and there ought to be 2 deputies in each pod and 1 in the monitoring area. So that makes 5. And on given days, there may only be 1 or 2 staff.
Yes.
So it would be 2 out of 5 staff would be. And sometimes 1 staff member running between the 2 pods.
And those ratios are in compliance with the consent decree?
We're gonna have to look at what they've written about that. I don't have the report in front of me. We'll look at what they've written about that and provide that to you.
Thank you. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman Moreno. I'm going to advise, and I don't know if you've done it already, because I know in the past it's been helpful to me to actually come do a tour of the Justice Center, see how it works, see who's in the pod, who's monitoring. So why don't you guys reach out to all of the council members and the elected officials again, because it's extremely, I can visualize your needs based on what I saw.
Yes.
And who's there and why you guys are asking questions about stuff. So you may want to reach back to all of us, maybe do it again, or the ones who haven't been there, get them to come see how the operation works, so that when you have some requests or some asks, they can kind of see how it fits with what you guys are doing every day. Mardi Gras, I had asked the NOPD a question. One of the things that citizens are asking, especially since we're bringing law enforcement people in from outside of the city, if they're going to be post-certified, who's going to be monitoring that, and who's in charge of working with NOPD to make sure that we don't have some folks slip through the cracks.
That's right.
To say, I'm deputy dog, or I'm mall security, getting that stipend for working Mardi Gras.
Yeah, Assistant Sheriff Morales is the commander of this operation. They got to be level 1 or level 2 and 2 years experience. All of that is being provided to us. In addition, when they come in, they have to check in so that we know that they're here, that they're actually here, so we can see their credentials. They're going to check out with us as well through our system so that we can monitor it. We promised the city that we would provide records about our usage of our partner agencies, deputies. So we will be watching all of that very closely. And she is our coordinator with that. We met with NOPD this morning. We met last week, and we're continuing to meet as we get up to the big days.
Who's going to be assisting her? Especially, I know she does a great job with you, but I don't think she's post-certified in terms of working in law enforcement. Who's going to be the staff that's, especially knowing what to look for, what certifications, who's going to be helping her?
Deputy Chief Melvin Howard, who is here, is going to be the highest ranking member of our department out on the parade route. So he's going to be around, keeping a watch on what goes on. He'll be there if anything goes down. But remember, we're supplementing NOPD. So NOPD has it, our game plan with them is to have their supervisors spread throughout. So if things go down, we reach out to them. We're all using radios, body worn cameras, that type of thing. So we're making sure, and roll calls, training about radio etiquette, which is cheat sheets for them, just making sure that when I ask sheriffs to send their deputies here, we want to make sure they're prepared to succeed.
And verify, to your question, verifying their commission and then being certified, Assistant Sheriff Morales has the investigatory body and the HR investigators working with her to verify those, that they're commissioned.
And before you close, again, thank you guys for the presentation. And I think I have to say that, well, I want to, and I had a mic. Given the rocky road that was presented early on, it seems as though you and your staff have kind of gotten your legs and your team together. It doesn't mean other things won't pop up because, you know, working publicly, other stuff happens. But it seems as though you guys have put together a team. And I know I've appreciated the consultation from the different members of your team who I think I have a better understanding now of what you guys are trying to do. What can you say to the public about where you guys are now, especially in management of the Justice Center?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. First, I just want to say to our community, we had their game plan in place from the beginning, but it's a learning curve about the entire operations of OPSO. We run a little city, essentially. And so it took time to analyze and find out what's going on in all of these areas, put our game plan into effect, and now we're moving forward on that. We haven't changed. We took our community's leadership and their recommendations, and we intend to put all of those forward, just as we promised. So it took a minute, and it was a very kind of public learning for us. So we feel better about everything right now. Our team is gelling and coming together, and we have got a great executive team, and we've got great employees under us and a great deal of talent. Once we added Casey McGee as our communications director, because we didn't have one for a while, now we're able to tell you about it. Now we're able to get our voice out there as well. So it was a big learning curve. We've learned some lessons, but we feel really good about the direction we're moving in. And we look forward to working with you to get whatever our city needs. We're here to be a part of that.
Councilman Marino, anything else before we close this out? Anything else, Sheriff, you and your team want to add before we adjourn this criminal justice meeting?
Got anything else? Just a big thank you, and we look forward to further communication.
And thank you and your team for your help with Mardi Gras. I don't think we can state enough how important that was, and especially after all you and your team went through to get to here right now. People, I wish that the press or people would kind of recognize what you guys are doing for the greatest event in the history of this city and our culture here. Thank you.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have a quorum, and it was an informational meeting. So if Councilmember Marino says we're done, so let it be written. So let it be done.
Thank you.